The streets are dark, and the sound of ragged breathing can be heard along the empty street. A man with blonde hair runs down the alley and looks back, saying that he shouldn't have gotten into this situation. He stops for a moment and turns around, trying to figure out if he is being followed. Not hearing any footsteps behind him, the man sighs with relief, thinking that he managed to escape. As soon as he finishes speaking, a knife is put to his throat. The pursuer crept up on him silently and caught the man by surprise. Looking at the people passing at the other end of the alley, the blonde man says that he will give all his money if they let him go. However, the pursuer is adamant and orders the man to die. At this point, the unknown person finishes his work. A few hours later, a normal morning arrives. 17-year-old Shinju high school student Kai walks to school and yawns sleepily, saying he wants to sleep. The brunette is a hired killer, so he says that he shouldn't have gone to school right after a night job. However, he cannot go home because the school is already right in front of him. Students were already gathered in his classroom, waiting for classes to start. The boy lazily opens the classroom door. His classmates turn around to look at him, but the boy doesn't pay any attention to it and walks into the classroom without greeting anyone. The class president and soccer club member Mito Shuji approaches Shinjo and says hello. Shinjo briefly responds to the brown-haired man's greeting and sits down in his seat. Mito remains standing with his hand raised next to the brunette, who rests his head on his hands. A pink-haired girl named Nagase Reina says that Shinjo is acting very badly as usual. She asks the class president why he is trying to talk to him, and he says that Shinjo, no matter what, remains their classmate. The class president notices that the brunette has already fallen asleep, causing Nagase to say that the guy has no sense of tact. The door to the classroom opens and a tall, brown-haired man with piercings in his ears enters the room. Nagase turns to him and says that an even worse version of his classmate has arrived. The guy with the piercing is named Arashi Shunsuke, and he is known in the area as the leader of the hooligans. The two boys stand up from their seats and greet Arashi in unison, wishing him good morning. The guy greets them with a smile and starts looking around. He notices Shinjo sleeping at the back of the classroom and can't help but approach. Stopping next to the brunette's desk, he calls him loudly. However, Shinjo doesn't pay attention to him and continues to sleep. Arashi says that the boy should answer when he is called, and if he continues to sleep, he will be in trouble. But despite his words, Shinjo continues to sleep, so Arashi reaches out to him. Before the hand has time to reach its target, another hand intercepts it. Arashi looks ahead in surprise and even a little frightened, and does not understand what happened. Shinjo meanwhile lifts his head from his desk and yawns. The boy looks at Arashi with his bright purple eyes and asks what he wants from him. Shaitan starts to get angry and yells at Shinjo to let go of his hand. For a moment, the brunette seemed to think about something, which caused him to squeeze Arashi's hand tighter. However, he quickly comes to his senses and lets his classmate go, apologizing. As soon as the grip loosened, Arashi quickly removed his hand and took a step back. Rubbing his wrist, the brown-haired man said that Shinjo was a creepy guy. At this time, a girl with blonde hair and green eyes named Kanzaki Rin asks them to be quiet. Arashi turns to her and asks if Kanzaki has decided to be cheeky with him too. However, the path to the first beauty of the class is blocked by another girl with dark hair braided in a high ponytail. The girl's name is Hashimoto Mirei, and she is a member of the disciplinary committee, so she orders Arashi to calm down before he breaks the rules. A blonde guy with piercings named Narumi Rhea tells the girl to calm down, because no one will pay attention to her anyway. Shinjo decides not to get involved in this argument, so he lays his head on the desk, falling asleep again. Arashi is angry about the whole situation, but decides not to escalate the situation, so she sits down at her desk, putting her feet up on the table. The students took their seats and the class fell silent for a while. Kanzaki let out a sigh of relief and turned towards her book. Hashimoto continued to argue with Narumi, who was sitting in front of her. The class president was chatting happily with Nagase. This was the first grade, the second year of Kagura High School. In this class, such conflict scenes are a daily routine. Therefore, Shinjo does not pay much attention to this, continuing to think about his own. Suddenly, the brunette feels something strange, so he opens his eyes. He sees that a strange spot has appeared under the feet of the headman of Maido. Soon the spot grew in size and turned into a magical pentagram. The light began to fill the classroom, which frightened the students inside. The teenagers looked at the shining floor in horror, trying to understand what was happening. Some students stood up from their seats, but others continued to sit at their desks, afraid to move. Mito looked at the floor and asked his classmates if they knew what was going on. However, as the class president, he decides to sort this out later, so he tells his classmates to leave the classroom immediately. Despite his words, Shinjo does not move from his place, because he understands that they will not have time to leave. The pentagram begins to glow brighter and brighter, and eventually fills the entire room with its light. The school children lose consciousness and move through space, finding themselves in a large hall with columns. Shinjo is the first to come to his senses and sits up, looking around in an attempt to figure out where they are. They are in a stone building with huge columns for reinforcement, so he only has one guess. As hard as it was to believe, the white light from the pentagram absorbed them and transported them somewhere. At this time, the rest of the guys begin to come to their senses and ask where they ended up. Nagase looks around and asks what that white light was. Mito calls on the guys to calm down. He also doesn't know what happened, but wants to make sure that no one was hurt. Shinjo looks at the headman with approval, thinking that Mito managed to calm even those who were one step away from panic. Arashi, meanwhile, says that he is not going to waste time on such trifles. He is unhappy that the headman does not want to sort out the situation first, so he decides to leave with his friends. Shinjo understands Arashi's zeal, but still asks him to stop. The guy stops and asks what Shinjo wants from him, and he says that there are footsteps outside the door, as if someone is coming towards them. Only after this do classmates actually hear the sound of footsteps and turn their gaze to the door. Shinjo listens to footsteps and realizes that a man and a woman are approaching them. The brunette is interested in what intentions they are coming to them with, and at that moment, the door opens. A gray-haired man with a beard and a young girl with long white hair appear in front of the schoolchildren. The girl says that the guys managed to maintain their composure, which was expected from hero candidates. The schoolchildren are amazed by her beauty and think that the man and girl resemble a knight and princess from the Middle Ages. Shinjo hid behind a pillar and thought that these people weren't cosplayers because there was a strong atmosphere around them. Looking at the girl, the brunette thinks that she is nothing special. The girl says that she is Leonora, Archbishop of the sacred country of Digrest, and the man next to her is her knight guy. Arashi points his finger at the girl and says that she is talking some unimaginable nonsense. The girl continues to smile despite the rudeness, and says that she can understand their point of view. Mito steps forward and apologizes, saying that they themselves don't understand how they ended up here, so they are confused. The headman politely asks the strangers to tell them what is going on here. The girl happily announces that she came here precisely for this purpose. The Archbishop decides not to delay, so he answers their question briefly. She says that the boys were summoned to another world because they are humanity's hope that can overthrow the Demon King. Mito says that her words are hard to believe, and Arashi continues to complain that the girl is talking nonsense. The knight begins to get angered by his speech, and he orders Arashi to be silent, because before him is the saint of their country. The brown-haired man tells the old man to shut up or else he will kill him. The knight takes a fighting stance and replies that the boy will only be able to understand his place after he experiences pain. Leonora asks him to stop, but the man insists that they need to show Arashi where his place is right now. Shinjo watches from behind a column as Arashi charges at the knight. The brunette thinks that the guy has a lot of courage, since he rushed at the man with the sword without thinking. Arashi, meanwhile, is thinking that he has already fought with armed men, so he needs to dodge the first blow and hit from below. Knight Guy keeps his eyes on him and prepares to counterattack. In an instant, a flash flashes before Arashi's eyes, causing him to stop. Blood starts to flow from the cut on his forehead, and the knight asks if the boy is going to continue. The class freezes in surprise, as no one had time to notice the movement of the sword in the knight's hands. Leonora sighs and asks if this is enough for the man and asks him to put away the sword. The girl apologizes for the rude reception and assures the guys that they never wanted to harm them. She looks at the silent schoolchildren and says that she will tell them the reason why they ended up in this world. Leonora says that she will not hide anything from them and will tell them everything down to the smallest detail. So, to begin with, she asks them to remain silent. Leonora explains that in this world, humanity is experiencing an invasion by the Demon King and is on the verge of extinction. Their sacred country of Digrest continues to resist. However, despite all their efforts, they are not able to fully resist the invaders. Shinjo listens to the story while standing in the shadow of a pillar and thinks that the story about the Demon King is standard. For all of humanity, these schoolchildren, who are candidates for heroes, are the last hope. Mito hesitantly asks if they mean they have to defeat the Demon King. Narumi says that's impossible, and Hashimoto adds that they've never fought. The girl looks back and says that not every one of them is capable of simply enduring this situation. Hashimoto looks at one of his classmates who is crying and asking to be taken back to her world. The knight replies that the boys must do it, no matter how impossible it may be. He says that their only way to return home is to defeat the Demon King. His words greatly frighten the schoolchildren, and they say that they cannot believe it. Shinjo doesn't understand whether they are lying or telling the truth, but he guesses that the knight is trying to prepare them for the worst. Despite this, people who have lived their lives carefree will not be ready to commit murder, since this business requires experience and talent. Arashi smirks and says that these people called them to save their lives, but they don't care about their opinion. He asks Leonora and the knight if they really think the boys will silently obey them. Arashi looks at the man angrily and asks why he is looking at him like that. Meanwhile, the knight thinks that the guy is a promising fighter because he has not lost his fighting spirit. The man believes that because of this, Arashi could become a serious threat in the future, so he plans to get rid of him right away. Before the knight can draw his sword from its sheath, Leonora touches Arashi's face. The girl casts a spell, and the wound on the young man's forehead heals. Leonora says that they are guilty before the boys, and asks for forgiveness for all their sins. The light from the girl moves to Arashi and Nagashi, standing to the side, asks what kind of light it is. Leonora replies that she has taken advantage of the miraculous power granted to her by the god Digrest, which temporarily brings a new law into the world. Realizing that the school children don't know their world well, the girl says that in their world it's called magic. Her words make Shinjo think that these people are familiar with their culture, so this is not their first call. After finishing healing Arashi, Leonora heads towards Mito. Raising her glowing hand to his head, she says that magic is the main reason they are here. When the hand touches Mito's head, his body seems to shake. Suddenly, the headman's hands begin to glow, causing Nagase, who was standing nearby, to close her eyes. After a few moments, the light coming from Mito's hand turned into a sword with a blade glowing blue. Leonora said that her miraculous power could awaken the power of blessing in hero candidates. The girl says that the power is given randomly, and the girl cannot change it. Leonora apologizes for their selfish motives, but asks the boys to lend them their strength. Mito says that no matter how much power they are given, it won't make the boys fight any better. Leonora says the students will have to go through training, but the country promises to take full care of them. Mito understands that they have no other choice, so as the class president, he asks the guys to listen to him. He says that for their own survival, what they need most now is protection and knowledge. The elder suggests listening to strangers, because in an emergency, a blessing can save them. After listening to their classmate's speech, his classmates agreed with him. Leonora was pleased with their decision, and with their permission, she began to grant the boys God's blessing. Hashimoto Mirai, having received the blessing, was able to move objects in the air, gaining the ability of telekinesis. Arashi was very happy with his ability. He began to control the force of the explosion. The students were interested in learning about their newly acquired abilities. Someone could not unravel the secret of his power at first glance. When Leonora finished the blessing, she looked at the school children and asked if all of them had received their gift. At this moment, Shinjo decided to come out of the shadows and raised his hand, saying that he was the only one left. The girl approached the brunette and apologized for not noticing him earlier. When Leonora touched Shinjo, lightning began to appear before his eyes. The boy's eyes changed color to red, and he began to feel like something was wrong with his vision. As Shinjo looked at Leonora, a sign appeared in front of his eyes that contained all the information about the girl. At first, the girl did not understand what had happened, but after thinking a little, she assumed that the guy had received the ability to evaluate. Shinjo asked what it meant, and the girl said that with this power, one can find out details about the strength and skills of the chosen target. The guy thought about her words, raised his hand in front of him and looked at her. Shinjo's own ability chart appeared in front of him, and he compared it to the one in the game. Suddenly, his gaze was caught by movement from behind. The next second, Arashi landed next to Shinjo and slammed into the ground, causing an explosion. However, the brunette was no longer in his previous place. Feeling threatened, Shinjo jumped to the side. At the sight of the impact, a hole appeared in the stone floor. Arashi raised his fist, which was emitting heat, and asked Shinjo how his new power was. He laughed at the brunette, saying that he had received an ability that allowed him to change the color of his eyes. His classmates liked his joke, so they started laughing at Shinjo together. Nagase said that they were very pleased to see that the guy had a useless ability because he always acted arrogant. Shinjo returned his eye color and thought that the guys were celebrating too early because it was not yet known how useful their abilities were. Just as they were given powers, they can be taken away at any moment, but regardless, Shinjo remains a hired killer. Leonora interrupts them and says that the boys are still having a hard time controlling them. But after some time, their powers will help them defeat the Demon King. The girl thinks that the school children are tired, so she suggests that they take a rest that day. Already in the evening, each of the students who became candidates for heroes was taken away and distributed into different rooms. Finding himself alone in his room, Shinjo decided to climb out of the window and gather more information about this world. Two men were patrolling the area and discussing why security had been increased. One of the guards saw the boys, and now doubts whether they will be able to protect even themselves. The second guard tries to calm her colleague down and says that this is a holy job, so she must have a plan. Shinjo eavesdropped on their conversation from the shade of a tree. During the time that the brunette stood under the tree, he noticed the third patrol, which confirmed their words about increased security. Shinjo decides to peek out from behind the tree and use his ability on guard duty. According to the information from the card, the brunette learns that the man named Dan only has first-level fencing skills. Shinjo decides to go further and thinks that if the guards had miraculous powers, they would have definitely caught him. The brunette decides to walk around the area to understand where exactly he is. After some time, he roughly understood the geography around the castle and called it a typical fortified town. Shinjo stops near the entrance to the main castle and sees that it is being guarded by 2 people. Hiding in the bushes, the brunette thinks about what the situation inside the castle looks like and how difficult it will be to get inside while security is strengthened. Shinjo thinks that there is no need to rush for now, so he decides to head back. Meanwhile, 3 girls from his class gathered in the meadow, deciding that it was a nice and spacious place. One of the girls thinks that they might anger the owners, but the other assures her that they only came to practice. The instigator was Nagase, who couldn't sleep, and she said that it would be useful, and if they were caught, they would blame Hashimoto for everything. The girls decided to start training. One girl controlled plants, the second controlled water, and Nagase controlled fire. Shinjo noticed them on the way to his room and decided to watch them from the side. The so-called blessing of God makes Shinjo uneasy, so he decides to watch the girls from the sidelines. At some point, the guy tenses up from the feeling that someone is watching him. He turns around and looks behind him, trying to find what caused this feeling. One of the girls noticed a strange movement in the bushes and asked what was there. Her words attracted the attention of the other girls, and now each of them looked towards the bushes in fear. As if sensing that it has been exposed, a lizard-like monster emerges from the tall grass. The girls scream in fear, trying to understand what is in front of them. On the opposite side sits Shinjo, who has also never seen such a beast. The brunette decides to use his power to assess this creature. Shinjo learns that he is in front of a male Val lizard species, who has received the status of unexpected due to his appearance in front of the girls. The lizard, which had been sitting calmly until then, raised its head and inhaled air. The next moment he let out a threatening howl that deafened the girls. The girls got scared and screamed, after which they started running away. The lizard sensed their fear and rushed after the victims. The girls ran into the tall grass in an attempt to hide from the monster. Shinjo jumped onto the rock and thought that the lizard was aggressive, because he attacked people without a second thought. Assessing the monster, the brunette noticed that it moved on all fours quickly, but linearly, and was not distinguished by intelligence. The lizard looks large, but if you use a knife, it will most likely help. Taking a knife from his jacket sleeve, Shinjo threw it towards the lizard. The dagger sank into the creature's scales, causing it to howl in pain. However, the knife did not stay in the beast's body and fell to the ground, forcing the creature to look back. Shinjo hid behind the tree again and thought that his plan had worked, even though it had not done much harm to the lizard. The girls, meanwhile, continued trying to escape from the creature. Looking back, Nagase didn't notice the small rock under her foot and tripped. One of the girls turned around to help her fallen friend, but the second girl grabbed her hand, not allowing her to return. Nagase hurt herself when she fell and sat on the ground, rubbing her bruised head. However, she was distracted by heavy breathing near her ear. Turning around, she saw a huge lizard frozen above her and sniffing. The girl screamed in fear, but realized that she could no longer do anything. Nagase froze in place as the lizard's paw rose above her head. The girl prepared for the blow, covering her face with her hands. A few seconds later, nothing happened, and opening her eyes, the girl saw a lizard lying on the ground with a dagger stuck in his head. Tears came to the girl's eyes from fear. She looked in surprise at the dead creature right in front of her, which just a second earlier had almost killed her. Seeing that the danger had passed, the friends ran up to Nagase to help her get up from the ground. The girl looked at the dagger and asked what happened and who saved her. The friends decide to leave this place quickly so as not to meet another monster. After waiting a bit, Shinjo said that there was no particular reason to kill the lizard, but if it had just left, it would not have been possible to sleep normally. When the girls disappeared from sight, the brunette approached the monster and took his knives. But at some point he again felt that someone was watching him. Shinjo hid behind the lizard's body and then carefully peered out from behind the shelter. Not far from him on the lawn stood a large stone, from behind which came a barely perceptible rustling sound. Shinjo sat in ambush for some time, waiting for the intruder to show up. However, no one showed up, so the guy decided it was time for him to leave too. In the blink of an eye, Shinjo ran away from the lawn. For a while there was silence on the street. As Shinjo disappeared from the scene, a silhouette in a dark cloak emerged from behind the column. The stranger walked up to the lizard and stepped on its head, crushing it. He said he was very disappointed with the hero candidates. However, one of them still interested him due to its similar smell. The monster that remained on the field was found by the guards, and the next morning it was shown to the hero candidates. The school children looked at the unknown creature with fear. Night Guy told the boys that yesterday evening this monster was walking near the walls of the capital. Mito looked at the strange creature with puzzlement. Arashi and his friends also examined the unknown monster. One of the girls in the class burst into tears because she was afraid that such monsters exist. Guy explains that the monsters are the Demon King's minions, so their main targets are the hero candidates. At this time, the monster was examined by a man named Steady, who concluded that the creature had traces of witchcraft, and that a demon of a mid-level or even higher level had worked on it. Shinjo hides from prying eyes behind a column again, and hears Steady suggest that the enemy has decided to scout out the situation. Shinjo hears that witchcraft is being talked about differently than last time, and thinks that it might be different from miraculous power. Mito listened carefully to his elders and asked if the monster was really controlled by a demon. Steady says that the guy is right, because strong demons can control monsters and use slave magic for this. The scientist explains that monsters emerge from living organisms, and that the source of their power is the evil that comes from the Demon King. Night Guy thinks it's time for them to leave and drags Steady away from the students. Shinjo thought that the scientist could be used in the future to gather information. However, the main problem at the moment is that the monster was controlled by someone. Thinking about this, Shinjo remembers that the monster's card said that it was in subordinate status. The brunette guesses that at the moment when he felt someone's gaze, it could well have been a demon. Shinjo thinks that the demon is skilled, since it was difficult to notice, but this could mean that it is still walking around somewhere. From behind, the brunette begins to feel mental pressure. A strange voice in his head asks if Shinjo is afraid of his imminent death. The boy freezes in place and hears the demon say that he doesn't need to be afraid. Arashi at this time says that they need to defeat the Demon King, because he does not intend to stay in this world for long. Kenzaki supports him, saying that the guy is sometimes right. Mito agrees with them, because if they want to return home, they have no other choice. Some students do not share their views because they are scared of monsters. Shinjo thinks that the guys have become bold because this world is like a game. But despite this, war is still war, so they will have to kill. At this moment, Leonora comes up to them and says that the guys shouldn't be in such a hurry. The girl reminds that they do not yet understand the full essence of their powers, so they need to go through training first. Leonora said that the boys were summoned to this world as hero candidates, so the speed of their progress is different from the locals. So, a whole week has passed since the start of training. Shinjo sits alone in the library and wonders why they can communicate with the locals without language barriers. The brunette turns his gaze to the window, where noise is heard. His classmates are working on the training field, learning the specifics of their abilities. Appraisal is not the most suitable blessing for combat, so Shinjo was banned from participating in training, but was given access to the library. The guy remembers Leonora's words that knowledge is also power. After that, the whole class started laughing at Shinjo. The guy gets up from the table and reflects on the fact that despite his efforts, he still couldn't find a single book about demons. Under the leadership of the knights, the students split into pairs and fought against each other. Shinjo went outside and watched them from the side, thinking that the guys were developing by leaps and bounds. Among all the students, the brunette singled out 5, one of them being Narumi with his wind ability. Second is Arashi, due to his explosive power and dedication to training. The third was Kanzaki, who had the power to force her opponent to obey her orders. The fourth is Hashimoto and her ability to control earth rocks. Closing the list of the strongest is Nagase with her ability to manipulate fire. Besides these 5, there is one more person who surpassed them all. At that moment, the sword was torn from the knight's hands and flew in the opposite direction. This outstanding student fought with the knight and was able to disarm him. The knight gave in, saying that the guy was truly amazing, as he had already become stronger than him. This outstanding student was the class president, Mito. The boy looked at the knight with a smile and thanked him for his instructions. Shinjo uses his ability on Mito and notices that his strength has increased at an incredible rate. Even if the chief is a genius, this is an unimaginable leap, which may indicate that God's blessing not only gives ability, but also affects their bodies. It was decided to take a break, so the students began to leave the training ground. Noticing Shinjo standing at the edge, they began to laugh at them, telling him to read books since he didn't know how to fight. The brunette didn't pay attention to their ridicule. Shinjo had long since noticed that the entire class had begun to look down on him. He believes that this was provoked by their growth in power. One of his classmates reaches out to Shinju, telling him not to ignore him, since they are friends. Unbeknownst to his classmates, the brunette knocked the guy down. The classmate didn't have time to understand what had happened before he found himself lying on the ground. Shinjo asked him what happened and if he was hurt. Some looked at the fallen guy with surprise, and some with a grin. The victim was about to fight Shinjo, but Arashi stopped him, saying that Leonora was coming towards them. The girl left the building accompanied by her knight. With a smile on her face, Leonora walked closer to the training ground. The students immediately turned their attention to her, and the knights helping with the training knelt down. Leonora thanked them for their attention. The girl praised the boys for their success, noting that their growth was so fast that it surprised everyone. In connection with this, a decision was made to accelerate the training schedule. The boys were scared that they would be sent to fight the Demon King right now, but Leonora calmed them down. She said it was time to move from training to practice. That is, to fight a real monster. The students thought about her words. The girls, who had previously come face to face with the monster, looked scared. A smile blossomed on Shinjo's face at that moment, because he wanted to evaluate his classmates' abilities in action. After some time, a group of students led by Leonora and the knight entered the forest where the practice would take place. Guy said that they couldn't move in a large group because it would only get in the way. He gave the order to split into teams of 2 to 3 people. Nagase took the idea calmly and invited Mito to join her, and another girl also asked to join their team. 2 of his imitators asked to join Arashi's team, under the pretext that the guy was the strongest of them. According to the distribution, it turned out that Narumi ended up on Hashimoto's team, which upset the girl. Night Guy looked at the students and asked if they had all formed teams. His gaze was drawn to Shinjo and Kanzaki standing apart from everyone else. The girl was upset that no one invited her to join their team. His classmates didn't dare to do this because they were very afraid of Kanzaki. The girl didn't pay attention to them and suggested that Shinjo join forces, to which the guy agreed. Looking at Kanzaki, the brunette thinks that this girl is very confident and cold-blooded, so she will not let anyone stand in her way. The girl hadn't paid any attention to Shinjo all this time, but feeling his gaze, she turned around. She asked him why he was looking at her so strangely, but Shinjo told her not to worry about it. When the boy turned away, the girl turned her attention to the mentors. Leonora wished everyone good luck and said that the team that defeated the most monsters would receive a special reward from them. At the direction of the mentors, the practice began, and the teams went their separate ways. Shinjo and Kanzaki were on the same team, but the boy still preferred to stay a little to the side. The girl said that her blessing was much stronger than the rest of her classmates, so Shinjo shouldn't get in her way. The brunette took her statement calmly and said that he relied on Kanzaki. The girl took his behavior as a lack of pride on the part of the guy and continued on her way. Shinjo decided to stand aside and assess Kanzaki's fighting potential. While the girl walked carefree through the forest, the brunette already felt where the monsters were. According to his observations, 4 monsters were following him and decided to surround them. Suddenly, a small goblin appeared from the bushes opposite Kanzaki. The girl stopped, clearly not expecting him to appear. The monster ran towards the girl, waving a club. Kanzaki didn't lose her composure and put her hand forward, ordering the monster to fall. Submitting to the power of control, the goblin fell to the ground. Shinjo remained behind the girl and watched what was happening carefully. Kanzaki's power turns out to be control, which allows her to force others to do her bidding. Shinjo tells the girl that there are more monsters around. The girl heard him and ordered the goblin to drop his weapon. When the monster had done as instructed, she ordered him to keep his hands behind his back. Shinjo noticed that the girl looked tired, to which she replied that using the blessing for a long time was exhausting. Turning around, the brunette ordered Kanzaki to quickly deal with the monster before the others arrived. The girl looked at the crying goblin and said that she couldn't do it because he looked like a child. Shinjo replied that it didn't matter, since he attacked them, so he was considered their enemy. The boy's words convinced Kanzaki, but she was in no hurry to kill the goblin. Shinjo picked up a stone from the ground, thinking that even after receiving power, the girl remained an ordinary confused schoolgirl. As he tossed the stone in his hand, the boy thought that the most important thing was for Kanzaki to make the right decision when danger came. At this time, other goblins began to emerge from behind the bushes. 3 monsters bared their sharp teeth at them. Kanzaki heard them and turned around. Shinjo called out to the girl, saying that the rest of the monsters had come out into the light. After his words, the girl put out her other hands and gave the order to fall to the ground. Her control extended to these monsters as well, forcing them to press themselves to the ground. Shinjo noticed that Kanzaki was starting to run out of steam and asked what she would do next. The girl asked if the guy was going to help her, but Shinjo reminded her that she had told him to stay out of the way. Kanzaki cursed and said that she would kill them, because that was what the guy expected from her. The girl waved her hand, ordering the goblins to wring their own necks. Shaking with fear, the goblins placed their hands on their own heads. Unable to resist control, the monsters killed themselves. When the goblins died, the girl released her control, catching her breath. Shinjo was surprised that Kanzaki dealt with them in such a way, and the girl said that it would not work on a stronger opponent. The girl covered her mouth with her hand and said that this was not how she imagined participating in a real fight. Shinjo reminded her that they were the ones who attacked them, which makes them enemies, whether they are monsters or humans. The guy calmly looks at the corpses of the monsters and says that the girl can act differently if she wants to die herself. Kanzaki looks at him in surprise and asks why he is acting calm, despite the fact that he doesn't really have any strength. Shinjo examines the goblin bodies and says that one of his strengths is that he is not easily scared. The brunette asks what they will do next, because if Kanzaki is afraid, then they can go back. After talking with Shinjo, the girl seemed to come to her senses and looked at the goblins' bodies. Turning away, she said they needed to continue practicing. Looking at the girl, Shinjo thought that she was stubborn, but she had a stable psyche, so it was possible to work with her. As they went deeper into the forest, Kanzaki said that she was curious about how the others' training was going. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, the sounds of running can be heard. Hashimoto and Narumi are running away from something while thinking about what they need to do. Narumi decides to stop running and stops. The guy decides to use what he has, so he calls upon the power of the wind. Hashimoto gave in to his zeal and lifted a large rock into the air using her power. They pooled their blessings and acted as a team. Thanks to this, the large stone was picked up by the airflow and sent towards the monster. The stone smashed against the monster, shattering into small pieces. The monster had a head that resembled the face of a large bear with red stripes. The monster's body was covered with red plates, similar in hardness to armor. Large claws were visible on the paws. Narumi fell to the ground in fear, asking what they should do next. The boys didn't understand how they could deal with a huge armored bear. At this time, Kanzaki remembers that she was raised by her grandfather, whom she promised to make happy, so she must return. The girl is worried that her disappearance has saddened him. Shinjo said that if they continued to go straight ahead, they might get lost, but the girl replied that this would not happen. The guy told her that she hadn't been in the woods long enough for her to really believe that. Kanzaki was angered by his words and told him to be quiet. The girl looked at Shinjo, wondering what kind of guy he was, since he had looked scary before. The brunette looked around but noticed that they were looking at him. He asked the girl why she was looking at him, and she immediately turned away. Suddenly, a loud female scream echoed through the forest. The team looked in the direction where the sound was coming from, and Kanzaki said it was Hashimoto's voice. Shinjo assumed that the girl was in trouble and asked what they would do. Kanzaki walks towards the noise, saying that they should help and hopes that the girl is not hurt. Shinjo waited for the girl to walk forward and said that she was surprisingly kind. The girl was confused by his words and asked what Shinjo thought about her before. A second later, Kanzaki said it didn't matter and went to the rescue. At this time, Hashimoto was thrown aside by the monster's paws. Narumi stood on the other side of the girl and asked if she was okay. The girl's face was bruised and her forehead was covered in blood, but she replied that she was fine and told the guy to run away. Narumi didn't listen to her and ran closer, intending to help the girl up. However, at that moment, a large shadow loomed over them. Turning around, Narumi saw the monster raising its paw above them, preparing to strike. Before the monster struck, Kanzaki's voice was heard ordering the monster to stop. The monster's paw was gripped by an invisible force, forcing it to stop. The creature howled because it could not control its actions. Kanzaki stood in front of Narumi and Hashimoto, blocking her classmate's view. The guy thanked the girl for saving him, but she replied that she wouldn't be able to hold him back for long. Shinjo followed the girl out of the forest. He observed Kanzaki's actions and asked Narumi if Hashimoto was alive. The guy did not leave the unconscious girl and said that she had received serious injuries but was still breathing. Shinjo turned away from them and ordered Narumi to pick up Hashimoto and run away. The blonde refused, citing the fact that he could not leave them alone. However, Shinjo pressed him, asking if he wanted Hashimoto to be left to die slowly. After his words, he put the girl on his back and was about to leave, and Shinjo asked him to find and call Mido or Leonora. When the silhouette of the guy and the girl disappeared from view, the brunette looked at the monster. The creature was still immobilized by Kanzaki, but continued to resist. Coming a little closer, Shinjo used his appraisal ability. Based on the ability table, the boy learned that they were facing an armored bear. The monster had amazing skills, especially defense, and also had the status of a mutant, which greatly puzzled the brunette. Shinjo examined the bear and realized that he could not penetrate its fur and defense. At that moment, Kanzaki's voice was heard, saying that she could no longer maintain control. The next second, the mutant was able to escape from the girl's control. Shinjo said that they had bought enough time for Narumi and Hashimoto, and now they had to escape themselves. Kanzaki agreed with him and already turned around to run away. However, the next moment she fell to the ground, clearly frightened by something. The girl was shaking and told Shinjo that she couldn't feel her legs. Meanwhile, the monster chose the girl as his victim and headed towards her. Shinjo realized that things were bad, so he started looking for something in his cloak. Feeling the gas canister, the guy removed the pin and threw it at the monster. The space began to fill with smoke, hiding Kanzaki from the monster's sight. Taking advantage of the situation, Shinjo hid in the shadow of a tree. Kanzaki didn't have time to realize when she found herself in the boy's arms. She was about to say something, but Shinjo ordered her to remain silent if she didn't want them to be noticed. The brunette lowered the girl to the ground and began to watch the monster. When the mutant had moved a sufficient distance away, Kanzaki asked what that smoke was. Shinjo said it was just a regular smoke bomb he made out of boredom while the boys were training. But that was a lie. The brunette came into this world with his own weapons, namely a smoke bomb, 2 knives and a pistol, but he didn't want to use them again. Kanzaki apologized to Shinjo for wanting to save Narumi and Hashimoto, but in the end, she was the one who had to be saved. The brunette said there was no point in her apologizing, but she could just thank him. The girl agreed with him and thanked him for his help. Shinjo said that if the girl were always so polite, people would be drawn to her. Kanzaki got angry and wanted to say something, but the brunette reminded her that the monster was still nearby. The girl asked what they would do next, and Shinjo replied that there was no point in running away. The monster looked around and turned towards the noise. He finally managed to find people. In front of him stood Mido with his team, who said that he was now his opponent. The elder used his blessing and summoned a sword that protects from evil. Thus began the battle between the mutant with the strongest defense and the best of the hero candidates. The girls from Team Mido remained standing aside. The elder swung his sword and rushed at the monster. The modified bear also began to attack the guy. Mido deftly dodged the first blow and entered the monster's blind spot. Gripping the sword tightly with both hands, Mido put his strength into it. The next second, a barely noticeable bright flash flashed by. Mido struck with great speed and force, injuring the mutant's paw. The blow should have caused more damage, which allowed the elder to assess the strength of the skin. At this time, Nagase covered Mido from behind and told him to step aside. Using her power, the girl sent a fireball towards the mutant. Despite the fact that the monster's fur was durable, it still consisted of flammable material. The girl grinned smugly, saying that she had expected this from the start. Mido jumped away from the monster and praised Nagase for the job he had done. But contrary to their expectations, the fire quickly went out without causing significant damage to the beast. Their actions only made the bear even more angry. The smirk disappeared from Nagase's face, and she now looked scared. Mido ordered the girl to remain calm. The elder noticed that after Nagase's attack, the beast noticeably slowed down. Mido is confident that the 3 of them can defeat him. The main thing is not to rush. His words gave the girls confidence and made them believe in themselves. The boys took turns hitting the beast, exhausting it. At this time, the demon Delphus, who had previously been watching Shinjo, was watching them from the side. He said with a grin that it was only a matter of time before these children died. Delphus understood that the armored bear would not defeat them. He was amazed by the speed of development and the calmness of some of the guys. Mido especially caught his attention. The demon took out a dagger and thought that before he wanted to scout out the situation, but now he decided to kill Mido here and now. Meanwhile, the class leader continued to hit the bear. The mutant was wounded, and his movements became constrained. Mido told the girls to finish. The elder dealt the bear the final crushing blow. The demon thought that the boy should take this lesson with him to the next world. The lesson should be that after killing an enemy, you can't relax. The demon was already preparing to jump out of the bushes and strike Mido in the back, but something made him freeze in place. While the demon was distracted, someone crept up on him unnoticed and put a knife to his throat. Shinjo stood behind Delphus, his eyes glowing red. The demon was confused, and the brunette told him to remember that one should never let down one's guard before killing. Delphus had no choice but to throw the dagger to the ground. The demon raised his hands up, showing that he was surrendering. Delphus looked around, not believing that he could have been caught off guard. He had no intention of giving up, and was already thinking about an escape plan. As if reading the demon's intentions, Shinjo stabbed him in the legs. The demon lost the ability to stand on his feet and fell to the ground. He let out a groan of pain, but Shinjo ordered him to be quiet so that Mido and his friends wouldn't notice them. The brunette said that he would let the demon go if he answered all his questions. Delphus was outraged by his words and asked who Shinjo was that he should be obeyed without question. Then the brunette said that he was a shadow from another world. The demon clenched his teeth in anger at himself. He realized that all this time he had been feeling the creepy aura not from Mido, but from this guy. Shinjo said he felt like he was being followed, but he couldn't track down the demon. He said his plan was to use Mido as bait. Shinjo says that he came from another world, so he doesn't know much, which is why he wants Delphus to tell him everything about demons. The demon chuckled and asked if the guy really thought they would tell him everything. After his words, a loud crunch is heard. The demon howled from the pain in his back. Shinjo stood up and said that it would be in the demon's best interest to speak. Otherwise, he promises to give Delphus hell on earth. The demon is suffering from pain, but thinks that the guy should not underestimate him. Delphus understands that he won't get out alive, so he grins, clenching his teeth. Shinjo guesses what the demon is going to do. Delphus kept an ampule of poison in his mouth in case he was tortured. Having figured her out, the demon signed his own death warrant. Shinjo jumped to the side, afraid that the poison could be dangerous for him too. The brunette sighs, and thinks that the Demon King's army is well prepared and will only cause them trouble. Shinjo activates his ability to view information about the demon. However, he is distracted by Kanzaki, who comes up from behind and asks if the demon is dead. Shinjo stopped using the blessing and turned his gaze to the girl who had approached. Kanzaki looked at the dead demon with fear. Shinjo decided to find out how much the girl had managed to see. The blonde replied that she had come at the moment when the demon had fallen. Shinjo tells her that it is an assassin from the Demon King's army. The armored bear that the boys had fought earlier was under his control. Also, the lizard that attacked Nagase and her friends was under the control of a demon. The girl looked at Shinjo in shock and asked if the demon wanted to kill them. The brunette says that it goes without saying that the Demon King would send someone to kill the hero candidates. Kanzaki agrees with him and says that she was naive. However, she wonders how only Shinjo was able to notice the demon. The guy decides that now there is no point in hiding the truth from Kanzaki, who has already seen everything. He tells her that in their world he worked part-time carrying out contract killings, which is why he sensed his colleague. Kanzaki is frightened by his words and asks what murders Shinjo is talking about. The brunette says that he doesn't care whether the girl believes his words or not, but she sees the corpse with her own eyes. The girl begins to suspect that the main danger now is her classmate. Shinjo asks Kanzaki not to tell anyone about what she saw today. Their class is already saddened by Hashimoto's injury. His words make Kanzaki relax a little, and she agrees with the guy. She says that Shinjo is kind because he is considerate of his classmates' feelings. The brunette explains this by saying that they are not used to fighting, unlike him. Shinjo heads towards his classmates, glancing towards Kanzaki. He believes that her powers of control may be useful to him in the future. After some time, the class gathers in one place, but Shinjo continues to stand a little to the side. One of the students uses her divine power to heal Hashimoto. This girl's name is Hano Shiori. She has long dark hair and dark gray eyes. She uses her healing power and runs her hand along Hashimoto's body. Warm sunlight emanates from her hand as she holds it to the victim's face. The next moment, the wounds on Hashimoto's body quickly heal, leaving no trace. The crowd of classmates watches what is happening in amazement. Narumi sits down next to Hano and asks if Hashimoto is okay, and the girl reassures him, promising that in an hour the girl will be completely healthy. The blonde sighs in relief and begins to praise Mido for defeating such a ferocious monster. The elder confirms that the monster was strong, but also says that together they can defeat anyone. His words raise the class's spirits, but Shinjo remains aloof from it. He stands leaning against a tree with his eyes closed, but he still feels someone's gaze. He asks Kanzaki why she is looking at him like that, and the girl immediately turns away. At this moment, Leonora comes out to the class with the night guy. Their appearance makes the students turn towards them. After they appear, Mido greets them but looks quite confused. Narumi asks them where they have been all this time. Night guy says that they were watching them from nearby, and these words made Narumi angry. The man explains why they didn't help them by saying that the training wouldn't be effective if they had to help all the time. Mido doesn't like the situation either, saying that Hashimoto was in such danger that she could have died. The knight replies that in a real battle, everyone's life is in danger of death. In the future, the guys will face exactly such battles. So Guy recommends that the guys come to their senses and gather their strength. Mido says that Leonora and the knight deceive them by saying that only weak monsters live in the forest. Leonora interrupts their conversation and says that this is most likely the work of a demon killer. After her words, some of the students begin to whisper fearfully. Leonora explains that there were never any armored bears in this forest, so the demon tried to assess their strength in this way. The knight suggests that the demon is still in the forest. Leonora says they will increase security and increase training, otherwise all the guys will be killed. Some of the students are unhappy with this arrangement. They believe that they are already working at the limit. Others tremble with fear at the thought that they might all be killed. Mido says that all this is ridiculous because this is their first real fight and the guys are nervous. With a smile on her face, Leonora replies that the boys will have to go through this, even if it is ridiculous. Otherwise, they will all be killed. Her answer makes even the class president scared. Arashi expresses his displeasure at the fact that they were already summoned against their will and are now being given orders. He was about to get closer to Leonora, but his path was blocked by the night guy. The knight says that they are all just pawns of Lady Leonora, and therefore must obey her orders without question. All these words make the guys feel humiliated. Arashi gets angry at the knight and threatens to kill him here and now, but Mito tries to calm him down. Arashi doesn't understand why the headman is standing up for these people. Mito explains his actions by saying that if they harm them, they will become enemies of the entire state and will not be able to survive. The knight calms down a little and promises that as long as the boys obey them, no one will be harmed. Arashi smirks and asks if they will really become enemies of the country, after which he decides to challenge them and activates his power. Knight Guy did not expect that Arashi would dare to engage in open combat. He doesn't have time to react to the attack and sees the flash of an explosion approaching him. Arashi's view is blocked by the light from the explosion and a smoke screen. There is no sound because of the smoke. Arashi clenches his hand into a fist and says it was very simple. In an instant, the foggy veil clears and a knight appears before him, surrounded by blue light. Arashi doesn't understand how the man managed to remain unharmed. While he was looking at the knight in surprise, the latter hit him in the face with his fist. Guy was surrounded by a blue glow, as if from lightning, and he looked very angry. The force of the blow was so great that Arashi was thrown to the side. The guy fell to the ground and froze motionless. The blow he received caused his nose to bleed. The students looked on in horror as the class's biggest bully was defeated in one blow. After teaching Arashi a lesson, the knight calmed down a little and said that this was all the students were capable of. As he left with Leonora, he told the boys to get ready, because tomorrow their training would be more rigorous. The friends immediately ran to Arashi to help him get up from the ground, but he pushed them away. The boy promised himself that he would kill this knight someday. The next day after combat practice, the class gathered next to the stone building in front of Leonora and Steady. The man informed them that by order of Madame Leonora, he was becoming their trainer for the day. Steady remembers that some of the students were injured and asks if they are okay. Hashimoto raises his hand and says that she was injured, but thanks to Hano's healing, it is already healed. After this, the girl points her finger to the side and says that this scoundrel is also normal. She points to Guy Arashi, who has recovered from the blow and who only reacts with a snort. Steady is overjoyed to hear that the blessings also included healing. The scientist suggests getting down to business and explains the essence of today's training. He says that the guys are now near his research center, where they will fight monsters today. Mito decides to rephrase his words, saying that the place is overrun with monsters. Steady grins and adjusts his glasses. The doors begin to open, and the scientist says that it will be easier if the boys see everything with their own eyes. The building is indeed overrun with various monsters, but they are all in cages. For example, several goblins. In another cage sits a lizard, already familiar to the children, who is trying to gnaw through the bars. The further the guys go, the stronger the monsters become. For example, the red ogre. The monster looks angrily at the boys passing by, which makes the girls scared. The students follow their mentors, looking around. Leonora and Steady walk ahead, and the scientist says that this is his collection of monsters for experiments. Leonora explains that the Steady Research Center is also used as a field training ground for soldiers. The scientist says that it is useful for him to watch battles, because that is how he learns about the characteristics of each monster. Being in this room, even Mito, who always seems unperturbed, looks a little scared. And so the combat practice of the candidates for heroes began, each of them fighting separately with different monsters. However, Shinjo still remained aloof from this. He watches his classmates from the sidelines and is surprised by their calmness, but considers this to be the result of yesterday's events. Despite this, Shinjo still senses fear in their movements. At this time, Nagase is fighting the orc on the field, but she cannot stay on her feet and falls. She rises to her feet, rubbing her bruised areas. The orc is wounded in places by fire, but still maintains a fighting spirit. Mito jumps up and tells Steady that the monster is too dangerous. The scientist says that he doesn't think so, because Leonora asked him to be stricter with them. He looks back at the battlefield and says that the boys still don't fully understand what's going on here. Steady says that firstly, a hero candidate who received divine blessing would never lose to such a weak monster. Nagase, meanwhile, was clearly tired of all these games. She raised her hand up and summoned a powerful stream of fire. The girl directed the stream towards the orc, and he was engulfed in a powerful flame, burning him alive. Steady watches this from the stands with a smile and says that the guys were capable of more from the very beginning, but fear and hesitation hinder them. Mito calmed down a bit and asked if that was really the only problem. Steady says that as the level of divine blessing increases, it is even possible to receive another blessing. Their conversation is interrupted by Shinjo, who asks Mito to pay attention to him. The class president turns to his classmate in surprise and asks what happened. Shinjo activates his blessing and says that he has discovered another blessing on Mito. The ability table says that the first blessing is a sword that protects against evil, and the second is a deadly attack on a monster. Mido is surprised, so he asks Steady to send him out onto the battlefield next to try out the new ability. Sometime later, the Elder comes out onto the field and activates his blessing. An orc was chosen as his opponent. Mido activates his first blessing and summons a sword that protects against evil. The next step is to activate a deadly attack on the monster. After seeing his abilities, the orc looks very scared, even before he starts fighting. Mido apologizes to him and says that there will be no mercy. The orc does not seek to attack, but rather tries to dodge the blow. He covers his face with his hand and lets out a loud scream. With one swing of his sword, Mido cuts off the monster's arm. The orc looks at the severed limb in horror and howls in pain. The Elder decides not to torture him for long and swings his sword one more time. With one movement, he deprives the orc of his head. Mido's classmates enthusiastically shout and support him from the stands. Watching the chief, Shinjo realizes that even the armored bear is no match for him now, and wonders if he himself can receive another blessing. After that, the brunette turns his gaze to Arashi and tests his abilities, since he is also one of the strongest in the class. Shinjo sees that the boy has several blessings as well, but decides there is no point in telling him about it. The brunette thinks that in this world, standard methods do not work, so he must come up with a workout individually for himself. It's deep night outside, and the moon and stars are visible in the sky. We find ourselves next to the house where the students live. Several guys, led by Arashi, gathered in one of the rooms. Narumi looks at his classmate slightly worriedly and asks if the guy is serious. Arashi suggests that they kill Guy and then capture Leonora and torture her for a way to return to her world. Some of the guys enthusiastically support his idea and suggest killing Leonora so that she can no longer call them back. Arashi sees Narumi's hesitation and asks him to join them, as they have already suffered enough due to Guy and Leonora's actions. Narumi asks what their chances of success are, and Arashi convinces him that with him, their chances will increase. The blonde doesn't like this idea. He wants to go home, but he's not ready to kill someone for this. However, memories of Hashimoto being injured flash before his eyes. For her sake, he decides to join the team. The next day, the boys continued their training, this time in the field. Mido continued to practice his strikes using the blessing. Shinjo watched his classmates closely from the side. Looking at the headman, the brunette noted his zeal. Mido heard him and turned around. The Elder said that he was still too weak, so he had to find a way to become stronger. Shinjo asked if it was true that Mido could defeat half of the knights in this country. The village chief agrees with him, but claims that he still cannot defeat Knight Guy, so he will only calm down when he can protect all the boys. Shinjo is surprised by his words, and then asks what Mido thinks about Leonora. The guy replies that they are indeed pawns for the girl, so they will not be touched as long as they follow their orders. Shinjo asks if the village chief will fight the Demon King to the death as Leonora ordered. Mido replies that this is exactly what he will do, since everything has already been decided. However, the village chief says that he will be the only one who will fight the Demon King. The guy wants to negotiate a good life for all his classmates with Leonora in exchange for this, but Shinjo doesn't think it will work. Mido says he only swings his sword to get her confession. Suddenly, their attention is drawn to the voice of Leonora, who praises the children for their good work. Leonora appears on the field accompanied by her knight. Steady, who had been watching the boys train, heads towards them with a smile on his face. Leonora informs him that during their absence, the hero candidates will be in his care. Nagase catches on to their conversation and asks where Leonora and Guy are heading. The blonde doesn't give a specific answer, only saying that they will be gone for a few days, during which time Steady will be their supervisor. After these words, Leonora and the knight turn around and say that it is time for them to go. Their silhouettes are removed from the field. The further they walk, the wider the smile on Steady's face becomes. The training continues and time flies. At this time, Leonora gets into the carriage driven by Guy, and they set off on their journey. On the road, the knight asks the girl if everything will be okay, but she does not understand what he is talking about. Guy asks her to stop pretending because he suspects that Arashi is up to something. The girl calmly continues to drink tea, which makes it clear that she already knows about it. She tells the knight that most likely, Arashi wants to rebel against them. Guy asks how Leonora plans to deal with this situation. The girl replies that she is interested to see what the guy comes up with, so she suggests waiting a little. Guy is not against her idea, but he is afraid of the possibility that the hero candidates might unite. Leonora tries to calm her knight, saying that they will not defeat her in any case. She says it won't happen because it's impossible. Guy knows this, but still doubts it, and then the girl says that it could be beneficial for them. Leonora wanted to gradually begin to show the children where their place is in this world. The girl's eye color changes, and she says that this is a great reason to break the hero's claws. The girl returns to her previous appearance and says that there is another suspicious person, but does not know whether to leave him alone. Night falls outside and a huge moon illuminates the dark forest. Shinjo went out for his usual night walk to practice killing monsters. A lizard ox is chasing the guy, but doesn't manage to reach the brunette. Shinjo turns around and takes out a dagger from under his cloak. Jumping into the air, the guy throws a knife towards the monster. The dagger plunges unhindered into the lizard's head, killing it on the spot. Landing next to the monster, Shinjo is convinced that it is dead. After this, he activates the evaluation ability on himself, saying that he killed this monster in 13 seconds. Shinjo assumes that he leveled up after killing Delphus, but doesn't understand how this can be put into practice. The guy's attention is drawn to a noise behind him, so he turns around. At the last moment, he notices the ogre, who is already raising his hand to strike. The monster hits the ground where the brunette stood just a second ago. Shinjo managed to jump back in time, but he was very surprised by the appearance of this monster. Noticing that the boy had dodged, the ogre rushed towards him with a furious cry. Shinjo didn't hesitate, and took out 3 throwing daggers from his cloak. With a wave of his hand, the boy threw the daggers towards the ogre. However, they did not harm the monster, but simply bounced off him. Shinjo looked at the ogre in horror, noting that it was incredibly durable. But the guy quickly came to his senses and decided that this was a unique opportunity for experiments. Dodging the monster's quick strikes, Shinjo activates his ability. Instead of the usual sign, the guy sees a glow in the area of the ogre's back of the head. Shinjo realizes that this is highlighting the monster's weak spot, and then jumps. Finding himself behind the enemy, the brunette takes out another dagger. The weapon pierces right into the illuminated area of the body, causing the monster to let out a cry of pain. Shinjo lands to the side and sees the ogre fall to the ground motionless. Thanks to this incident, the brunette was able to understand how the display of weak points works. Looking at his hand, Shinjo thinks that it is not a bad power, but he will not last long in this world with it. The guy is serious, so he clenches his hand into a fist. Shinjo set himself the goal of becoming stronger as quickly as possible. Several goblins jumped out of the bushes onto Shinjo. The boy turned towards them and took advantage of his blessing. Weak spots on the creatures' bodies instantly glowed red. Without relaxing for a moment, Shinjo took out several throwing daggers and threw them at the targets. The knives unerringly pierced the monster's weak points. With one blow, the brunette managed to kill all the goblins. The guy remained standing in his place with his hand extended to the side. As he expected, the weak points of these creatures were the brain and heart, since they were ordinary monsters. Shinjo thought that he should find other types of monsters to train against. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of footsteps, and apparently the stranger was approaching the brunette. A silhouette with a flashlight in his hands appeared among the trees in the depths of the forest. After a few moments, Shinjo was able to make out Kanzaki's silhouette, who was not very surprised by the meeting. Shinjo, on the other hand, didn't understand what the girl was doing in the forest at such a time, so he asked her directly about it. Kanzaki said that she tried to find the guy in the dorm, but he wasn't there, so she decided to check the forest. Shinjo sighed and told her that the forest wasn't safe at this time, so he asked her to go back to the dorm. The girl was outraged by his words, and she said that these words also applied to him. Shinjo says that he is used to fighting monsters in the dark, but it will be difficult for a girl to cope with this. Kanzaki asks him to stop making excuses and asks why the guy goes out at night. The brunette replies that he is experimenting with a new blessing. The girl doesn't understand what he's talking about. Shinjo reminds her of Steady's words that if you increase the level of the blessing, there is a chance to receive a new blessing. The girl thinks about his words and asks what new blessing he has received. Shinjo turns away from her and says she doesn't need to know. This makes the girl angry, and she says that she was worried about the guy for nothing and came for him. The brunette turns around in surprise and asks if the girl was really worried about him. Kanzaki immediately blushes and says that she didn't mean it that way. Shinjo turns away again and tells the girl to go back to the dorm while he experiments a little more. Kanzaki doesn't like this idea and says she will go with him. Suddenly, the girl's gaze is drawn to something strange off to the side of them. Kanzaki points to the side and asks Shinjo if he sees smoke. In fact, on the side where the hostel is located, bright light and smoke are visible. At this time, the dormitory where the students were accommodated was engulfed in flames. Monsters appeared out of nowhere and attacked the residents of the hero candidates. Many of the students were already asleep, so they ran out of the building in their night clothes. Upon leaving the house, many different monsters were waiting for them. Hono, along with several girls, ran out of the house in her nightgown and did not know where to run. An ogre appeared right in front of her, blocking the girl's path. The girl has a blessing that will not help her defeat such an opponent, but suddenly a blue flash appears. At the moment when the girl was already in despair, Mito came to her aid. The headman neutralized the monster and asked the girl if she was okay. Hono hid behind the guy in fear and thanked him for his help, saying that she was fine. At that moment, several goblins began to approach them, causing Mito to shield the girl with his body. The elder squeezed the sword in his hand and said that there was no end to the monsters. Before the monsters could rush at Mito and Hano, they were engulfed in flames. Nagase, who was standing behind them, was indignant that she had been sleeping very well, but was awakened by this noise. The girl asked what was going on here, but Arashi interrupted her, saying that now was not the best time to ask questions. More than half of the building is already engulfed in flames. Shinjo and Kanzaki saw the smoke and rushed towards the dorm to find out what happened. They arrived just as the battle with the monsters was in full swing. Narumi met them first and was glad that the boys were not hurt. Shinjo said that they went out for a walk and asked what was going on, but Narumi replied that he himself did not understand anything. The brunette said that it all looked more like a human action, so he assumed that there must be a puppeteer somewhere nearby. As soon as he said this, a familiar voice came from the wall, confirming his words. Steady sat on the roof of the wall with a smile on his face and watched what was happening. Seeing the scientist, Shinjo said that it was no wonder where the crowd of monsters came from. Steady confirmed his suspicions and said that he had to enhance his subjects with drugs in order to carry out his plan. Shinjo asked the scientist what his goals were and why he wanted to kill hero candidates. Steady replied that he held no grudge against the boys, but he had received orders from above, so he could not disobey. Kanzaki was surprised by his words and asked if Leonora could have given this order. Steady stood up and said that Leonora had nothing to do with this matter. The scholar said that he received an order from the Demon King, thus revealing himself to the students. The Demon King promised Steady that if he completed this task, he would be able to continue his experiments on monsters. Shinjo said that the scientist was so carried away by his research that he was rotten to the bone. Steady adjusted his glasses and looked closely at the brunette. After this, the scientist said that he would not be able to understand the whole mysterious essence of monsters as long as he remained human. 2 nearby buildings were already engulfed in flames. However, the hero candidate still did not give up and continued to fight the monsters. Standing on the wall, guarded by several orcs, Steady revealed his true nature to the boys. The hero candidates looked at him and couldn't believe it, because it was he who had trained them for a long time. Steady seemed to feel no remorse and ordered the monsters to attack. On his orders, several monsters headed towards Kanzaki, Shinjo, and Narumi. Without a second's hesitation, the brunette came up with a plan of action and told Kanzaki to act. The girl extended her hands towards the monsters and ordered them to stop. In the blink of an eye, the creatures froze in place under the girl's blessing. After that, Kanzaki ordered the monsters to attack Steady. The scientist chuckled at their actions and said that it was a pathetic attempt. Steady ordered the monsters to wake up, after which the effect of Kanzaki's blessing wore off. Having regained control over their bodies, the monsters grinned evilly. Kanzaki's powers dissipated, causing the girl to be very frightened. Steady reminded the girl that he had been studying monsters for a long time, so he had the ability to quickly pacify them. The scientist gave the order to attack, after which several goblins headed towards Kanzaki. Shinjo appeared right behind the girl and told her to duck. The goblin closest to them was struck by a blade. Shinjo quickly moved from one monster to another. He hit the goblin's death spots and killed them instantly. Steady seemed to go crazy and demanded more spectacle from the hero candidates. Under his command, many different monsters attacked Shinjo. However, the guy was not afraid and instantly made a decision, jumping to the side. Starting with the smallest and most agile monsters, Shinjo got rid of the enemies one by one. With one blow, he made monsters fall dead. While he was dealing with the small monsters, an orc approached him from behind. Shinjo didn't lose his composure and delivered a kick. The monster was already anticipating victory, but did not expect such a blow. The huge orc fell unconscious, causing Shinjo's classmates to be greatly surprised. The brunette himself did not plan to relax, and as soon as he finished with this wave of monsters, he took a defensive position. The monsters were no longer as determined as they had been a minute earlier, and no longer dared to come closer. Steady started cursing and asked why the monsters were acting like this when Shinjo didn't even have a useful blessing. Meanwhile, the brunette stood in battle readiness and examined the monsters, who did not dare to approach him. Shinjo turned his gaze to Steady and activated his evaluation ability. Looking at the scientist's skills, the brunette realized that Kanzaki's control was removed because the monsters received an elevated order. Steady looked scared because he didn't want to use his secret weapon, but now he had no choice. The scientist raised his hand to his face and made a strange sound, similar to a whistle. His actions made Shinjo flinch and become distracted. The brunette asked the scientist what he was up to. However, he did not receive a direct answer. Steady said that he needed to wait a little, and then he would see everything for himself. Shinjo is not going to wait for the unknown, and is going to kill the scientist first. Just as the guy is about to attack Steady, His eyes widened sharply. The fireball landed very close to Shinjo. The guy managed to jump back, thanks to which he remained unharmed. What happened surprised Shinjo and he asked what happened. When the boy raised his head in the direction from which the fireball came, he saw a large red dragon. The huge monster let out a loud scream, deafening everyone nearby. The scream was followed by a loud laugh, coming from Steady's direction. The man stretched out his hand and said that this red dragon was his best trump card. From the height of its flight, the dragon surveyed the battlefield, choosing its victim. His attention was drawn to the three boys standing closest, after which the dragon waved his tail. Having struck the pipe of one of the intact houses, the lizard directed the fragments towards the enemy. Seeing the fragments flying towards them, the boys became frightened and froze in place. Looking at the danger, Kanzaki said that she wouldn't be able to dodge it. Before the fragments reach her, Shinjo covers the girl with his body, pushing her aside. The dragon looked down upon its victims, unwavering. When the danger had passed, Shinjo pulled away from the girl and asked if she was okay. The brunette looked at the surviving Narumi and said that there would be another attack soon. So he ordered the guy and the girl to leave. Immediately after his words, the red dragon flapped its wings, ready to strike again. Narumi picked up Kanzaki and rushed to the side, while Shinjo drew the dragon's attention to himself. The lizard raised its head, emitting an angry growl, but a blue glow appeared right under its head in the neck area. This light could only be seen by Shinju thanks to his ability, as this spot was the dragon's weak point. Noticing him, the brunette jumped up and ran the knife along the lizard's scales. But not only did his dagger fail to damage the creature, it also broke in the process. The dragon descended and stood on the ground, looking at Shinjo. The brunette landed a little away from the creature and looked back at it. The guy looked at the broken dagger and realized that with his abilities, at the moment, he would not be able to break through the dragon's defense. While Shinjo was trying to come up with a plan for what to do next, the dragon prepared for another attack. Suddenly, Arashi's voice came from the roof of the house, saying that such a big monster suited him. The boy rushed at the dragon, activating his explosive ability. The dragon felt pain from his blow and retreated back. Thanks to this, Arashi was able to jump to the ground without any unnecessary obstacles. Looking at the dragon from below, the guy grinned and asked how the monster could handle such a blow. But as soon as he looked towards the dragon, fear appeared in his eyes. His actions did not cause much harm to the dragon, but only angered him. The monster attacked Arashi with a volley of fire, hitting its target without fail. The guy fell to the ground, covered his face with his palms, and began rolling on the ground, trying to escape the fire. When he was able to put out the flames, Shinjo told him that he shouldn't have relaxed. Looking at Arashi rubbing his shoulder, the brunette thought that his strength should be enough to carry out his plan. Shinjo approached the brown-haired man and told him to listen carefully to the plan of action. They looked at the dragon, who had become angry during the battle. The guy was convinced that together they would be able to defeat this enemy. Shinjo's words angered Arashi, and he asked what use the brunette could be. The guy replies that he knows the enemy's weak points, but he doesn't have enough strength to get to them. Arashi chuckled at his words and replied that he had no intention of teaming up with a weak person. While the brown-haired man was distracted, Shinjo kept a close eye on the enemy and warned that he was returning. The dragon, meanwhile, turns 360 degrees in order to knock the guys off their feet with its tail. Arashi was indignant just a minute ago, but after hearing Shinjo's warning, he jumped up, dodging the blow. Taking advantage of the fact that the boys were distracted, the dragon fills its mouth with flames. Arashi had just landed and immediately noticed the threat. However, he doesn't have enough time to dodge. The dragon directs fire towards the guy who is crouched in place. Screaming in pain, Arashi tries to get rid of the fire. The dragon hit the target and is now happy. Shaitan managed to get rid of the fire, but it caused him serious damage. Shinjo was able to dodge the attack and tells Arashi that if he thinks he can defeat the dragon on his own, then he can proceed. The brown-haired man understands that he cannot cope alone and asks the brunette where exactly he should hit. Shinjo tells Arashi that there is one inverted scale on the dragon's throat. Listening to his words, the brown-haired man begins to look for this place, and having found it, asks if this is it. Shinjo says he will distract the dragon while Arashi needs to hit that scale with his power. The brunette asks if the guy can handle it, and he answers in the affirmative. Steady's impatient cry comes from the wall. The scientist asks why the dragon is hesitating and hasn't killed the boys yet. Steady puts his hand forward and uses his power to command the dragon to attack. The red dragon is filled with anger and throws his head back, letting out a menacing growl. The lizard begins to flap its wings with force, sending streams of air towards the guys. Arashi and Shinjo crouch down, trying to resist the gusts of wind. Shaitan already wanted to start implementing the plan, but the dragon's actions did not allow him to accomplish what he had planned. After a few moments, the dragon roared threateningly. For a brief moment, he stopped flapping his wings. Taking advantage of the moment, Shinjo takes action. he delivers several blows to the dragon's face. Shinjo does not cause any harm to the monster, but successfully lures its attention to himself. When the dragon is distracted from Arashi, the brunette begins to run away. According to plan, the monster rushes in pursuit of Shinjo. The dragon opens its mouth wide, ready to grab the guy running ahead. But when he approaches, the brunette manages to jump to the side. Shinjo moves back a little to see the location of the dragon and Arashi, after making sure that the weak spot is open and accessible for attack. The brunette tells Arashi to attack. The brown-haired man runs towards them and climbs onto the dragon's neck, which has dropped its head down in an attempt to grab Shinjo. A couple of seconds later, he finds himself right under the vulnerable spot. Without hesitation, Arashi activates her blessing and sends a blast wave towards the inverted scale. The dragon lifts its head up, howling in pain. With a final howl, the lizard falls to the ground. Steady stands on the wall and cannot believe what happened. Arashi approaches the head of the defeated monster and rejoices at his new victory. Shinjo reminds him that the guy himself can barely stand on his feet, but continues to brag. The brunette, meanwhile, turns to Steady, asking what he will do without his trump card. The scientist starts looking around in panic, saying that he still has many monsters. However, as soon as he saw the whole situation, he froze in place. While Arashi and Shinjo were fighting the dragon, the rest of the boys were tirelessly fighting other monsters. Steady was distracted and didn't notice that all his monsters were killed by other students. Wiping the blood off his sword, Mito reports that they have already dealt with the rest of the enemies. All the hero candidates stand ready to get rid of Steady. The scientist realizes that he is at a disadvantage and decides to escape. However, Narumi was already waiting for him behind him, having used his blessing and flown up to the wall in a couple of moments. Steady didn't expect to see an enemy behind him, causing him to stumble. He doesn't have time to understand what happened, but he's already rushing down from the high wall. Steady was already preparing himself to fall to his death, but he lands in a water bubble. He didn't expect to find himself in the water, so he started coughing as soon as he surfaced. But his troubles don't end there. As soon as he opens his eyes, he sees a blade in front of him. Shinjo stands in front of him and says that Steady attacked them in the middle of the night, so he now has a lot of questions for him. The scientist tried to escape from the water bubble, saying that he would tell them everything if they spared him. Before he can say another word, a sharp pain pierces him. The hero candidates look in fear at the man who is groaning in pain. Before they know what happened, Steady is already dead. Mito asked what happened, and Shinjo suggested that it might be some kind of curse technique. The elder suggested that the curse was activated at the moment when Steady wanted to tell them everything. Looking at this, Shinjo said that the threat from the Demon King's army towards the hero candidates will only increase. At this point, the night came to an end. The day after the Steady incident, a fire brigade was sent to deal with the aftermath of the fire. At this time, the hero candidates gathered in the castle to talk with Leonora, who had arrived. The girl couldn't believe that something like this could happen in their absence. Narumi asked if the girl really didn't know about this when she entrusted them to Steady. The girl removed her hand from her face and everyone could see the smile playing on her lips. Leonora apologized for any misunderstanding that might have arisen between them. She wanted to say that she didn't expect such a big damage from a monster lord of Steady's level. Her words made the boys freeze in amazement. Nagase asked Leonora why she didn't do anything about it despite knowing who Steady was. The girl replied that she had already mentioned earlier that their training would become more rigorous, so this was just the beginning. One of the students exclaimed that some of them could have died because they were sleeping in their rooms at the time of the arson. Night Guy told him not to complain because they must not let their guard down even at night, otherwise they would die instantly. His words further anger the boys who survived the brutal attack. Shinjo thought that even as a killer, he couldn't immediately notice the horde of monsters. And even more so, this cannot be expected from ordinary schoolchildren. Leonora decided to change the subject of the conversation. The girl informed the hero candidates that they would soon be heading to the capital. Mido, as the class president, asked why they needed to leave. Leonora says that hero candidates are the hottest topic in the entire kingdom right now. It was decided to hold a parade to mark their arrival. In this regard, residents will be pleased to see the heroes of the occasion. The detachment accompanying the hero candidates set out on their journey. As night fell, Night Guy gave the order to set up camp, saying that they would set out at dawn. Once the tents were set up and the fires lit, the students huddled in small groups, resting around their fires. Near one of these fires, a group of Arasi settled down, and he said that there were about 30 people in the camp. The boy was warming himself next to the fire and chewing a piece of dried meat. His friends did not understand what he was talking about, and then Arashi explained that he was talking about the guards that had been assigned to them. Looking at the knights, the brown-haired man said that he did not see anyone serious among them. One of the guys said that Arashi could defeat them all with one blow, but he doesn't understand why they need this information. The brunette tells him to turn on his head, as this is a great chance to carry out their plan. Only after this did the guys begin to understand that they really were in a favorable position. Usually they are surrounded by many more soldiers, but this time there are only 30 of them, and all of them are weaker than any student. Arashi takes another bite of meat and is outraged that they are not being treated as anything. Observing the soldiers' behavior, Arashi concludes that they do not even think about the fact that they can start a riot. Shatten says that they will make their escape today, and demands that Narumi and the others be called immediately. Shinjo watched their conversation from the shadow of the tent. He also noticed that there was not as much security around them as usual. However, the reason is not that they are not valued, but that Night Guy and Leonora are confident in their own strength. Shinjo needs more time to understand their intentions, so he decides to approach Mido. The brunette asks the headman to step aside for a moment to talk. Some time passes and the camp looks deserted. Only the guards remain on the street, but even in the tents there are no hero candidates to be seen. A few guys were hiding in the bushes away from the camp. Arashi has gathered his entire team and is preparing to carry out his plan. Shaten asked if everyone except the guards had fallen asleep. Narumi says that this is most likely the case, and this sounds like a call to action for Arashi. But before they can take a step, Mido shouts at them, ordering them to stop. Arashi and his team of 6 people flinched in surprise and looked at the uninvited guests. Several classmates came with Mido, including Nagase and Hano. The elder came closer to Arashi and asked if he really wanted to kill Leonora and all the soldiers. The brown-haired man is trying to figure out who became a spy and reported everything to the headman. Mido didn't give anyone away, saying that he heard about it himself when he passed by Arashi's tent. Nagase asks if the guys are really going to do this, since it seems more like madness. Arashi says that they are the ones who are crazy because they continue to play by this woman's rules. Mido says he understands their feelings, but killing is not the answer. There must be another way. Arashi says they're all good at talking, but does anyone have a real plan? Mido replies that his plan is to become Leonora's pawn and defeat the Demon King in exchange for the safety of the rest of the students. Arashi doesn't like his plan and asks if the headman is really so naive to think that Leonora would agree. Mido is confident that if he becomes stronger, Leonora will have to listen to him. Arashi spits and says that he doesn't need protection, he can return to his world on his own. The headman expected this outcome, so he gathered students who could stop Arashi. The brown-haired team is also determined. Arashi lunges at Mido, telling him not to regret his words later. The headman manages to block the brown-haired man's blow. However, the force of the blow is enough to knock Mido back. The elder did not expect such speed and strength, and now looks in surprise at his shaking hands. Arashi also looks at Mido in surprise, not understanding how he was able to block his attack. The boys freeze in place when they hear the guard asking what they are doing. Arashi hears the sounds of approaching footsteps, and doesn't know what he should do. Mido takes it upon himself and turns to the soldiers, saying that there was a small quarrel between them. After his words, the guards are about to leave, telling the boys that it is too early for them to get up, so they should go to their tents and go to bed. As the soldiers disappear from sight, Mido hears angry sounds coming from Arashi. The brown-haired man turned away from the headman and was about to leave. Mido watches him go, hoping that the boy will give up his attempts to start a rebellion. Arashi says that the softness of their headman is starting to irritate him. Despite his indignation, Arashi did not try to cause chaos for the rest of the journey. The long road to the capital of the sacred kingdom of Digrest is coming to an end. The street was crowded with people, and merchants were standing everywhere, welcoming new people. Narumi looked around with interest and said that the capital really did look amazing. Hashimoto does not share his enthusiasm. The girl does not like crowds of people. Nagase once noted that it was not as bad here as in Tokyo, with which her friend agreed. A crowd of people lined up to let the hero candidates pass. At the head of the procession was a carriage with Leonora, driven by the night guy. Passers-by, who have not yet noticed the procession, look at what is happening with surprise. While driving the carriage, Guy orders them to make way for Saint Leonora and the heroes. After his words, the crowd grew even larger, because everyone wanted to see with their own eyes the candidates for heroes chosen by God himself. The boys followed the carriage and looked around. Some smiled affably, while others did not pay attention to what was happening around them. The residents of the capital Digrest joyfully welcomed the heroes. Mido walked ahead of all the students and waved back to people in a friendly manner. At the end of the procession walked Arashi with his friends and looked at the residents with displeasure. Shinjo meanwhile said that Leonora had not lied about the villagers relying on them. But this only made Kanzaki more wary. The brunette looked around, but people didn't interest him. He remembered everything around him. What interested Shinjo most was the white castle with blue roofs, standing on a hill. Upon arrival at the palace, the boys were met by the Holy Knight Rains, who invited the heroes to rest after a long journey. The boys happily jumped onto the bed, because they were very tired after so many days of sleeping on the ground. The girls immediately headed to the baths to wash away the traces of fatigue. Most of the guys from Arashi's team went to the cafeteria to eat their fill. Mido, meanwhile, wasted no time and decided to head to the training hall. Shinjo found a convenient spot that overlooked the castle and its surrounding areas. Just like the first time, the most important thing for Shinjo was to gather information about the place he found himself in. The guy tried to move around the castle as unnoticed as possible. He observed the security system and studied their capabilities. However, his observations did not last long, because there were too many guards in the castle. Walking along one of the corridors, the guy noticed a familiar person from the window. Standing next to the guard was the Knight Rains, who met them and escorted them on the way to the castle. Shinjo jumped out of the window unnoticed and took a place under a tree, watching what was happening. The guard asked the knight about the hero candidates, and the man replied that they were resting in the guest rooms. He is asked if God really chose these children, and Rains says that these kids have powers that few can possess. The guards are concerned that inviting hero candidates to the capital may provoke the Demon King's believers. Another guard confirms his words, reporting suspicious actions on the part of the enemy. Watching their conversation, Shinju wondered who the Demon King's believers were. Knight Rains reassures them that they have nothing to fear as long as they have the hero candidates on their side. The man decides to end the conversation there and says that they have to go, because training will start soon. Shinjo remains in the shade of a tree and ponders whether he should go into town to get more information. He decides to do just that, so he waits until night falls. The tavern is where most rumors are heard at this time, so they become Shinjo's target. The guy goes into one of these establishments and sees quite a lively crowd. Shinjo approaches the main counter and, holding out a coin, asks for a glass of ale. The owner asks him to wait a minute and leaves. Shinjo overhears some of the villagers mocking the hero candidates, saying that they are too young and weak. But the controversy subsides when it comes to the fact that the heroes are chosen by a saint, which indicates that the church has great influence. A minute later, the tavern owner places his mug of ale in front of Shinjo. The brunette says that he is a wandering traveler and knows nothing about local traditions, so he asks permission to ask a few questions. Shinjo decides to first ask about who the Demon King believers are, citing what everyone is talking about. The old man immediately understands what the guy is talking about and asks if he knows that they are at war with the Demon King. The Demon King controls a huge army, making him seem all-powerful to many. Because of this, there were those among the people who admired and worshipped his power. The owner told us that recently sectarians have been raging throughout the country and recently blew up several aristocratic houses. Shinjo compares them to terrorists and says it sounds like a serious problem. The brunette found out everything he needed and, after sitting for a while for appearance's sake, went on. Everyone in this city believes that only the hero candidates can defeat the Demon King, so the believers may soon begin to take action. As Shinjo walks down the street lost in his thoughts, he is attracted to Kanzaki, who is walking towards him. The girl said that she had been looking for the guy for a long time and asked where he had been all this time. Shinjo says that they don't know anything about the capital, so he needed time to gather information. Kanzaki understands him, but thinks that the boy is acting too thoughtlessly by going out alone at night. The girl says that she is ready to help at any moment if Shinjo asks her. The guy doesn't listen to her and says that he can handle it himself, and that the girl shouldn't leave the class. Kanzaki insists that she can be useful, and Shinjo eventually gives in. The brunette tells the girl to gather information by asking local residents. Kanzaki was pleased by his words, and humming a song, she went off to carry out the assigned task. While talking, the guys don't notice a dark silhouette in the crowd that has been watching them for a long time. The stranger smiles and continues to watch the hero candidates. After walking around the city a little more, Shinjo decides to return back to the castle. In the middle of the night, he climbs through an open window. Throwing off his cloak, the guy thought that he hadn't learned anything useful, but what he had learned would be quite enough. While Shinjo was deep in thought, he heard someone's voices. The boy put his coat back on and walked to the door, listening. Shinjo decides to leave the room and see for himself. In one of the large rooms, his classmates gathered and discussed something. Shinjo came closer and asked what happened, and one of his classmates told him that they couldn't find Kanzaki anywhere. Matano, who lives in the same room with her, noticed that she had not returned, so the boys started looking for her. Shinjo thought that he had also been absent for a long time, but perhaps they had not looked for him because he lived alone. Mido turned to Shinjo and asked if he knew anything about Kanzaki's location. The brunette replies that he doesn't know anything because he was in his room the whole time. The headman sighs sadly. Mido says that there is definitely no girl in the castle, so they need to split up and find her before it gets completely dark. Nagase says that Kanzaki can stand up for herself, but she doesn't resist the class president's suggestion. Shinjo thinks that in fact it is already deep night outside, so all the townspeople are already asleep. The guy decides that he is partly to blame for the girl's disappearance, so he decides to help in the search. He headed out into the city streets alone. He quickly managed to find the place where he and Kanzaki had parted ways. His eye fell on a piece of paper lying in the middle of an empty street. Coming closer, the boy saw that it was Kanzaki's student card. While he was looking at the map, a stranger began to approach him from behind. When the attackers decide that Shinjo is distracted, they jump out of their hiding places with the aim of killing the guy. The first person who approaches the brunette misses his target, due to Shinjo blocking his blow with his dagger. The brunette turns back and sees another person. Before he can be hit, Shinjo grabs his attacker's arm. The brunette directs the opponent's hand in the other direction. His actions caused one guy to stick a gun into another. By the time the stranger managed to free his wrist, it was too late, causing him to curse. Shinjo doesn't leave the guy alone and kicks him in the face. The stranger in the cloak falls to the ground, stunned by the blow. His body is pierced by severe pain, which makes it impossible for him to get to his feet. The rest of the strangers stand aside and tremble with fear, afraid to approach the guy who dealt with their acquaintances. Shinjo said that they were all beginners in both swordplay and concealment. After using his blessing, the brunette learns that the attackers are ordinary people and asks what they are trying to achieve. The stranger is so afraid of Shinjo that he cannot say anything in response. The brunette is not going to back down and begins to approach the guy. Meanwhile, in one of the stone buildings, there is a gathering place for the sectarians. Kanzaki was captured, beaten and chained, leaving the girl looking angry but scared. She looks at her captors with anger. Two guys, one of whom is holding a whip in his hand, laugh at the girl, saying that they are very scared by her look. Kanzaki says that they can torture her as much as they want, but she won't tell them anything. The kidnappers say they want to know about the hero candidates and nothing more. One of the guys reaches out his hand to the defenseless girl. He grabs her by the collar of her shirt and pulls it hard, ripping the shirt across her chest. The kidnappers laugh at the embarrassed girl and ask how long she can endure this. While the boys are laughing and making fun of the girl, they let their guard down and don't notice Shinjo lurking around the corner. After using the blessing, the brunette learns that the kidnappers are just amateurs, so they couldn't have kidnapped Kanzaki themselves. Not intending to wait any longer, Shinjo throws throwing knives in their direction. Every knife hits the target and kills strangers. Kanzaki doesn't have time to understand what happened. The bodies of her tormentors fell motionless at her feet in an instant. She looked down at them and tried to understand what had happened. Her attention was drawn to Shinjo's voice, asking if the girl was okay. Kanzaki looked at her savior in surprise. While the guy was freeing her from the chains, the girl wanted to tell everything, but Shinjo interrupted her, saying that now was not the best time and they needed to leave quickly. Having freed himself, Kanzaki thanks the brunette for his help. While Shinjo was looking around the place, something caught his attention. He rose to his feet abruptly and walked closer to Kanzaki. A glow was quickly approaching them from the darkness. A stranger in a blue robe runs towards them and prepares to strike. However, the blow lands on an empty floor, without hitting the girl and the guy. Shinjo reacts in time and, picking up the girl in his arms, jumps to the side. The man is surprised that the boys were able to dodge his sword. When the dust settles, we see Night Rains saying that they cannot be left alive. Shinjo unmistakably recognizes the man who greeted them as the Knight. Rains corrects him, introducing himself as the head of the Demon King's church. Shinjo prepares to attack and says that this country does not have much time left if the enemy has crept so close to the top of power. Rains also takes a combative stance, saying that once he kills all the hero candidates, they will be able to bring about the day of destruction. Shinjo let go of Kanzaki so that she wouldn't get caught in the fight. Rains decided that there was no time to waste, otherwise the other hero candidates might expose him. Shinjo uses his blessing on the knight to learn about his abilities. Thanks to this, the brunette learns that Rains has fencing skills and fire techniques. All the knight's indicators are at level B, which makes the man universal. At some point, Rains felt that Shinjo had become distracted. It is at this moment that the knight rushes into attack. Quickly approaching Shinjo, Rains raises his sword over him. However, he hits the floor again because the brunette manages to jump to the side in time. The man begins to get angry at his opponent's agility. He puts his hand forward and a pentagram appears on his palm. Rains uses his blessing and commands fire to burn his enemies. Fireballs emerge from the expanding pentagram and head towards Shinjo. The brunette jumps up, dodging the attack, and realizes that this is what the fire technique looks like. The fireballs fly past Shinjo's feet without harming him. But everything is not as simple as the guy might think. Rains appears next to Shinjo and swings his sword, saying that he won't be able to dodge in midair. The brunette tries to fight back and throws one of the daggers at the knight. Rains easily dodges the weapon and says that all of Shinjo's attempts are useless. At the knight's command, his sword is enveloped in flames. Reigns raises his flaming sword and says that this is the end of Shinjo. But before the attack reaches the hero candidate, a gunshot is heard. Sensing that the situation had taken an unfavorable turn, Shinjo pulled out his pistol and fired. The field hit the surprise knight right on the head. Shinjo lands on the floor, still holding the gun in his hand. At this time, Reigns falls down dead. Shinjo looks at the pistol in his hand with sadness. As he puts it away in his cloak, the boy thinks that he didn't want to use it because the ammo was limited. Shinjo agrees with Reigns that the jump was a bad move, and decides that he needs to hone his close combat skills. A surprised Kanzaki peeks out from around the corner and asks if Shinjo really has a gun on him. The brunette says that this will happen naturally, because he is a hired killer, to which the girl expresses her dissatisfaction. But despite her words, the girl once again thanks Shinjo for coming to save her. The guy says it's just a coincidence, and asks why Kanzaki didn't use her control power. The girl explains that the handcuffs she was handcuffed with are blocking the power of the blessing. The guy thinks about her words and picks up the girl's cape from the floor. Having covered the girl, Shinjo turns towards the exit and says that it is time for them to leave. Kanzaki tells the boy that these people are going to attack their classmates. Shinjo replies that he already knows everything, because the guy who attacked him on the street told him about it. The brunette remembers the guy who begged him for mercy. Stroking the dagger, Shinjo replied that it all depended on how the boy behaved. The guy said that he was ordered to do this, because the very existence of hero candidates is an insult to the Demon King. Holding a knife to the cultist's throat, Shinjo asked what they had done to Kanzaki. The guy replied that the girl was still alive because they planned to use her during the attack on the rest of the heroes. At this point, the interrogation of the sectarian came to an end, and it began to get light outside. Kanzaki and Shinjo walked towards the castle, and the boy said that, unlike Steady, the curse did not silence the cultists. This indicates that they do not cooperate with demons. Kanzaki thought that the people in this world were their allies. But everything was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. Shinjo tells the girl not to relax, because that's what those sextants were able to handcuff her for. Kanzaki replied that they were polite at first, but Shinjo reminded her that enemies could be humans as well as demons. The girl turns away, saying that she will not be so naive again. While they were talking, Mito's voice was heard. Turning around, the girl saw the headman waving his hand and pointing in their direction. The guy was very happy that they managed to find Kanzaki. Mito is glad that the boys are safe, and the girl apologizes for making them worry. The headman says that the main thing is that the boys were not hurt, and asks if Shinjo found the girl. The brunette replies that this is true and asks Mito to step aside and talk. According to him, the headman understands that something did happen. While the villagers were still asleep, Shinjo told Mito what he had learned about the Demon King's church. It tells the story of a group of fanatics who believe in the omnipotence of the Demon King and want to kill the hero candidates. Mito thinks that, unlike monsters, people will be much more difficult to detect. Shinjo agrees with him and says that they need to warn the rest of their classmates about the danger. The headman thinks that they should tell Leonora about this so that they can have more security assigned to them. Kanzaki replies that even if they tell Leonora everything, she will say that they must stand up for themselves. Mito says that they still need to tell the guys everything and decide what to do next. Their conversation is interrupted by a thunderous explosion. A cloud of smoke appeared from the side of one of the houses. The next second, the sound of footsteps was heard. The cultists surrounded Kanzaki, Shinjo, and Mito. Many armed men gathered around them. Their appearance was no different from the rest of the Demon King's followers. Mito suggested that the cultists were attacking the points where the Kanzaki search teams were located. Shinjo warns that the cultists are approaching. The hero candidates prepare for battle and take up a defensive position, standing with their backs to each other. Smoke from the explosions began to fill the street. A small squad of candidate heroes prepared to fight. Not only they were trapped, other guys were also surrounded, and one of those teams included Narumi and Hashimoto. On the other team is Nagase and her friends. Arasi and his friends ended up in the last one. Analysis of the opponents revealed that all the sectarians do not have any special skills. Based on their skills, Shinjo sees that the 6 cultists are weaker than Reigns in skills. With a battle cry, the sectarian battle squad rushed into the attack. The hero candidates remained calm and prepared to defend themselves. Shinjo assessed the situation and told Kanzaki to use control power. Following his instructions, the girl put her hand forward and ordered everyone to stop. In the blink of an eye, the attackers froze in place, unable to move. Shinjo immediately took out his throwing knives and threw them towards the attackers. Each of the daggers reached its target without hindrance. Mito turned to his classmates and cried out indignantly. The village chief reminded Shinjo that they were fighting people, not monsters. The brunette was angered by his words and said that it didn't matter because they were their enemies. Mito was about to object, but Shinjo informed him that another man had snuck up on them. Only after his words, the elder feels that a sectarian has crept up on him from behind. Mito manages to turn around and summon his sword just as the enemy strikes. The headman asks the attacker why they are behaving like this, since they are all people. Without hiding his mockery, the sectarian says that they will do anything for their master. Kanzaki extends his hand and is about to help Mito. However, she is interrupted by Shinjo blocking her view. The guy tells her not to interfere, as it's time for Mito to stop being so soft. The elder's sword blinds the cultist for a moment. When he comes to, he sees that his sword has broken under Mito's power. The man looks at the broken weapon with fear. Mito says that if the man surrenders now, he will spare him. The sectarian gets angry at his words and starts yelling at the guy. Without losing his zeal, the man raises the now broken weapon over Mito. The headman did not expect such a reaction from a man who found himself in a hopeless situation. Therefore, Mito does not have time to dodge and the sword wounds his hand. Realizing that he had managed to wound the hero candidate himself, the man burst into malicious laughter. Mito looked at him in amazement and did not understand why everything was happening this way. Realizing that no amount of persuasion would help, the elder raised his sword and struck the sectarian. The man is seriously injured and falls to the ground. Mito looks at him in surprise. The half-dead sectarian, laughing with anger, crawls towards the guy, not intending to give up until the very end. Shinjo approaches Mito and tells the guy to finish off the man. The headman says that nothing can help him anyway. Shinjo responds that they cannot be 100% sure of this, so they must eliminate the threat. Mito asks why the brunette is so calm, and he replies that the class president must choose whether to kill the man now, or wait until he attacks one of their classmates. Shinjo reproaches the class president for being the strongest in the class, but unable to make a decision. Seeing doubt in Mito's eyes, the boy asks what is more important to him, the life of a stranger or the lives of his classmates. The headman is silent for a few seconds, after which he says that he understands everything. Mito moves towards the man and delivers the finishing blow. Having finished, the headman turned to the boys and told them to help the others. Meanwhile, we are transported to one of the city streets. This group of cultists had the misfortune of encountering Arashi's team. The guy is already holding the last surviving person by the neck. He can't say anything to the hero candidate because he's suffocating. Arashi looks at the suffering man with an evil smile on his face. The guy clenches his hand into a fist and builds up the force of the explosion. The next moment, he points his fist towards the cultist. Arashi seems to be happy to have the opportunity to fight someone. At this time, the man who was burned by the explosion falls to the ground. His classmates turn around and smile, saying that the guy is merciless. The other team is also doing quite well on offense. Nagase uses his firepower to help the others. One swing of her hand is enough to burn several opponents to ashes. However, the sectarians continue to arrive time after time. Nagase turns to her friends and asks why they aren't fighting. The girls answer that they were taught to fight monsters, but in front of them are people. Nagase brings them to their senses by telling them that if they don't kill them, they will die at their hands. At that moment, an opponent approached one of the girls and kicked her. Taking advantage of the moment, another sectarian attacked the second girl. Nagase looked at what was happening in shock and didn't know how she could cope on her own. Leonora, meanwhile, asks how she should evaluate the children's abilities. At some point, because some of the girls refuse to fight with people, they find themselves trapped. It is now that Leonora appears on the battlefield. The sectarians turn around and look at the saint with horror. Some of the Demon King's followers are starting to get angry. With a smile on her face, Leonora says that the hero candidates are under her command, so it is not surprising that she helps them in times of danger. The cultists began to surround the girl, saying that she could not do anything without the knights. The girl replies with a smile that they are all just a group of amateurs, so they are not her opponents. One man can't take it anymore and attacks Leonora, ordering her to shut up. Several sectarians rush at the motionless girl from all sides. However, Leonora doesn't seem to be planning to defend herself. The smile never leaves her face for a second. At the very last moment, the girl says only one phrase: "Fall on your face." Divine power causes all opponents to fall to the ground in the blink of an eye. The entire area is filled with sunshine. Enveloped in divine power, the sectarians are unable to move. It was as if they were pressed to the ground by heavy stones, immobilizing them. Nagase watched from the side and realized that Leonora's divine blessing was very similar to Kanzaki's power. As Leonora walked closer to the hero candidates, she asked them not to compare her strength to anything like that. The girl said that her strength, area, and enslavement techniques surpassed Kanzaki's in all aspects. Nagase asks Leonora why she decided to help them. The girl replied that she was assessing their abilities, but if possible she did not want to interfere in this fight. Nagase says that in that case, they should thank her for her help. The saint asks not to thank her, because directing subordinates is part of her job. The girl's attention is drawn to the voice of one of the sectarians. Lying on the ground, the man turns to Leonora. He demands that the saint not ignore them and tell them what will happen to them. The girl looked at him with a smile and apologized, saying that she forgot that they were still alive. Leonora uses her power and orders the hero candidates to kill all the cultists. The sun's rays envelop the girls' bodies and make them obey. The girls, trembling with fear, hold weapons in their hands and look frightened. While raising her sword over the cultist, one of the girls asks Leonora to stop. The man over whom she raised her sword begs for mercy. Tears welled up in the schoolgirl's eyes. She struck with a loud scream, trembling with fear. Their bodies are unable to resist Leonora's control. Shinjo and Kanzaki are watching all this from the roof of a neighboring building. They see Leonora standing still and watching as the hero candidates, driven by her control, kill the unresisting cultists. Shinjo realizes that this is exactly what her third-level enslavement technique looks like. Kanzaki says that Leonora's power far exceeds her own, as she was able to control a huge number of people. Watching everything that was happening in the square, something was bothering Shinjo. He thought that they definitely needed to figure out how to resist Leonora. All teams coped with the attack. After this, it was decided to return back to the castle. Half a day has passed since the attack of the Demon King's believers. All the guys gathered in the large hall discussing what happened. At that moment, Nagase entered. Hashimoto approached the girl and asked how the others were feeling. Nagase shook her head and said that the guys were not feeling well, because this situation was a big shock for each of them. Hashimoto sighs sadly. She is genuinely worried about her classmates. Narumi said that he couldn't forgive Leonora for controlling them like puppets, killing people. The guy asked Nagase how she felt, since her body was also controlled. The girl replies that she doesn't care about it, but she's irritated by the situation. Mito clenches his fists and says that it is all his fault because he did not have time to come to the rescue. Classmates begin to calm the class leader down because he managed to help many people. Kanzaki said that everything could have changed if they had made it in time. However, she's interrupted by Shinjo, who says that their arrival would not have changed anything. After defeating the believers, Shinjo and Mito split up to help more people. They managed to protect several groups, but none of them managed to reach Nagase's group. Shinjo thought that the Demon King cult would go quiet for a while because he killed their leader, Reigns. Now Shinjo is worried about something else, so he calls Kanzaki. The guy is about to leave the room and asks the girl to step aside for a conversation. Kanzaki agrees and leaves after Shinjo. The boy and girl enter Shinjo's bedroom and close the door behind them. Kanzaki immediately asks the guy what he has in mind. The brunette says he has a plan to counter Leonora's enslavement technology. However, to do this, he will need the help of someone with similar strength. That is, the help of Kanzaki. The girl is embarrassed, but replies that she doesn't see any problems with his proposal. Kanzaki asks what she needs to do. Shinjo turns to face the girl and tells her to use the control technique on him. The girl looks at the guy in horror, not understanding how this can help. The day after the victory over the Demon King's sect, a grand parade was held to celebrate the appearance of the hero candidates. The procession passed through all the main streets of the capital. People watched the hero candidates with smiles on their faces. The battle with the cult showed the townspeople how strong the candidates were. Thanks to their victory, the guys were able to win people's hearts. The candidates rode on horseback and waved greetings to the townspeople. Some were worried because they had never ridden a horse, while others were relaxed. Kanzaki and Shinjo walked next to each other, and the girl looked worried. All Shinjo could think about at that moment was whether Leonora could have planned all of this from the very beginning. If this turns out to be true, the girl will become an extremely dangerous opponent. The parade ends near the main gate leading to the castle. All the boys gather in front of Leonora and the night guy. The saint says that their work is now finished, and they can head back to the temple city of Alpha. Kanzaki doesn't understand what this place is, and then Shinjo assumes that it is the city where they were summoned. Mito asks Leonora in surprise if she is going to return with them. The girl said that she still needed to deal with the aftermath of the incident, so Guy would accompany the guys. Nagase jokes that their dorm also burned down at one time, so this is a favorite maneuver of demons. However, few people laugh at the joke, which makes the girl turn her attention back. Her friends have not yet recovered from the incident in which Leonora took part, so they look tired and depressed. Nagase approaches a girl named Naomi and asks if she is okay. With tears in her eyes, the girl replies that she is fine and asks not to pay attention to her. Suddenly, a smiling Leonora appears next to Naomi and asks if the girls are doing well. The blonde is so frightened by the appearance of the saint that she screams. She steps back but trips over her own feet. Nagus manages to run up and supports the girl, saving her from falling to the ground. Naomi says haltingly that she is fine. Leonora says that since nothing terrible has happened, she will leave them. Nagase angrily shouts at Leonora, who pretends not to understand anything. The saint was already leaving at that moment, but after the girl's words, she stopped. Naomi felt sick and lay down on Nagasi's lap, asking the girl to stop. A smile blossomed on Leonora's face again. After that, she continued on her way, saying that they would see each other again. All the students saw the saint off with angry expressions on their faces. Even Mito was no exception. Shinjo watched silently from the sidelines. Arasi smiled in turn, as if to say that he was right about Leonora. When the saint disappeared behind the gate, the night guy gave the order to advance. The boys spent the whole day on the road, and when night fell, they set up camp. This time there was no trace left of the previous fun. After waiting until it got dark, Arashi got up and went towards the forest. His team followed him. This time, Shinjo did not react to their actions in any way. However, from their behavior, the brunette realized that they were prepared. Kanzaki sat next to Shinjo and asked if they had really decided to carry out their plan. The guy says that they decided to do this because Leonora is not around and only 30 people are guarding them. Even Shinjo thinks that this is the most opportune moment to kill Guy. And given all the circumstances, the guy is not going to stop this spectacle. At this time, the guys began to carry out their plan. Narumi lured the night guy into the forest under the pretext of seeing a dragon-like monster. The guy assures the knight that the lizard was recently right in the place where they are. Guy looks around and says that they are near the main road to the capital, so they should inform the tamers about the monster so that no one gets hurt. Suddenly, Narumi screams as if he was scared of something. The guy points to the side, saying that the monster is there, to which Guy takes a fighting stance. However, at that very moment, Arashi approaches him from behind, catching the knight off guard. Without hesitation, Arashi casts her blessing and causes a massive explosion. Narumi manages to fly into the air and says that it was dangerous because he could have been hit too. The explosion fails to kill Guy and he jumps out of the dust that rises into the air. Due to the unexpected moment, the knight was seriously injured. His body was scorched by fire, and blood was running down his face. The man turned back and called out to Arashi in anger. The guy stood at the sight of the explosion and shook himself off, saying that he hit with all his might. But the knight still did not die. Arashi smiles and says that the man is really cool. However, Guy shouldn't be so confident in himself. Arashi reports that the man is on his territory. Traps are set all over the clearing, and Night Guy steps into one of them. The man doesn't have time to jump back and is hit by another powerful explosion. Arashi reminds that it was they who brought him here. The guys set up traps in this place in advance. Having been hit by another explosion, the man knelt down and tried to catch his breath. Even though the knight protected himself with his blessing, he still got hit. Guy says that a surprise attack is a sign of cowardice and not what he expected from Arashi. The guy says that he doesn't care what methods he uses, as long as they help him defeat Guy. The rest of Arashi's team is already approaching the knight from behind. Noticing this, Guy rises to his feet and takes a defensive position. Arashi gives the command to attack and orders to kill the knight at any cost. The man puts his hand in the inside pocket of his jacket and says he has to stop this. The knight takes a blue sphere from his bosom and throws it high into the air. The hero candidates freeze in place, not understanding what is happening. However, the next moment the sphere explodes in the air. It lights up high in the sky like a signal fire. Its light attracts Mito's attention. Kanzaki was still outside and also saw the signal. Shinjo stood up from his seat and looked up at the sky. The guy looked at the signal fire with a hopeless expression and said that Arashi had failed. The flash lit up the sky like the sun during the day. The soldiers saw it and doubted whether they were really seeing a distress signal. The guards look around and say that the night guy has not been seen for a long time and wonder if someone could have attacked him. One of the soldiers says that they don't have time to figure this out. They urgently need to run to the signal. However, as soon as he finishes speaking, a dagger is stabbed into his throat. Shinjo stands behind him with a bloody dagger. The soldiers look at what is happening in shock. Shinjo jumps to the next soldier without hesitation. He says he has nothing against the man, but he must die. In one move, Shinjo kills the frozen man. After this, the guards come to their senses and rush towards the guy. However, he dexterously dodges their attacks. Dodging the blows, Shinjo strikes himself, and each time they become fatal. The guy acts coolly with a blank expression on his face. Shinjo throws the dead guard onto another man. The guard thrusts his spear forward, slowing the body flying towards him. Shinjo takes advantage of the man's distraction. Jumping up to the guard from the side, the brunette plunges a dagger into him. Shinjo had already managed to deal with half of the people. The remaining people look at the guy in shock and ask why the hero candidate is doing this to them. Shinjo jumps up to him and asks if he heard his words. It doesn't take the guy long to kill all the remaining guards. Meanwhile, the battle between Arashi's team and Night Guy continues. The students attack Guy from behind. Two guys try to attack the knight, striking from different sides. However, the man grabs one guy by the arm without any problems and blocks the second guy's blow with his sword. Narumi doesn't lag behind and raises his hand, gathering the power of the wind. He concentrates energy into the spear. The boy rises into the air and throws a wind spear at the knight. Another guy calls for a blessing of support. Thanks to him, the spear begins to glow red and is filled with more energy. Guy notices the impending threat in time. The man jumps to the side, thereby avoiding the blow. However, he was not paying enough attention and ended up being hit by one of the guys. The knight hits the guy with his sword, saying that he is too weak. However, the next second his eyes widen. The boy used the blessing of steel, thereby protecting his hands from the sword, which cracked from the collision. The knight realized that luck was not on his side and jumped aside, saying that the guys had inconvenient blessings. Guy tried to look in all directions, which helped him notice the approaching danger. Taking advantage of the pause, Arashi prepared to strike. The guy caused another powerful explosion, directing it towards Guy. The man called upon his blessing, defending himself from the blow. However, he was too weakened by everything that was happening, so he received more serious injuries. In an attempt to stay on his feet, Guy thrust his sword into the ground. The force of the explosion tore off the knight's left arm. Arashi laughed at him, saying that the man was too stubborn. Narumi said that most likely Guy had signaled for backup, so the guy decided to try to buy time. The knight stopped them, saying that none of this mattered now. Leonora was approaching them from the forest, and she grinned at the fact that the boys had managed to corner Guy. Even Arashi looked scared by Leonora's sudden appearance. Meanwhile, the surviving soldiers in the camp were already tied up. Mido and the other guys came up and asked Kanzaki what was going on. The girl controlled one of the guards, forcing him to tie up his colleagues. Kanzaki chuckled, saying that she was just following orders. Mido didn't understand what she was talking about, because he didn't know who the girl was subordinate to. Nagase was amazed that Kanzaki was the type to follow other people's orders. Shinjo came out of the forest and apologized to Mido, saying that it was he who gave the order. The class leader looked questioningly at his classmate. Kanzaki told the brunette that she'd caught about 7 people, but the rest had managed to escape. Shinjo approaches the girl and tells her not to worry, as he has already dealt with the others. Mido asks worriedly what the guy did to them, and Shinjo replies that he killed them all. Kanzaki looked at the boy with concern and said that he was as merciless as always. Mido asked Shinjo why he did this. The brunette said that he decided to deal with them while Arashi was fighting Guy. Mido realizes that this is why he couldn't find Arashi anywhere. Nagase thought that the boys still hadn't decided to carry out their plan. Shinjo asked if the girl still had doubts. He pointed to the tied-up soldiers and said they were living proof. Mido asked if Shinjo had joined Arashi's team, since before that, he thought that the brunette was on their side. Shinjo interrupts him and says that he has always been only on his own side. The brunette reminded the headman that he was not the priority right now, so he should direct his anger at Arashi. Mido realizes that Shinjo is right, so he steps away, saying that he will deal with him later. The class president leads the rest of his classmates away. Now their main goal is to establish Arashi. Leonora appears in the clearing next to Guy and smirks at the man being cornered. The knight looks at the girl with joy and says that old age is taking its toll. Narumi looks at all this from above and asks Arashi what they will do next. The rest of the students froze in place, waiting for the command from Arashi. The guy says they have no choice but to see things through. The boys began to doubt this idea because they knew they would not be able to resist Leonora's control. The girl confirms their words, but says that the effect of her blessing works weaker on strong people. However, she says that all the hero candidates are like children compared to her unrivaled technique. Arashi says that Leonora was a coward because she would never win in a fair fight. The girl thinks for a moment, then smirks. She says that Arashi resorted to a cheap provocation, but she decided to give in to it and break all the guy's claws. Guy says that he expected this from Leonora, but tries to convince the girl otherwise. The girl interrupts him and asks if the knight remembers that she is a saint. Leonora reminds that God loves her more than anyone else present here. As the girl gets closer to the knight, Arashi decides to take action and runs towards them. Guy is about to rise from his knees and shield Leonora. However, she puts her hand in front of him, thereby forcing him to stay in his place. The smile disappears from the girl's face and she calls upon the earth. The ground beneath her feet instantly begins to move. Before Arashi can reach the girl, the ground rises up and hits the boy. The blow was delivered with such force that the guy froze in place. However, Leonora does not stop, and this time she calls upon the wind. Arashi doesn't have time to recover from the first blow before the ground beneath his feet disappears. Caught in the wind, the boy flies away. At this moment, a tornado forms around Leonora. Narumi uses her blessing to fly up and catch the unconscious Arashi. The remaining students look up at the sky in fear and try to shout to their leader. This only attracts the attention of Leonora, who summons fire. One of the students is engulfed in flames and causes him to scream in pain. Leonora does not stop and this time calls upon the power of water. The student standing behind her is enveloped in water, trapping him in a kind of bubble. The guy is screaming in panic that he can't breathe and asking someone to help him. However, no one dares to come closer, and eventually the guy loses consciousness. Only after that the bubble releases him. Narumi continues to hold Arashi's unconscious body in the air, and is in no hurry to descend. The rest of the students stood frozen in fear at a distance from Guy and Leonora, hoping that the girl would not touch them. The saint looks at them with a smile and asks if they have played enough. There is a scream from above, and everyone hears that they are not finished yet. Arashi managed to come to his senses and shouts that the girl has not won yet. Suddenly, Mito appears on the battlefield with the rest of the students and asks them to stop. Realizing that Leonora is not going to continue the fight, the headman turns his gaze to Arashi. Mito demands that the boy stop fighting and asks what Arashi was thinking when he did such a thing. The brown-haired man shouts that the headman will not be able to stop him because he will not sit and do nothing like the others. Mito asks the rest of Team Arashi if they agree with their leader's words. Narumi apologizes to the class president and says that she can't trust Leonora and Guy. Nagase says that she agrees with Narumi on this, and Mito can't say anything in their defense. The girl asks if they should join Arashi if the fight has already begun. Hashimoto scolds Nagase for her words and says that not everything can be solved with brute force. Mito is confused by this whole situation because he can't say that Arashi is wrong, but he also can't force his classmates to endure bad treatment. Leonora chuckled, saying that the split in their group had come much faster than she had expected. The girl looks menacingly at the boys and says that the riot has already begun, so they can't just disperse and pretend like nothing happened. The students froze in place at her words. Even those who did not take part in the rebellion felt the danger emanating from Leonora. Someone looked at the girl as if he expected this outcome. Mito stood frozen in surprise and could not understand what exactly the saint's words meant. Leonora puts her hand in front of her and calls upon the fierce wind. Narumi doesn't want to see his friends get hurt, so he interferes with Leonora's airflow by summoning his own. Two tornadoes begin to merge into one, trying to destroy each other. The guys on the ground are trying to duck to avoid being caught in the wind currents. However, Leonora does not look scared. She calmly watches what is happening with a smile on her face. Narumi realizes that he is unable to resist the power of the saint. The next moment, they and Arashi are caught up in the wind currents and carried in different directions. The rest of the students are also under attack. As the tornado begins to weaken, Mito is thrown aside but lands safely on his feet. The rest of the students are not so lucky and can barely get up from the ground. Many were injured when they were caught in the air whirlpool. Someone was hurt worse because they landed badly. Mito looks around fearfully and asks his classmates if everything is okay. Arashi approaches the elder from the side, with blood running down his face from his broken head. The guy tells Mito to stop panicking since none of them died. Arashi says that the chief cannot protect them all, so it is time to make a decision, because at this rate, Leonora will deal with everyone. Mito realizes that the situation is hopeless, so he summons his sword and sets out to protect his friends. Nagase's voice can be heard from behind, happy that the headman has finally gotten it. The girl summons fire and says that her patience has long been at its limit. Hashimoto says he doesn't really want to get involved in all this, but they're in a bind. Leonora watched everything that was happening calmly, but did not interfere. Now the class united against a common enemy and stood up to protect those who could no longer fight. Leonora looks at them with a smile and wants to remind the children why she is so valuable. For a moment we are transported into the depths of the forest, not far from the battlefield. Kanzaki peeks out from behind a tree and asks what they will do now. Shinjo stands calmly, leaning against a tree, and says that their time has not yet come. They plan to engage in battle the moment Leonora uses her enslavement technique, and until then, their classmates will do all the dirty work. It had already been deep into the night outside, and the source of light was the full moon in the sky. Leonora stood next to Guy, and around them lay many wind-blown trees. Opposite them stood Arashi, Narumi, Mito, Nagase, and Hashimoto, ready to enter the fight at any moment. Unexpectedly, Leonora's attention is drawn to Guy, who until that moment was behind the girl. The man rises from his knees and walks around the girl, asking permission to enter the fight first. The girl agrees with him, and stretching out her hand forward, uses force, saying that she must help the knight with his wounds. Guy freezes in place, feeling Leonora's divine power fill and envelop his body. The arm that was torn off by Arashi's blow begins to recover. The knight closes his eyes, feeling the pain in his body go away, and he becomes filled with strength again. When the divine power ends, Guy grabs the hilt of the sword with both hands. The man has fully recovered, and is now ready to once again fight against the hero candidates. The 5 students prepared to fight the strongest knight. Guy's sword did not waver, and he took his position. Narumi looked at the recovered knight with disappointment, and said that they had spent a lot of effort to defeat him. Nagase says that they too have more strength now that they are united and fighting together. Leonora spreads her arms and tells the children to start whenever it is convenient for them, because this will be a great test for them. The girl also reminds that if the guys cannot defeat them, then they will no longer be able to become heroes. Mito decides to attack first and asks the others to cover him. The swords of the elder and the knight guy meet, causing sparks to appear around. The swords crossed and, looking closely, the knight saw that Mito had almost cut his sword. Guy looks at the result of one blow from the guy in fear. The man decides to jump to the side. Looking at the damaged sword, Guy realizes that he won't be able to simply block Mito's attacks. Leonora summons ice and commands it to take on a new form and pierce her target. The ice takes the form of icicles and rushes towards Mito. Nagase summons fire and directs it towards the danger, saying it will melt them. When ice meets a blast of fire, it actually turns into water. However, Leonora is not so simple, and asks if the girl can repeat her actions. Immediately after the melted icicles, a new wave appears. Mito tries to fight off this attack on his own. But not everything goes well, and several icicles manage to hit him. Narumi screams in fear, standing behind the headman, and asks how he is. At this moment, several large boulders are lifted into the air. Hashimoto asks Leonora how dare she do this to their leader. Narumi is also not going to stand aside and calls upon the wind, turning it into cutters. The boy and girl team up and direct their attacks towards Leonora. Contrary to their expectations, the girl doesn't even try to dodge the attack. Narumi freezes in place, not understanding why the girl doesn't defend herself. Hashimoto watches closely to see what happens next. They soon realize why Leonora didn't try to dodge. There was already a barrier around her. The attacks crash against the invisible dome, and the stones, breaking into small fragments, fall at the girl's feet. Hashimoto looks at what is happening in shock. Narumi can't say a word. Leonora says that she is God's favorite, so witchcraft and blessings do not work on her. Shinjo lurks unnoticed behind one of the trees, wondering if this is a blessing from the saint. The guy uses his ability and sees all of the girl's skills, and notices that the girl's defense indicators are low, although she doesn't need them. A normal physical attack should work on her, but Guy protects Leonora from it. Arashi is not going to stand aside and also enters the fight. He decides to attack Night Guy and kicks him. The man notices that Arashi didn't use the explosive force this time, and assumes that the guy is simply out of breath. The guy smirks and replies that he can defeat the old man without his blessing. Arashi stretches his arms and tells Mito that he will take on Guy. Arashi instructs the class leader and his classmates to deal with Leonora. Mito agrees with the brown-haired man and begins to think about how to defeat the saint. The girl is not affected by the blessing, which means Mito's sword will be of no use either. Suddenly, an ordinary sword flies from the side of the elder. The classmate who couldn't fight realized the situation and decided to give Mito his sword. The elder takes his sword out of its sheath and thanks the guy for his help. Leonora says that Mito is a joy to behold, as he has finally shown the determination to fight. Remembering Shinjo, the village chief says that someone put his brains back in place. So the guy is determined to cut off the girl's head. The guy jumps up and runs towards Leonora. The girl remains in place, but summons air boomerangs. Mito jumps to the side, trying to avoid colliding with the obstacle. It's not possible to simply dodge, so the guy starts fighting back with his sword. Nagase and Narumi are unable to help either Arashi or Narumi at the moment, so they are waiting for the right moment. Hashimoto says all they can do is watch them and stay out of the way. The girl leaves Mito with Narumi and Nagase, and she carefully watches the fight between the knight Guy and Arashi. Guy and Arashi do not use their blessings and fight in close combat. The guy is about to strike the knight in the face, but he successfully dodges the attack. As Guy tries to find his balance after dodging, Arashi crouches down and knocks the man down. The knight looks at what is happening in shock. Arashi stabs the confused knight in the stomach. The man flies to the side, but stays on his feet. Arashi tells the knight that even though his wounds were healed, it did not give him any strength. Guy smirks at his words and turns the tables, saying that the guy himself cannot use his blessing. Meanwhile, Leonora directs fireballs towards Mito. The guy jumps to the side, dodging each attack, but moving further and further away. Mito understands that the girl is trying to get rid of the guy with such actions before he can get to her. The headman's eyes begin to glow, and he thinks that there must be a way to defeat Leonora. Eleanor stops her attacks the moment Mito gets far enough away. The boy tries to figure out what to do next while his classmates watch over him from behind. Leonora says that she expected nothing less from Mito's boyfriend, since only a few can so deftly dodge her technique. The village chief thinks that he either needs to find a way to get closer to the girl, or find an opportunity to attack from a distance. The blessing doesn't work on Leonora, so Nagase and the others can't help him, and the saint specializes in long-range attacks. Mito decides to close the distance between them by any means necessary and act as quickly as possible. Leonora sees that the guy is enveloped in an unfamiliar glow, and now she looks a little confused. Mito takes off with such force that his footprints leave marks on the ground. Leonora reaches out and calls upon the power of the wind. Streams of wind turn into arrows that try to hit the attacking elder. However, he dodges the attack with great speed like lightning. The guy inevitably approaches his goal at an incredible speed. For the first time in the entire battle, Leonora changes her position and sits down on the ground. Touching the ground with her hand, the girl uses the diving technique. The ground beneath Mito's feet becomes like quicksand and begins to pull the boy down. The elder freezes in place and the glow begins to fade. At this time, Leonora calls upon the power of fire. She points it at Mito and he is engulfed in flames, causing him to scream in pain. Nagase and Narumi, who were watching from the side, rushed to help the headman, but it was too late. Leonora thought that Mito had been unknowingly strengthening his body with magic all this time, and was able to release all his power outward at once. Looking at the unconscious headman, the girl admitted that he had incredible talent, but he was still far from her level. Meanwhile, Arashi and Guy continued their battle. Looking at his hands, the guy thinks that he won't be able to use the explosion, so he needs to come up with another way to defeat the knight. Guy says he sees doubt on Arashi's face and seizes the moment to rush into the attack. The guy doesn't have time to react and gets hit. Arashi is slashed across the chest by a sword and cries out in pain as he falls to his knees. Clutching his wound, the boy cannot understand why he cannot defeat some old man. Guy approaches him and asks if this is all that Arashi can do without a blessing. The guy remembers everything he has gone through in his entire life and cannot come to terms with the fact that he will lose so easily. Arashi thinks that he is strong enough to win even without his explosions. Ignoring the sword leaning against his shoulder, the boy rises to his feet. Guy looks at Arashi in surprise and asks how he can still stand on his feet. The sword cuts through the clothes and digs into the guy's shoulder, but he doesn't intend to stop. The knight watches in shock as the boy actually hurts himself by pushing against the sword. Taking advantage of his confusion, Arashi raises his hand to strike. The guy delivers a crushing blow to the opponent's face. Despite all his wounds, Arashi looks more angry than before. From the force of the blow, Guy flies to the side, no longer able to stand on his feet. With one blow, Arashi not only knocked out several of the knight's teeth, but also sent him into unconsciousness. Taking the sword out of his shoulder, the boy told Guy that he had won. Meanwhile, Mito remembers the time he and his class spent in their world, and thinks that it is his responsibility to protect them all. The headman rises from the ground and realizes that he cannot watch his friends suffer. Leonora was about to attack the rest of the guys, but her attention was drawn to Mito, who stood up and was surrounded by lightning. The guy is again filled with powerful energy, and he tells Leonora that he is already on his way. The girl looks at the headman with a smile and says that he will not be able to get closer to her, no matter how hard he tries. But before she can finish speaking, Mito appears next to her. The carefree smile disappears from Leonora's face, and she looks at the lightning-fast guy in surprise. Without any expression on his face, the guy strikes with his sword. He manages to touch Leonora and she jumps back in fear. The guy remains in his place, but the energy does not leave his body. The girl touches the bleeding wound on her hand and thinks that she has lost control of the situation. Leonora frowns in pain, but suddenly the realization comes to her that this is something else. Before she can even realize it, Mito is behind her. Catching movement very close, Leonora quickly turns around. The girl uses the power of ice and creates a barrier between herself and Mito. However, the guy breaks the ice wall with one blow. Shards of her own magic fly at Leonora, forcing her to retreat. Previously, no one could make the girl move. But now, she tries unsuccessfully to dodge Mito's attacks. The saint looks past the headman, who froze for a moment, and understands that it was not that she was inattentive. The thing is, Mito has acquired a new blessing, and can now move too fast for a person to keep track of him. As a saint, Leonora says that God loves Mito, so he gave him the blessing he needed. The guy replies that he simply asked for the power that would help him protect the people close to him. Mito activates his speed power again and points his sword towards Leonora's neck. The girl stands calmly and does not try to avoid. She says that this is still not enough. Leonora uses her power of enslavement and causes Mito to fall to the ground. Standing over the immobilized guy, the girl says that she did not intend to use this power, but she has no choice. Mito looks up at the saint in disappointment and cannot move. Shinjo, who was watching this whole situation, said that Leonora had finally pulled out her trump card. Turning to Kanzaki, the brunette said that the time had come to act. Meanwhile, Leonora watched the immobilized Mito with a smile on her face. It was as if a powerful seal had been placed on the guy. The girl says that she didn't intend to use the enslavement technique, but Mito lives up to her expectations. The headman tries to fight, but the more he resists, the more pressure is put on him. Nagase and Hashimoto run towards them, intending to help. However, before they can get any closer, Leonora commands them to stop. All the students are overcome by the holy power, causing them to freeze in place. Narumi tried to take some action, but found himself completely immobilized. Leonora says that all the boys worked well, so she will consider them to have passed the test. The girl looks around in search of her knight. Having found him, Leonora says that she did not predict Guy's defeat, but there is nothing to worry about, because you can always find a new knight. The girl is convinced that any problem can be solved if the hero candidates are under her control. Narumi says that they really got into a fight that they initially had no chance of winning. Mito despairs as he thinks that until they find a way to resist this technique, they will not succeed. Leonora says that she was tasked with performing the ritual to summon the hero candidates, because she has the ability to control them. Otherwise, their existence could become a threat to the country. While the girl was explaining everything to the losing students, several daggers flew at her from behind. The girl called upon the power of the earth and it rose up, shielding the girl from the weapon. As the ground crumbles beneath her feet, Leonora sees weapons she has never seen before on a hero candidate. Leonora realizes that Shinjo attacked her and says that she was wondering where the guy hid after he killed her people. Shinjo was approaching her from the side with a leisurely pace. Coming closer, the guy says that he is surprised that a simple guy like him was honored with the attention of a saint. Leonora says that the guy seemed strange to her from the very beginning, because after receiving a useless blessing, he did not react in any way. The girl says that she is disappointed in him because the guy got into a fight that was initially a losing one. Shinjo replies that it will be him who decides whether the fight is lost or not. Leonora smiles and asks the guy to prove the truth of his words. The girl orders Shinjo to freeze and he obeys, overcome by the enslavement technique. The guy seems to be trying out what this technique is. His hands are enveloped in a glow that looks like many golden ropes. Shinjo tries to move and feels resistance. The girl says that by now the guy should have realized that as long as she has this technique, she is invincible. However, before she can finish speaking, a bullet hits her shoulder, causing her to recoil and scream. Smoke is still coming out of the barrel of the gun. Shinjo managed to free himself from the control and says that Leonora managed to cover the vital points, which is what the guy expected. Clutching the wound, the girl asked why he could move, since they had used the enslavement technique on him. The guy doesn't answer her question and takes aim again, firing another shot. This time the bullet hits the girl in the thigh. The girl has never seen a gun, so she asks what kind of weapon Shinjo has that her defense can't keep up with. Shinjo replies that it is one of the most deadly weapons from his world, but he rarely uses it because the ammo is limited. Leonora tells herself to calm down. She doesn't know why her technique doesn't work on the guy, but that's not the most important thing right now. The girl calls upon the power of fire and directs it towards the guy. The last thing the girl sees is the guy trying to cover his face with his hands. Deciding that the attack had hit its target, the girl says that Shinjo let his guard down too early. However, the next moment, her face looks surprised. In the place where the guy had just stood, only a burning cloak remained. Leonora doesn't understand where the guy managed to go, because just a second ago she saw the fire approaching him. The girl hears a click behind her and realizes that Shinjo is already standing behind her and has cocked the trigger. Shinjo says that from her fight with Mito, the guy realized that she is not strong in close-range combat, and the girl's technique does not work on him. Leonora frowns in pain and asks why her technique doesn't work only on Shinjo. The guy grins and says that he doesn't understand it himself, but it was his plan. But he wasn't sure that it would work. Shinjo remembers the night he called Kanzaki into his room and asked him to use control on him. The girl then stood frightened and pressed herself against the door, not understanding why the guy needed this. Kanzaki blushed and looked at Shinjo with confusion, saying that she wasn't into that kind of thing. The guy didn't understand what the girl was talking about and asked again. Shinjo said that while researching the materials on techniques, he did not find information on the enslavement technique, but instead read about one interesting fact. The guy explains that if two subjugation-type techniques are applied to a person, the technique that was applied first takes priority. The girl asks if it's true that if she casts a control technique on the guy, Leonora's enslavement technique won't be effective. Shinjo thinks that this is the case, and it might also work if Kanzaki's technique is stronger than Leonora's defense. The girl is surprised by his assumptions, because her technique cannot be compared with the powers of the saint. Shinjo believes that the main difference is that they are at different levels. Kanzaki's ability level is first, and Leonora's is third, but the girl's control should not be interrupted in favor of the saint. The boy remembers that earlier, Steady's technique had prevailed over Kanzaki's control. Previously, Shinjo thought that it was because the scientist's abilities were higher in level. The solution to the riddle was that Steady managed to apply his technique to the monsters much earlier than Kanzaki did. Shinjo speculates that Leonora's enslavement technique must work on the same principles. However, the only way to know if their assumptions are correct is to put them into practice, so they must study the control range. Returning to the moment of the fight, Leonora suddenly realizes that Kanzaki may be involved. Holding a gun to the saint's head, Shinjo says that the girl has finally gotten it. The guy confirms her suspicions, saying that he is now under Kanzaki's control. Leonora clenches her teeth in anger and calls the girl an impudent imitator. Shinjo doesn't let go of the saint's sights and says that her end has come. The gun in his hands clicks. Contrary to expectations, Shinjo did not kill Leonora. After the click, the girl turned around in surprise, feeling as if something was restricting her movements. The girl's hands were found to be in handcuffs, which had previously been used to restrain Kanzaki. Shinjo borrowed these handcuffs from them, hoping that they would block Leonora's miraculous power. The girl looks angrily at the guy and asks what he is going to do with her. The classmates finally regained their ability to move and began to come closer. Shinjo said that he would let Leonora go if she could send them back to their world right now. The girl says that it is useless because she only has the summoning technique, and another technique is needed to return them home. Shinjo activates his blessing and realizes that the girl is not lying, since her status does not include such a technique. The guy asks why the girl lied about them being able to return if they defeat the Demon King. Leonora explains that summoning people from another world requires a huge amount of energy, which they borrowed from God. In other words, their presence here is God's will, and when they have fulfilled their role, they will most likely be returned back. Shinjo guesses that the girl herself does not fully believe it. Leonora confirms his words, saying that the previous hero candidates were unable to even come close to the Demon King. Shinjo guesses the answer, but still asks what happened to the previous hero candidates. Leonora replies that almost all were killed by the Demon King's army, but some might have survived, but their location is unknown. Anyone would have given up after those words, so Shinjo understands why the girl didn't want to tell them. Leonora says that they won't be able to just settle here, because the Demon King's army will attack sooner or later, and then the guys will be forced to accept the fight. Shinjo realizes that no matter how hard they try, they still have no choice. The girl agrees with him and says that she is ready to turn a blind eye to this incident and help them if they let her go immediately. However, the guy is not going to follow her lead, so he swings a dagger, intending to deal with her. Mito grabs his hand and asks him to stop. Shinjo asks why the village chief decided to intervene, since they thought he had already decided to do so. Mito says he only agreed to this because they believed Leonora knew a way to get them home. In this situation, the village chief wants to keep the status of a hero candidate, but Shinjo reminds them that they have already started a riot. Leonora stops their argument and says that Mito is right. The girl agrees that she got a little carried away, but they can pretend that nothing happened. Shinjo thinks that her proposal is logical, but says that she won't be caught off guard a second time. The boy is afraid that Leonora might try to kill Kanzaki once she is released, and then their chances of winning will be zero. Mito says that they won't be able to get away with killing a saint, so they will make Leonora swear an oath and let her go. Hashimoto agrees with the class chief and says that not all of them know how to fight, so if they become criminals, then defeating the Demon King is out of the question. Nagase also agrees with them and says that they will find a way to make Leonora keep her promise. Narumi sides with Shinjo, saying that the girl almost killed them already, and nothing will stop her from trying again. Mito understands his concerns, but reminds him that they won't have a chance if they kill her right now. Shinjo understands the class president's concerns, as he wants to ensure the safety of the entire class, and the brunette is not sure that all of them will be able to survive. At some point, Shinjo senses a moment when Mito is no longer watching his actions. At the same moment, the sound of a shot is heard. Smoke comes out of the barrel of the gun, indicating that a shot has been fired. Mito turned his gaze to Shinjo and saw him take out a gun and now pointed at Leonora. The shot hit the saint square in the forehead, causing her to look shocked. Mito starts yelling at Shinjo, asking why he did that. Leonora falls to the ground and the strength leaves her body. The classmates look on in shock at what is happening and cannot believe how cold-bloodedly Shinjo killed a man. Having come to his senses, the headman tries to grab the brunette, but he has already managed to step aside. A smoke bomb was thrown at their feet between them. The smoke hid from the eyes of his classmates the silhouette of Shinjo, who told them at the end that they would meet again. Mito tried to find his classmate in the smokescreen. However, all his attempts were unsuccessful. When the smoke cleared, there was no one left. Mito fell to his knees in despair and asked why everything had happened this way. Hashimoto said that Shinjo committed an unforgivable act by killing Leonora before they could come to an agreement. Nagase chuckled that the guy, as always, only thought about himself. Narumi, in turn, begins to guess the motive for Shinjo's actions, but prefers not to make it public. Kanzaki slowly approaches Leonora's corpse, and can't believe it's over. The girl didn't think that Shinjo would actually kill the saint, but everything happened exactly as the guy said. She remembers how, before the attack began, the brunette told the girl how everything would happen next. Shinjo said that their main goal would be to capture Leonora and find out from her how they can return to their world. If during the interrogation it turns out that the girl cannot return them, then Shinjo will kill her. Kanzaki agreed with his words, but she didn't think that it would actually happen. Shinjo warns that if it is not so easy to return to their world, then Mito will start protecting Leonora. The brunette warns that in this case, he will kill the saint himself and run away. Kanzaki looked at the boy in shock and asked if he really wanted to take the blame for killing the saint. Shinjo says that this is why he allowed several soldiers to escape, to create the appearance that he was acting alone. If he is the only one considered a criminal, the boys will be able to return to the country without hindrance. Kanzaki thinks that everything might not work out, but the guy recommends that she use control to negotiate with the country. The girl agrees with him and wonders what Shinjo himself will do then. Then the guy replied that he could handle everything himself, so there was no need to worry about him. Kanzaki understands that everything went according to plan, but she is tormented by a feeling of guilt. She looks up at the dark sky and worries about what will happen to Shinjo now. Meanwhile, in one corner of the country, the moon turned bright pink. The entire space around the dark castle was filled with dark energy. We see a guy wondering what these hero candidates are like, who came from another world and were blessed by God. The knight reports to his master, saying that they have made several attempts to defeat them, but they have been unsuccessful. The owner tells him not to worry, because their actions on enemy territory are limited, but the heroes will come to them themselves sooner or later. Before us appears the supreme general of the Demon King's army, the Wind King Windberg, who believes that the war with humanity has now become much more interesting. Several days pass after the events on the battlefield between the hero candidates and Leonora. Shinjo separated from the group of his own accord and now travels alone. He had managed to prepare a backpack with things in advance, as if he had guessed that the battle would have such an outcome. The guy stops near a stream to drink and rest a little. Shinjo has been walking for the second day now, and according to the map, he will soon come across a city. In the distance, the guy sees a mountain and thinks about whether he should climb higher and assess the situation. He thinks that it is worth getting to know the city from afar in case he has to retreat urgently. Having climbed high enough, the guy sees a small town surrounded by high walls and realizes that it takes half a day to get there. Shinjo reaches the city when it is already dark outside. Walking through the thickets near the walls, the guy thinks that this outcome is to his advantage. Shinjo doubts that he, as the killer of the saint, will be allowed through the main gate. He does not know what they can do to him. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no movement visible on the wall, Shinjo throws a hook with a rope. Not forgetting to look around, the guy quickly climbs up. After some time, Shinjo successfully climbs over the wall and finds himself on the main street. Looking around, the guy thinks that he should first get some money. A couple of minutes later, the guy comes with a bag of money that he borrowed from the dead soldiers. Walking down the street, his attention is drawn to noise in one of the houses. Shinjo stops near a bar and thinks that this is the best place to gather information. The guy goes inside and sees a lot of people who are already tipsy. The man behind the bar sees the new arrival, greets him, and asks what he would like to order. Shinjo calmly walks up and sits down at the bar, leaving his luggage aside. The boy lowers his head and asks for some ale and something to eat. A clearly drunk man sitting next to him says he has never seen the guy before and asks if he is a traveler. Shinjo replies that he had to flee his hometown and is now looking for a way to make a living. The man assumes that the boy's hometown was attacked by the Demon King's army and says that it is a big disaster. Shinjo is glad that the man made up the story himself and asks if he knows where they hire undocumented refugees. The owner of the establishment serves the guy some ale and says that in that case, he should become an adventurer. Shinjo accepts the mug and asks what this organization does. The man explains that it is a guild that gives its workers various requests, mainly to kill monsters. The visitor says that this is not a job for weaklings, so the guy can get killed there. But the owner assures that the guy is not as simple as he seems. The visitor asks if the owner is right, but he himself confirms his words, remembering that the guy is traveling alone. Shinjo is quite happy with this proposal, and asks how he can become an adventurer. The owner says that the guy just needs to register at the guild in the city center. They accept everyone, since there are not enough hands. Shinjo asks how the man knows so much and learns that the owner himself used to be an adventurer, but retired due to an injury. After a few moments, the man places plates of food in front of the brunette. Shinjo had a hearty dinner and found a place to spend the night, where he spent the rest of the night. When sunlight began to penetrate through the window, the boy woke up. Shinjo slowly packs up and leaves, planning to visit the guild today. On the first floor, the guy meets the girl and thanks her for allowing him to spend the night there, and says that he will stay with them for some time. The girl accepts the outstretched money and thanks the guy for deciding to choose them. As Shinjo left the building, he thought about how the girl didn't say anything even when she saw his face. This makes the guy think that photography has not yet been invented in this world. Shinjo decides that there is no point in being overly cautious now and heads towards the guild. After walking through the city, the guy stops next to a large building on which hangs a coat of arms with crossed swords. Looking at the crest, Shinjo guesses that this is the Adventurers Guild. The guy walks into the building and sees a lot of people dressed in combat suits. Everyone broke up into small groups and discuss something of their own. Some laugh at the situation they find themselves in, while others look with interest at the strange objects they managed to obtain. Further into the room, Shinjo notices a girl standing on the other side of the counter and assumes that this is the reception desk. The guy comes closer and says he wants to register as an adventurer. The girl informs that in this case, he must provide a registration fee in the amount of 1 silver coin. The girl asks the guy if this is okay with him, and he agrees, holding out a coin. After receiving the payment, the girl asks for the name, age, and origin in order to fill out the registration form. Shinjo thinks about not telling his real name. The guy introduces himself as Siren, says he is 17 years old and that his town was destroyed by the Demon King's army. The girl says that this information will be enough for registration. Shinjo introduced himself with his code name from his home world and thanked the girl for her help. When the girl has written all the data on a piece of paper, she puts a stamp and reports that the registration is complete. She raises her finger and says that she will tell the guy about the activities of the adventurers. Each adventurer is assigned a rank depending on his achievements and abilities. The higher the rank, the more difficult the task and the greater the reward. The girl informs him that Shinjo has the lowest rank, F, and says that he needs to complete missions and earn reputation in order to raise his rank. The girl points to the board with requests and says that the guy should choose F-rank requests. Shinjo moves closer to the board and begins to study the available requests. F-rank requests mainly consist of medicinal herb picking and kobold killing. Shinjo takes the request in his hands and thinks that he should take this one, because he has never heard of kobolds before. While the guy is trying to decide where to start, he is called. A group of several guys approach him and say that they have never seen the guy before. So he should not take on the kobolds, because these creatures will kill him. Shinjo is angry that someone is interfering in his affairs. Everyone around seemed to freeze in anticipation of what would happen next. Shinjo turns away from them and advises them to turn around and leave without making any unnecessary noise. The guys are angry that he is giving them advice and ask why the guy is acting so cocky. Other adventurers watch this from the sidelines and say that it will be difficult for the guy, since he is already being picked on. The team leader comes closer to Shinjo and asks who taught the boy manners. He reaches out his hand, intending to grab the brunette. However, before he can do anything, Shinjo intercepts his hand. For a moment, the guy was confused by such a speed of movement. Shinjo looked at the boy with composure. The leader was frightened by this look, and he began to break free from the steel grip. However, his attempts were unsuccessful, and the grip only tightened. The guy understands that he can't escape on his own, so he calls his friends for help. The other two guys surround Shinjo and want to attack from different sides. The brunette calmly watches their actions, and understands that they do not pose a threat. Sometime later, all three guys are lying on the floor unconscious. The adventurers surround them with interest, trying to make sure that they weren't imagining things. Shinjo still holds the order, and calmly walks through the crowd towards the exit of the premises. The guy is disappointed in mid-level adventurers, and believes that they are much weaker than any of the hero candidates. Stepping out of the building onto a busy city street, Shinjo decides it's time for him to fulfill the order. According to the information from the sheet, the guy is heading towards the forest. Shinjo walks through the forest and looks around. According to the information received, the kobold's lair should be somewhere around here. Suddenly his attention is drawn to something on the ground. Paw prints appear before his eyes. A trail of footprints from a mysterious animal leads further into the forest. Looking at them, Shinjo realizes that they are quite fresh. The tracks lead towards the bushes, and the guy compares them to those of an animal. Shinjo heads into the bushes, following a well-trodden path that leads deeper into the undergrowth. The guy looks around and notices another trail of footprints. The creature hides its presence well, leading Shinjo to believe that he has finally stumbled upon a kobold. At this moment, the guy feels that this very creature is already standing behind him. Shinjo manages to react and jump to the side, thereby dodging the sword. The beast, similar to a wolf but standing on two legs, holds a sword in its hands, which, apparently, it took from people. Shinjo barely has time to get a good look at the monster when another kobold jumps out at the guy from behind the bushes with a club in its paw. The guy easily dodges the blow and sits down on the ground, scooping up some soil in his palm. Taking advantage of the moment, Shinjo throws earth at the kobold. It hits the second creature in the eyes, causing it to close them. While one kobold tries to get rid of the sand in his eyes, the second one tries to attack Shinjo from behind. However, the guy, without turning to face him, kicks the approaching monster in the face. The creature loses its balance and falls on its back, dropping the sword from its hands. Shinjo grabs the sword and raises it to strike. Without hesitation, the weapon enters the body of the kobold lying on the ground. The second monster watched this from the side and now looks a little scared. While the kobold looks at his kin, Shinjo takes out his throwing daggers and throws them towards the monster. The creature doesn't have time to react, and the knives plunge into its body. Shinjo moves a little away from the creatures he killed. The boy uses his blessing to study a new type of monster. Judging their statuses, Shinjo thinks that it is not that difficult to kill them, so he considers whether to kill a few more to earn more money. After some time, the guy returns to the guild building and makes everyone present freeze in place. Shinjo approaches the girl who previously registered him in the guild. The guy lays out a whole mountain of severed kobold ears on the table in front of her. Shinjo says he decided to bring them as proof of killing the monsters. The girl looks at the mountain of ears in surprise and asks if the guy really killed them all by himself. Shinjo confirms her words and says that the kobolds were harder to track down than to kill. On this mission, the guy realized that his combat skills were at a sufficient level, but he was not so strong in territorial reconnaissance. The girl asks if the guy has previously worked in another guild, but he says that he is new to this business. The girl says that she understands him and asks him to wait a little while they prepare his reward. Slowly but surely, the day is moving towards its end. Walking through the streets, where night has already fallen, Shinjo throws a heavy bag of money into the air. The money turns out to be much more than he expected, which suggests that one can make a fortune even on such puny monsters. Shinjo thinks that he will need money in the future, so he thinks about staying in this city and working as an adventurer. The guy decides that he needs to establish communication with other adventurers in order to get more useful information. Suddenly, someone blocks the Shinjo road. The boy is greeted by a large blonde man who happily greets Shinjo. The brunette understands that this man will be stronger than the other guys from the guild, and asks why the blonde came to him. The man says his name is Lyle, and says he is a B-rank adventurer and deals with the internal conflicts of all the adventurers in this city. Shinjo understands that this will not end well. The man flexes his hands, asking if it was the brunette who beat up his boys. Shinjo remains calm and says that the boys attacked him first. Lyle pointed his finger at the brunette and said that he was lying because his friends said otherwise. Shinjo realizes that there is no chance to prove his case in this argument and simply gives up. The adventurer attacks the guy, saying that he will answer for his actions. Shinjo stands still and doesn't react to the approaching guy. As the fist approaches his head, the brunette takes a smooth step to the side, avoiding the collision. This happens with all subsequent blows. The man cannot keep up with the guy's speed. Layla starts to get angry at this and yells that Shinjo won't get rid of him that easily. The man leans on his left leg and turns around his axis. He raises his right leg to the level of Shinjo's head and is about to deliver a spinning kick. But before he can land a blow, the brunette trips Layla. Having lost his only support at the moment, the man falls to the ground. The fall makes Lyle cry out in pain. Shinjo steps aside and says that the man is self-taught, as there are too many open spaces and the technique is too obvious. Lyle is not going to put up with his comments and jumps to his feet. However, even the element of surprise does not help him deal with the candidate for hero. Shinjo calmly intercepts his arm and twists it. The next moment, the man finds himself pinned face down on the ground. Shinjo notes that Lyle is not used to fighting people, which is understandable since the man is a demon hunter. The adventurer became angry and asked why Shinjo was attacking those weaker than him, even though he was much stronger. Pressing the man to the ground, the guy says that there was a misunderstanding and offers to tell everything from the very beginning. When Lyle comes to his senses and decides to listen to the guy, Shinjo lets him go and they go to the nearest bar together. After the brunette told him in detail what had happened, the man apologized to him for his behavior. Shinjo and Lyle sat at the table and ate dinner, drinking alcoholic drinks. At some point, the adventurer turns his gaze to the side and says that he is guilty of taking the guys at their word. Looking at the battered trio kneeling next to their table, Lyle admits that he should have checked everything before attacking. The man orders the boys to sit still and think about their behavior. The adventurers first apologize to the boss, and then apologize to Shinjo himself for their behavior. The brunette changes the subject, saying that if they've already sorted out this situation, then he wants to ask Lyle a few questions. The man says that he is guilty before the guy, so he will answer any of his questions. Pulling his mug of drink closer, Shinjo says that he is a traveler. He joined the adventurers in order to save money for the journey, but he has another reason. Lyle says the guy already has a lot of strength, so it's clearly not a matter of finding a companion. Shinjo takes a leisurely sip from his mug. After this, the guy says that he is looking for a way to move to another world. His words make both Lyle and his subordinates cry out in surprise. The guys start whispering about the fact that the movement most likely exists because it was from another world that the candidates for heroes came to them. Shinjo confirms their words and says that he needs to get to where the candidates came from. Lyle thinks about it and says that this requires special equipment, but they are not experts in this matter. Shinjo knows that this isn't something that can be easily discovered, but he'll need any clue he can get. Lyle suggests that the guy turn to the sage Elben, since he is a very knowledgeable person in this matter. His words interested Shinjo, and he asked who this sage was. Lyle is surprised by his words, because he is talking about an elf, the king's advisor. Shinjo says he heard about him, but didn't think he actually existed. When the boy was studying books in the library, he saw many references to the elf sage. Elves are long-lived creatures who live deep in the forest, and there are so few of them left that they have almost become a legend. Lyle says that the sage is over 100 years old, so he knows a lot, and is also a talented magician. Shinjo reflects on the fact that elves are unique in that they borrow the powers of spirits to use magic. Even if the sage doesn't know about the technique of returning, his magic will be able to return Shinju home. One of Lyle's protégés intervenes in the conversation and asks if the sage is even alive, since there has been no news from him lately. Lyle laughs at his words and says that he himself does not know more information. The man apologizes for not being able to help Shinjo, but Shinjo says that they shared useful information with him. Finishing his drink, the guy says that this information is more than enough. Shinjo gets up from the table and apologizes, saying that it is late and he is going to go back to his room. Before the guy leaves, Lyle stops him and asks if they can ask one question. Without waiting for permission, the man asks why Shinjo needs this path to another world. The guy grins and invites the adventurers to figure it out for themselves. Lyle, surrounded by his charges, remains sitting at the table and reflecting on the boy's words. Shinjo leaves the room slowly. The next few days pass in a constant routine. Shinjo comes to the guild, takes an order and completes it, after which he returns to receive a reward. The guild girl gives Shinjo his reward and says that he did a good job today. The whole week passed in this mode, and the guy was already able to save up a sufficient amount. As he leaves the guild building, Shinjo meets Lyle and his charges, who offer the guy a drink together. The brunette walks past them and says that he doesn't have time for this today. Lyle assumes that Shinjo is simply overtired, which is why he doesn't intend to press the guy. Walking down a busy street, the guy looks at a piece of paper and thinks that he has gotten enough information about the sage. The sage's name is Elben Kelleth. 10 years ago, he was an advisor to the king, but he retired and moved to the western border. Shinjo decides that there is no point in him staying in this city any longer, and now he is going to go and meet the sage. Meanwhile, we return to the city of Alpha, where the hero candidates have returned. We meet the commander of the 8th Detachment of the Order of the Holy Knights, whose name is Heinrich. He says he has been keeping an eye on the hero candidates for a month now, and wants to know if they have any complaints. Mido sits opposite the man with blue hair, and says that they are, on the contrary, very grateful to him, since he is very kind to them. The man is happy about this and says that each of the boys is a valuable fighting unit of their country, so they deserve respect. Hashimoto thanks him. She thinks that the guy is not at all like Leonora, but this raises some suspicions. The commander suggests moving on to the main topic, and reports that at yesterday's meeting, it was decided that the hero candidates need to show themselves in action. Mido asks if he means they are going to be sent to the front lines. Henry becomes serious, and says that this is exactly what they want to do. Pointing to a map, the man says that fighting continues along the western border to this day. It was decided to send the candidates to one of the hotspots on the front line between the kingdom of Valdora and the sacred country of Digrest. Mido says that they understand everything, but decides to ask if the commander remembers their agreement. Henry says that according to their agreement, they will take care of those who do not have fighting skills. Mido and Hashimoto breathe a sigh of relief. The commander says that he will assign them other work, since they do not have many resources to provide for those who are not working. Mido remembers Naomi's condition and says that the guys will even be happy about it. Hashimoto decides to ask when they are planning to set out. Henry says that they have little time, so they will set off early tomorrow morning, and asks to pass this information on to the others. After finishing the meeting, Mido and Hashimoto leave the main hall. The girl is very happy that she managed to come to an agreement with the captain regarding her classmates. Mido supports her, but can't help but feel like everything is going too smoothly. The boys think that this is because they killed Leonora, who was the only person capable of controlling them. After a few seconds of silence, Hashimoto sighs and says that she wonders where Shinjo went. After her words, an oppressive silence hung between the guys. Mido recalls that immediately after Leonora's murder and Shinjo's disappearance, the boys returned to the capital. They informed the bishop that the saint had been killed. The bishop could not believe what was happening and kept asking who and how was able to defeat Leonora. Nagas said that she was killed by Shinjo, who was also one of the hero candidates. After her words, panic arose among the guards. After some time, the bishop asked where this very murderer was now. Nagase replied that Shinjo had fled the scene of the crime, as was to be expected from a traitor. The soldiers began to talk about the need to organize a search party, but first to make sure that the saint was dead. The bishop expresses his doubts about Shinjo running away on his own, as that would play into the hands of the other candidates. His accusations make Arashi angry, because the boy really didn't help Shinjo escape. The bishop says that he himself does not want to suspect the candidates. However, he cannot be 100% sure that they are not all in cahoots. Mido, who used to always speak up for the whole class, chooses to remain silent and not engage in conversation for the first time. One of the soldiers turns to the bishop, saying that he personally saw everything that happened. He says that the brave hero candidates tried to protect the saint, but they failed to stop Shinjo, which resulted in the saint's death. The other soldiers present in the camp that day confirmed his words, saying that they also saw everything with their own eyes. The initially negative bishop calmed down after their words. The old man said that he could trust the words of Leonora's soldiers and asked if Shinjo was really that strong. Mido says that Shinjo is very strong and secretive enough not to show it to anyone. His words make the bishop think. After a few moments of silence, the old man suggests discussing all the details in the inner room. The students and the bishop are about to leave, and no one notices Kanzaki, who is standing behind the column and using control to direct the soldiers. The girl made the soldiers say those words and breathed a sigh of relief when she realized that Shinjo's plan had worked. Mido followed behind the bishop and silently thanked Kanzaki for the fact that they had successfully passed this stage. However, this does not improve the headman's mood, and he still looks upset. Hashimoto asks if his mood is related to Shinjo, and says that the guy is not worth their worries. Mido smiles at her words and says that perhaps the girl is right. The guy slows down a little and walks behind Hashimoto. Despite his agreement with the girl, the guy believes that it is his fault that what happened to Shinjo. As the class president, he had to protect them all, without exception. Mido decides that he must protect everyone at all costs. Currently, the class president and Hashimoto met with the rest of the students. Mido informed them that a decision had been made to send them to the front lines, and told the battle group to begin assembling. Some students were afraid that they would have to engage in real combat. Nagase asks why they only started to be afraid now if they wanted to join the battle group themselves. The two boys felt embarrassed after being scolded by a girl. Hano asked if they would be going on this mission alone. Mido reveals that Heinrich will be going with them with the 8th squad of knights, making the entire class part of his squad. Kanzaki walked closer to the village chief and asked if there was any information about Shinjo. Mido says there's a bounty on the guy's head and they're actively looking for him, but there are no leads yet. Kanzaki looks upset. On one hand, she is worried about the lack of news, but she understands that if there is news, it will mean that the guy is in danger. Mido senses the girl's mood and asks if she is truly worried about the traitor. Nagas summons fire and says that if they meet Shinjo, she will personally burn him to the ground. It seems that only Kanzaki understands Shinjo's true intentions. She steps away from the group and thinks that she would like to go with the guy. As had been decided, the 8th detachment, under the command of Henry and the candidates for heroes, set out at dawn. Some rode horses, some walked. All the soldiers surrounded the food carts in case they had to defend themselves. The soldiers of the 8th detachment wore a white uniform that was different from the other soldiers in the country. The formation moved in complete silence, broken only by the clatter of the horses' hooves. The cavalry marched in front of the entire procession, while the candidates for heroism walked almost at the very end. Arasi, riding on a horse, was clearly dissatisfied with something, but remained silent. One of the girls walking said that she was tired and asked when there would be a rest stop. Hashimoto, who was walking ahead, turned to her and replied that they had stopped for lunch not long ago, so they would now walk until nightfall. Many of the boys didn't get horses, and now they complain that they are tired and wish they had a car. Suddenly, everyone hears Arashi demanding that they stop. The guys freeze in anticipation, and a couple of seconds later they ask the guy what happened. Arashi points to the bushes to the side and says that there are monsters in them. After his words, all the students tensed up in anticipation of the battle. At that moment, one of the members of the 8th squad began to approach them and ask why the guys had stopped. Mido apologized and said that there was a group of monsters hiding nearby. The soldier began to look around, but not finding anything. He said that the guys had been given an order, so they had no right to stop without permission. All this time, Arashi was tense, and now the current situation made him angry. The boy brought his horse a little closer and grabbed the soldier by the throat. The man didn't have time to understand when his horse, frightened, ran away, and he himself was left hanging in the air. This attracted even more people, and then Mido ordered Arashi to stop. Holding the soldier in the air, the boy asked why he should listen to someone so insignificant. However, the situation quickly changed when huge claws flew right next to the boys. Arashi managed to dodge the blow and looked towards the bushes from which he had been distracted. Not wanting to deal with the soldier any further, the boy let the man go. The soldier fell to the ground and cried out in pain. The arriving soldier distracted attention to himself, and the boys forgot about Arashi's words about monsters for a while. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, monsters that resembled giant rabbits with long, sharp claws emerged from the bushes. Seeing the monsters, the soldiers became alarmed and began to prepare to attack the enemy. However, the rabbit claws were not going to wait and rushed to attack. The monsters deftly jumped from one side to the other, dodging the blows. The monster got too close to one of the soldiers. With one blow, the rabbit claw knocked the sword out of the soldier's hands. The weapon flew to the side and stuck into the ground a few meters from the man. The monster managed to disarm the enemy, and now he was getting closer and closer. The soldier looked at his approaching death in despair and could not utter a word. Before the monster can strike, it is blown away by the blast wave. As soon as the monsters appeared on the battlefield, Arashi rushed into combat with them. The guy kicked the monster away from the soldier. Dismounting from his horse during the attack, Arashi walked up to the rabbit claw and crushed its head. The soldier looked in shock at the act of his savior. Seeing what had happened to their fellow, the other monsters did not dare to come closer. At some point, the soldier came to his senses and thanked Arashi for saving him. The guy didn't react to his words. He just rubbed his neck and told the soldier not to get in the way. Arashi was the first to rush into battle, striking at the monsters. One by one, the rabbit claws were killed by the angry guy. It was as if all this time there was energy building up in Arashi that was trying to get out. The guy got really worked up, trying to relieve the tension, and found the battle an opportunity to vent his anger. His classmates just watched him from the sidelines, noting that the boy's explosions became even stronger. When there were no monsters left, Arashi walked past their bodies and thought that this was not enough. The guy believes that with such success, he will never be able to catch up with one person. Arashi remembers standing there, unable to move, as Shinjo held the gun to Leonora's head. Shaitan himself wanted to deal with the saint, but Shinjo did not leave him this opportunity. Looking at the brunette at that moment, Arashi thought that he had been acting very strange from the very beginning. Back in their world, Shinjo never paid attention to anything the brown-haired man said. Looking back, Arashi realized that the boy hadn't cared about what was going on around him from the very beginning. During their last squabble in the classroom, the brown-haired man already felt something strange. Despite his behavior and appearance, Shinjo was not a weakling. Arashi was glad to have received the blessing of the explosion. He then thought that he would be able to surpass Shinjo because he did not receive outstanding power. But this did not happen. Mido approached the thoughtful Arashi and asked why the guy was always in a bad mood lately. The brown-haired man approached his horse and climbed onto it, replying that nothing had happened to him. Continuing to move forward, Arashi said he doesn't like it when pathetic people tell him what to do. Sometime later, the detachment successfully reached the western border of the sacred country of Digrest and stopped at Fort Traz. The border consisted of a huge castle fortress and a high wall. The border was always under control, so soldiers were constantly on duty on the wall. Guards are stationed around the entire perimeter and closely monitor the situation. At the border, the squad was met by a blonde girl named Amelia, who is the commander of the 4th Squad of the Order of the Holy Knights. The girl introduces herself and says that she was recently appointed as a front commander. The hero candidates stand behind Commander Heinrich, listening attentively to the girl. Heinrich came closer to her and asked what had happened to Commander Benken. The girl reports that the commander died a week ago, and her words make the guys shudder. Amelia says she would really like the boys to rest after the trip, but now is not the time. Before the girl can finish speaking, there is a noise behind her. Soldiers burst into the room and report that the Demon King's army is attacking. Amelia tells the hero candidates that they don't have time to rest, so she hopes they will help. Mido understands that the situation is urgent and agrees to help. Turning to the class, he, as a leader, orders the boys to prepare for battle. Arashi is clearly pleased with this outcome and is ready to enter the battle. A bell rang out from the fortress's bell tower, signaling the advance of the Demon King's army. In the distance, a crowd of various monsters was already visible approaching. The hero candidates had never encountered such sights before. Seeing the number of enemies from the wall, the school children fell into a stupor and trembled with fear. Henry gave the order to open fire in order to reduce the enemies' numbers before they could get closer to the front. A squad of archers took up positions and prepared to fire. The members of the Holy Knights began to call upon the blessings of fire in order to burn away the demons. On a single command, the steras and fireballs were released towards the advancing army. The front ranks of demons were the main target. However, even the arrows pierced into the demons' bodies did not make them stop. Mito looks at what is happening in horror and says that the enemy does not even try to retreat after this attack. Amelia mounted her horse and said that this would not kill the demons. She explains to Mito that demons are more resilient than humans, so what works on a human won't work against them. The headman asks what they should do then. Amelia says she will lead the 4th squad, while the hero candidates will join Heinrich, who leads the raider attack. The man comes closer and says that he was going to offer to rely on him for everything. But he notices that someone is eager to join the fight. Mito freezes for a second, not understanding what is being said. Nagase makes him pay attention to the battlefield and says that some guys went down ahead of everyone else. At this moment, sounds of explosions begin to be heard from the direction of the battle. This made the monsters and demons freeze in place, trying to understand what was happening. When the smoke from the explosions clears a little, a guy stands on a mountain of bodies. Arashi turns towards them and greets the new arrivals kindly. The demons see that several young guys have descended before everyone else and have already entered the battle. Arashi looks at his enemies without a shadow of fear, as if he was just going out for a warm-up. The demons call the guys stupid. They can't believe that the hero candidates decided to come out of hiding on their own. After his words, a powerful explosion is heard. Arashi stretches his arms and says that he doesn't care who is in front of him, monsters or demons. He orders them to come up to him all at once because he hopes it will help him have some fun. However, Arashi and his team alone are not enough to completely protect the wall from enemies. Some of the demons broke through to the wall and made a passage in it. Regular soldiers are much weaker than demons, so one hit is enough to knock back several people. One of the monsters swings an axe at a fallen soldier. However, before he can strike, a blue flash flashes through the air. The monster falls dead to the ground in front of the soldier. The guy looks up and can't believe his luck. Mito managed to climb down from the wall and neutralize the enemy before he dealt the decisive blow. However, many more demons have penetrated the walls and are now heading towards the headman. The guy turns around on the spot and calls the sword to stretch, after which the weapon increases significantly in size. From using the blessing, Mito's eyes begin to glow. Thanks to the extended sword, the Elder only needs one blow to neutralize several monsters. The guy wasn't entirely sure that he would succeed, but looking at his new sword, Mito is convinced that his strength continues to grow. The class president turns to his classmates and says that they are capable of defeating their enemies and asks them not to be afraid to challenge them. Mito showed by personal example that they were capable of fighting, so the boys were charged with his energy. The guy understands that now is the moment when he cannot hesitate, so he rushes into the thick of the battle. Mito can't afford to make a mistake, because if he gets scared, his classmates will get scared too, because he is the leader of the class. The guy remembers how it all ended when he gave in and relied on naive thoughts, and he won't let that happen again. Hashimoto joins the fight using his telekinesis and says that they will not abandon the village chief and will fight alongside him. Nagase also engages the enemy using the Blessing of Fire. Kanzaki stays a little behind and uses his control on the monsters that break through the defense. The whole class began to work in a coordinated manner, energized by each other. Under such pressure, the monsters begin to flee from the battlefield. The soldiers watch in shock as the hero candidates fight, and realize that their strength is so great that they have begun to push back the Demon King's army. Henry also takes part in the battle and orders the boys not to retreat and to fight to the last. The man himself, accompanied by his knights, sets off to catch up with the retreating monsters. A lot of time has passed since the beginning of hostilities. Now only the Digrist army and the hero candidates remained on the battlefield. Even Arashi looks exhausted, but is clearly pleased to have been able to release his energy. Mito and the rest of the guys look at the bodies of the defeated monsters and catch their breath. Amelia raises her sword up and shouts that the Demon King's army has retreated and victory is theirs. The soldiers begin to shout joyfully. The sun had already begun to disappear behind the horizon, as if to indicate that their fight was over for today. Mito didn't look inspired and looked thoughtfully into the distance. Heinrich approached the Elder and asked how he was enjoying his first combat experience. Mito says he's still not that good at fighting crowds because he forgets to give commands. The commander pats the guy on the shoulder reassuringly and praises him for the work he has done, saying that they could not have done it without his help. Henry warns them to be careful because today they fought with middle and lower class demons. The man says that there are not many higher demons, but their power is terrifying. Mito keeps his eyes on the horizon. He says they will be ready for anything. We are transported to the enemy's lair and find ourselves next to the tower. The enemy army's camp was located around it. The demon responsible for the attack reports to his superior and apologizes for failing to fulfill his duty. The main demon clenches his teeth with force from the anger that overwhelms him. The demon is called Earth Elemental Strongman. He is the commander of the Demon King's army, and one of the 4 heavenly kings. At this time, we are transported to the west of the sacred country of Digrist. To the west, there is a great forest. Shinjo finished all his business in the small town and set out on his journey. The guy thinks that the exit from the forest is very close, which means that the house of the great sage is not far away. As Shinjo walked along the path, he had the feeling that someone was watching him. It was at that moment that strange tentacles rushed towards the guy from the bushes. Shinjo managed to lean back, causing the tentacles to fly past him without touching him. Even though the guy was moving fast, the tentacles were also fast, so the distance between them was small. Looking closely at the tentacles that flew past his nose, Shinjo thought that they looked like long tongues. The guy looks in the direction from which the threat came. A large monkey hangs upside down on a nearby tree, its tongue long like a frog's. A couple of monsters have already descended to the ground and are slowly approaching the brunette. Shinjo activates his blessing and sees that the monster is called a gibbon. Thanks to his status, the guy understands that the creatures are hungry, after which he throws his heavy backpack to the ground. Shinjo keeps only a dagger on himself because he is confident that the creatures do not pose a threat to him. Saliva flows from the monster's mouth and it roars. The next moment, the gibbon attacks Shinjo with its tongue. The guy manages to easily dodge the attack. However, as soon as he was distracted for a second, the gibbon itself was already dangerously close. Before the monster can hit him with its paw, the boy jumps to the side. Shinjo is not happy with the current situation. He didn't expect these monsters to be so fast. Step by step, the gibbon's blows force Shinjo to retreat further and further. One of the monsters decides to attack the guy with his tongue again. This time, instead of dodging the blow, Shinjo positioned the dagger so that the beast's tongue would strike the blade itself. The gibbon howled in pain as his tongue was cut in half. Shinjo, taking advantage of the monster's confusion, headed towards the gibbon, continuing to cut its tongue. Howling in pain, the monster tried to wave away the approaching guy with its paw. The guy dodged the blow and said that the monster was too slow. With one blow of his dagger, Shinjo dispatches the monster. The gibbon falls dead to the ground and Shinjo turns towards the others. The monsters stopped their attack in horror and looked at the guy with apprehension. Shinjo asks why they are frozen in place, and if he should approach them himself. After some time, the forest falls silent. Shinjo dealt with all the monsters and thought that each time he came across more and more dangerous creatures. The guy thinks that it might be because the Demon King's lands are already close, or because there is no city with adventurers nearby. The brunette continues on his way, and remembering the abilities of the monsters, he realizes that they are no longer young, so there is no stronger hunter in this area. Finally, Shinjo emerges from the forest and stops in front of a cliff. Before his eyes, the Urkano Mountains appear, a natural barrier protecting the country from a full-scale invasion by the Demon King. The highest mountain is called Death Wolf Mountain. According to rumors, it is in this place, at the very top of the mountain, that a sage lives. Shinjo descends down to reach the foot of the mountain, where rumors say there should be a village. As the street is illuminated by a scarlet sunset, the boy approaches the village. However, what appeared before the guy made him tense up. The village that once stood at the foot of the mountain is now engulfed in flames. Shinjo thinks they are being attacked by the Demon King's army and rushes to help. The guy runs into the village and looks around. After some time, Shinjo notices a small squad of demons. They bent over the murdered villager. Shinjo watches everything from the roof of one of the houses and thinks that he underestimated the enemy. The demons turn to their leader and ask what they should do next, suggesting that they kill all the villagers. A demon named Hector orders them to stop, as humans can be used as slaves. Instead, the commander asks if they managed to find out anything about Elaban. One of the demons says that according to the locals, Elaban lives on top of Death Wolf Mountain. Apparently they knew about it before, but decided to check. So Hector said that they were wasting their time. Looking towards the mountain, the commander said that their priority objective was to capture Elaban Kellet, known as the Sage. Hector orders a halt for the night so that they can set out at dawn. One of the demons became frightened and said that deadly wolves lived on this mountain. The demon says that it will not be possible to subdue them, so you will have to kill every single one of them to rise to the top. These wolves have a highly developed intellect, which is why their magic doesn't work on them. The demons say that the 4 heavenly kings can even subjugate a dragon, but they are no match for them. Hector says that he is not strong in magic either, so there is no point in this conversation, so they will kill these wolves if they cannot subdue them. The demons shout enthusiastically after his words and are about to settle down for the night. Shinjo analyzes the enemies and thinks that the enemy is quite organized and assumes that they are part of the Demon King's elite army. The guy finds out that their leader is a higher demon and thinks that there are only 10 higher demons in the enemy army, and attacking them head-on is a bad idea. Shinjo had relaxed completely, so Hector was able to notice that someone was watching them. However, when the leader turns his gaze to the house, the guy is no longer on its roof. Hector is confident, so he orders the demons to search the entire village and find the spy. Shinjo jumps off the roof thinking that the demon is very smart. The demons shout at the man to come out and roam the city. Meanwhile, the brunette closes himself onto another roof and thinks that they are unlucky, because hiding is his profile. As Shinjo moves through the village looking for cover, his gaze catches on something off to the side. Among the crowd of monsters sit several tied-up villagers, including children. Shinjo turns away from them and pretends not to notice anything. The guy jumps over the fence and lands on the ground. The brunette feels sorry for the villagers, but saving them is pointless, because his goal is to find the sage before the demons. The only chance to do this is to climb the mountain earlier, and in this, he will be helped by the fact that the demons stayed in the village for the night. Night fell, and Shinjo continued his ascent to the highest and most dangerous of the Orkano Mountains. Because the wall is very steep, at some points the guy has to climb the walls. Periodically, Shinjo turns around and looks back to make sure he is not being followed. However, behind the guy there is only a sheer wall. Looking ahead, Shinjo says that he most likely won't find a beaten path, so he'll have to follow the tracks of the animals. Visibility is poor, the ground is loose, so the guy can't speed up, as this is a place where you have to be extremely careful. As Shinjo walks through the forest, he begins to notice the presence of strangers. The guy barely noticed them, so he decided that he had stumbled upon the deadly wolf and wolves. With every step, Shinjo notices that there are more and more wolves. But despite this, they leave almost no traces. They have everything under complete control. Suddenly, the howl of the pack leader echoes across the mountain. As if on command, wolves jump out of the bushes, ready to tear Shinjo apart at any moment. The boy jumps up, dodging the wolf's sharp teeth. Shinjo jumps up into a tree, hoping to buy time to assess the situation. He met in person the creatures after whom the mountain is named Death Wolf Mountain, and now understands why most of those who risked climbing the mountain never returned. Taking a comfortable position, Shinjo activates the Blessing of Appraisal. He scans the hungry pack of wolves, trying to find the leader. The ability table indicates that wolves have the ability to work together. One of the wolves decides that he can't wait any longer and rushes towards the tree where Shinjo is sitting. The monster crashes into it with its head, breaking the tree trunk. The tree leans dangerously and Shinjo with it. A guy catches a leaf flying past. He decides to strengthen it with the help of miraculous power. When Shinjo is dangerously close to the monster's mouth, he throws a reinforced leaf towards the wolf. The little leaf became so saturated with power that it was able to cut off the beast's head. After that, a white glow began to emanate from Shinjo. The creature fell dead behind the guy. The other wolves were already prepared for the attack, and decided to attack from different sides. Shinjo strikes an approaching monster, sending it flying away. On the other side of the guy, the wolf sees this and tries to slow down. However, it is too late, so his comrade crashes into him. With one blow, Shinjo was able to neutralize two wolves. They lie unconscious on the ground with blood flowing from their mouths. The rest of the pack does not dare to approach the stranger so thoughtlessly. Shinjo looks at his hand and thinks that he didn't expect the effect of the enhancement to be so great. He recalls Leonora's words about how hero candidates rely on blessings and know nothing about miraculous power. That's why she could control them all at once, thanks to her enslavement technique. While dodging the attack, Shinjo thinks about how he needs to control his miraculous power and improve his physical abilities to withstand his opponent's magical attacks. This power is not as impressive as a blessing, but it is one of the ways to become stronger in this world, and therefore the time will not be wasted. Another wolf that attacked him was stabbed in the torso with a dagger. Shinjo thinks that he can practice miraculous power while he reaches the top. Fighting off the wolves, the boy finally found what he was looking for. With lightning speed, Shinjo approached his target, passing the other wolves. Stopping next to the largest wolf, Shinjo realized that he was the leader of the pack. The other wolves began to turn their heads in different directions, trying to find where the boy had gone. The leader of the pack did not wait for his relatives and rushed to attack. Shinjo easily dodged his attack and wounded the wolf. Some time passes while the guy fights with the pack, after which he looks towards the dense forest. After the death of the leader, the remaining wolves retreated, causing discomfort to Shinjo. Wiping the blood off his dagger, the boy thought that they had become good targets for practice. Shinjo rushed in pursuit of the wolves, and in the blink of an eye caught up with the remaining pack. While using his blessing, the brunette realized that the wolves were moving in a strange way. Shinjo seems to see the wolf's intangible spirit changing its trajectory. The guy dodges the phantom and sees one of the wolves moving exactly along the phantom's route. It seems as if the wolf is following its own shadow, which is a few moments ahead of it, while Shinjo watches his movements. Another phantom appears on the other side. The guy turns around, increasing the distance between them. Shinjo holds the dagger to the phantom's mouth and waits. Just a second later, a wolf appears in that very place and runs into the weapon. The wolf does not have time to change the direction of movement and finds his own death. After this, Shinjo becomes convinced that he can foresee all of their actions 1 second in advance. The remaining pack no longer wants to attack the brunette, they want to hide and survive. However, the guy clutches a dagger in his hands and orders them to stop. With his eyes shining, Shinjo walks towards them and suggests that they train some more. After some time, night gives way to day. Shinjo walks away from the place where he brutally dealt with every wolf in the pack. After a successful training, the guy decides to use a blessing to evaluate his abilities. The guy received a display of his weaknesses with an increase in the assessment level, and this time the same thing happened. The guy understands that all his abilities are, one way or another, connected with vision. Shinjo sits down on the ground and thinks that he is tired after all and decides to take a rest, since the summit is already close. Suddenly, a rumble echoes across the mountain, causing the boy to shudder. He guesses that the Demon King's army is already close. After picking up his things from the ground, Shinjo sets off on his way, because he has no time left to rest. Meanwhile, a battle is unfolding at the foot of Death Wolf Mountain. Hector looks at the girl who is standing up to the entire squad, and says that the elf is very tenacious. But he is not surprised, because the girl with white hair calls herself the sage's disciple. The elf is wounded, but does not lose her fighting spirit. Hector says it's time to end it, so he orders the demons to kill her. The girl with different eyes, one green, the other blue, clenches her teeth and says that she can't stand it at this rate. One of the demons approaches her and is about to deliver a crushing blow. The girl is so weak that she is unable to fend off the blow, so she closes her eyes. However, the blow never happens, as Shinjo arrived in time and, lifting the girl in his arms, jumped to the side. The elf didn't have time to understand how this happened and now looks at her savior with surprise. Shinjo remains silent and assesses the situation, while the girl notices that he is human. The demons look at the guy and don't know who he is, assuming that reinforcements have arrived. Shinjo looks around the squad, trying to decide what to do in this situation. The squad consists of 10 soldiers from the Demon King's army and 1 high demon, their commander. Shinjo lets the girl go and she asks him why he saved her. The brunette moves her behind him and asks if the girl is a student of the sage Elaban. The girl says, embarrassed, that this is exactly how it is. Shinjo says that this is the reason for his help, because he has business with the sage. The guy turns his gaze to the girl and manages to assess her abilities. She is a half-elf, and her skills include magic. Hector says he doesn't care about the guy, because all people are their enemies. He orders his subordinates to act without change and kill them all. Shinjo thinks that in order to gain the sage's favor, he must save this girl. The guy takes out his dagger and prepares to fight a dozen demons. The enemies are surrounding them and are targeting Shinjo first. A white glow appears around the brunette again. The guy decides to train his ability to foresee. At that very moment, a phantom appears in front of the guy. Shinjo jumps to the side and already sees another shadow approaching from the opposite direction. Just as effectively, the guy dodges the spear strike. Another phantom appears from behind, about to strike with a mace. As the monster follows the phantom's trajectory, Shinjo inserts his hand and stops the strike. The guy grabbed the monster by the wrist, causing it to freeze. The demons that attacked the boy earlier don't understand what's happening. All their attacks are useless, because the guy anticipates them before they can get close to him. Shinjo tells the demon that the mace is a good weapon, but it should not be used against humans. With a few quick blows, the guy kills 3 demons standing nearby. The rest of the squad watches everything from the side and cannot move from their place. Thanks to his foresight, Shinjo will not lose in close combat. But he does not know how long the effect will last and how much time he has left. Hector orders his subordinates not to approach the guy, but to attack him with magic. The demons begin to form pentagrams, as per the leader's order. They activate the magic bullets, and dark bolts of energy emerge from the pentagrams, heading towards Shinjo. The brunette understands that he has no defense against such an attack, since it is a magical technique. Suddenly, the elf's voice is heard behind him, ordering the bullets to disperse. She summons Sylph, the spirit of air, after which a wind wall appears in front of the boy and girl. The tornado swirls around Shinjo and the elf, protecting them from attacks from any direction. Some time passes and the magic dissipates. Shinjo speculates that this technique is only known to elves and borrows the power of spirits. The guy asks if this is magic, and the girl thanks him for buying time to restore the power of her spirits. Hector loses patience and draws his sword from its sheath, saying that he will deal with them himself. Shinjo finally waited for the big boss to come out, which is why he calls the elf. The girl comes closer and asks what he has in mind. Shinjo asks her to deal with the small fry so that he can kill their commander himself. The girl says she can handle it, but asks him to stop calling her that because she has a name. Shinjo agrees with her and throws his bags off his shoulders. In one jump, the guy moves closer to Hector and says that he trusts the girl. Shinjo activates his blessing and prepares to get rid of the greater demon. The girl shouts after him that the guy is again addressing her incorrectly because the girl's name is Maya. A moment later, there is a loud clash of metal. Hector blocked Shinjo's strike with ease. Pushing off the large sword with his foot, the guy jumps to the side. Landing on the ground, Shinjo begins to analyze the situation. However, Hector is not going to wait, so he raises his sword over the guy again. Blow after blow, they repel each other's attacks. The demon is angry, so he takes the dominant position, pushing Shinjo aside. The brunette feels that he can't cope with the attacks and begins to panic. Once again, dodging the attack, he opens himself up, giving the demon an opening. Shinjo himself understands this, but unfortunately it is already too late. Hector raises his sword over him and strikes. Shinjo tried to dodge to minimize the damage. The demon said that he didn't expect such a quick reaction from the guy. But despite this, he still managed to hit Shinjo and wound him in the side. Finally, the guy understands what the higher demons are, because without foresight, he would have already died. Rubbing his chin, Hector says that he is sorry, because if the guy was not human, he would have a chance to defeat him. Despite being wounded, Shinjo has no intention of retreating. Assessing Hector's abilities, the boy realizes that he is too strong to attack him head-on. In this case, Shinjo decides to win by using a trick. Maya covered Shinjo's back while he kept Hector from getting any closer. The demons stood behind their leader and awaited orders. Shinjo looks over the information about the greater demon once again. While he tries to analyze the situation, Hector enters the fight. He rushes at Shinjo with a loud cry. The guy carefully watches his every move and watches the moving phantom. Shinjo sees which side the blow will come from, so he jumps to the side. When the sword flies along a pre-selected trajectory, the guy is no longer there. The way Shinjo dodges the attacks makes Hector even more angry. He continues to deliver blow after blow, increasing his speed so that the guy does not have time to react and dodge. The next attack was so fast that the sword caught Shinjo's hand. The guy understands that his prediction is pointless, since the gap between them is too big. The demon begins to be amused by this situation, and asks how much longer the guy will run from him. Shinjo realizes he has no choice, so he takes out his gun. He shoots the demon 3 times and it looks surprised. However, Hector is so fast that he manages to cover his head with his hand. Shinjo didn't expect the demon to be able to defend against the bullets. However, the guy fires 2 more shots and, taking advantage of the demon's confusion, shoots him in the knees. Hector winces in pain and asks what this new Templar weapon is. The demon realizes that he can no longer stand still and rushes at Shinjo. The guy doesn't move from his place and waits for Hector to come closer. Shinjo fires the final shot. Hector dodges and says it's useless because he already knows where the bullets will fly. Shinjo steps back because he's out of ammo. He takes out throwing knives from his cloak and launches them towards Hector. The demon manages to deflect the attack with a swing of his sword. When Hector turns his gaze to Shinjo, he notices the boy throwing something strange in his direction. The demon does not have time to recognize the mysterious thing. The only thing he can do is freeze in anticipation of what will happen next. Shinjo wants to take advantage of Hector's ignorance of things from his world. The demon takes a step to the side, avoiding a collision with the unknown. The can falls to the ground, next to his feet. The next second, there is a powerful explosion that engulfs Hector in flames. The demons begin to call out to their captain in alarm. However, they are stopped by Maya, who orders them not to move. The girl is determined to help Shinjo, because not only her life depends on it. However, the girl still has doubts about who the guy really is. Despite the fact that the guy is a human, he is able to fight a higher demon. Shinjo gets a better grip on the dagger. There were no more bullets, and this was his last grenade. When the smoke clears, we see an angry Hector, who was not badly hurt by the explosion. The demon's skin was only slightly scorched, so he said that Shinjo had a strange weapon. With an angry cry, Hector rushes at Shinjo. In the blink of an eye, he disappears from his previous place. Shinjo spins around him and tries to dodge his attacks. The guy understands that he has no other choice but to use all his abilities to the maximum. Shinjo uses his abilities to the maximum and focuses on the enemy's movements. This time he seems to see several phantoms. They repeat each other's movements, uniting into a clearer figure. Shinjo activates his weakness display ability. A beam appears right in front of his eyes, indicating the phantom's weak spot. This line is centered on the neck of the greater demon. Shinjo has seized the opportunity and is about to attack. In the blink of an eye, he catches his target and wounds Hector in the neck. Gasping for breath, Hector asks how this could have happened. Shinjo finally manages to defeat a strong opponent. The guy thinks that anticipation and display of weak points is very effective, but the load on the body is colossal. Just when he was already rejoicing at his victory, his body suddenly shook, and he realized that the strength was leaving his body. The guy falls to his knees in front of the defeated higher demon and cannot move. The demons look on in shock as their captain loses to a human. They notice that the guy's strength has left his body and decide to deal with him quickly. Maya knows that her spirits are at their limit, but Shinjo protected her, so she must help him. The demons begin to close in on their captain's killer when a voice is heard commanding the spirit of fire to burn them. Demons are engulfed in great flames, burning enemies alive. The enemies are trying to get rid of the fire, but they are not succeeding. They beg for mercy and plead to be saved, but there is no help to be expected from anywhere. Shinjo turns his head and realizes that the fire's power is many times stronger than Nagasi's flame. An elf approaches them from the side and apologizes to the girl for being late. Maya looks at the girl with admiration and calls her a mentor. Shinjo looks at them and realizes that he has finally met the great sage. Before him stands the beautiful elf Elabana. The girl smiles and thanks the guy for saving her student. She looked at the fallen Hector. She looked with interest at both the demon and the kneeling Shinjo. The guy confirms her words and asks if she is the sage of Alaban. The girl says he's right, although she thinks she's more of a pile of old bones retired. Even though Shinjo is unable to make an assessment right now, he can tell without it that the girl is strong. With his current powers, the guy is no match for her, so he decides that honesty is the right strategy. The elf watches the guy who has risen and assumes that he wants something from her. Shinjo says she has very good intuition. The girl replies that it was logical, and since she is indebted to him for saving her student, she will help him if it is in her power. Maya suggests getting to the house first, because this place is permeated with the smell of blood, so the wolfen won't keep you waiting long. Elabana agrees with her and invites Shinjo to follow them to rest. The brunette had no intention of resisting, so he obediently followed the elves. Shinjo realizes that it was worth risking his life to save Maya, because now Elaban is favorable to him. Finally, they reach the top of the mountain, on which stands a small, rickety house. Elabana invites Shinjo inside, telling him to make himself at home, while Maya goes to wash up. The guy comes into the house and asks why they decided to settle here. Elabana replies that there are many reasons, but the main one is that she is tired of worldly worries, and even now, many people are looking for her to use her in their plans. Shinjo understands that the girl chose this place because few people can get here. Elabana says that only true talents like Shinjo can do this, so she will welcome anyone who can do it. When they sat down opposite each other, the elf repeated her question about what business he had with her. Shinjo decides to speak directly and reveals that he is looking for a way to return to his original world. Elabana looks more wary and asks the guy again. Shinjo explains that he came from another world and was summoned here as a hero candidate with the goal of destroying the Demon King. The girl says that she heard rumors that a third generation of hero candidates had been summoned to their world. The guy hears for the first time that they are the third generation. He remembers Leonora saying that they weren't the first people they had called upon. Elabana explains that every 5 years, Digrest held a call for hero candidates. The first and second generation were completely defeated by the Demon King's army, and from that moment on, summoning was to be tabooed. However, Saint Leonora had the courage to try a third time, despite the fact that even Elabana was against this idea. Shinjo says that he was also against this idea, which is why he killed Leonora, so that she would not dare to do such a thing again. Elabana smirks and doesn't believe that Shinjo could defeat Leonora. Shinjo chuckles and says that there are many ways to kill someone, even if the opponent is stronger than you. Elabana says that she believes the boy's words, and she laughs at the thought that Leonora was killed by her own pawn. The girl understands the guy's desire to return home, and says that she doesn't like long conversations. She suggests getting straight to the point and informs him that her magic is unable to return Shinjo to his world. The guy is shocked by his words at first, but then he sighs sadly, asking if she knows how they can return. Elabana says that people had a summoning technique, but its original was lost, and no one thought about this side of the issue. Shinjo says that Leonora told them the same thing, which means they really have no other way to return except to defeat the Demon King. Elabana approaches the shelf and says that the boring technique can be found among the demon's magical techniques. The guy finishes his drink and says that he has now set his sights on his next goal. The girl regrets that she couldn't help the guy, but she promises that she will try to think of something. However, Elabana says that in her opinion, the boy has every chance of defeating the Demon King. Shinjo sighs and says that it is too much trouble to take on. However, if they have no other choice, he will do everything possible. His gaze makes Elabana break out in a cold sweat, and she thinks that there is something strange about this guy. Compared to other hero candidates, there seems to be a cold, bottomless emptiness growing inside this guy. Shinjo gets up from the couch, thanks for his help, and asks Elabana if she finds out anything, to send him the information through the Adventurers Guild. The girl looks after him and does not understand if she can really trust Shinjo. After this time, Maya had already taken a bath and went out into the living room. The girl changed into home clothes and said with a smile on her face that she had refreshed herself. Maya sat down on the sofa and asked if Shinjo wanted to take a bath after the long climb up the mountain and the deadly battle. The guy says she is right and agrees to the proposal. Elabana interrupts their conversation and says that she has one proposal for Shinjo. Both the boy and the girl looked at Elabana in surprise and asked what kind of proposal this was. The elf asked if Shinjo would like to take her student with him on the journey. Maya jumped up and down, asking if they were talking about her. Elabana confirms her suspicions and tells Shinjo that with Maya, he will be able to achieve her goal faster. The girl looks at the guy, waiting for an answer. Shinjo rubs his head and says that he refuses to take such a noisy lady with him. After some time, we find ourselves in the eastern region of the demon kingdom of Valdora, near the front line with the sacred kingdom of Digrest. On a huge field, we see two figures. Shinjo looks around and says that the weather is fine despite what he was told about the demon kingdom having a harsh climate. Maya says that these lands used to belong to a sacred kingdom, but the deeper they go, the worse the climate will become. Shinjo speculates that these lands may have been occupied by the Demon King's army. The girl says that originally, on the western slope of Mount Urkeon, there was a large city, Neutrat. But now the city is occupied by demons. They are heading to this very city, and they will get there in about 2 days. Shinjo guesses the answer, but still asks what happened to the people of Neutrat City. Maya says that half were killed and the other half were made slaves, but some managed to cross the mountains and escape. Shinjo understands that the girl is very upset about this topic, so he decides to end the conversation. Looking at the girl, the guy understands that it was not in vain that he took her with him, because she was able to tell him a lot. He recalls how he refused Maya's company at the mountaintop cabin. The girl then became very angry and said that she didn't need him either. Elabana laughed at their squabble and said that Shinjo was refusing too early, since he had not been in their world for long, and Maya knew a lot. The guy said that even if it was true, he didn't understand what benefit she would get from going with him. Elabana walked up to Maya and patted her on the head. The elf said that the girl was still very young and had not seen the world, and that she had taken all her knowledge from books and had not applied it to experience. Elabana had long wanted to send the girl on a journey, but she valued her too much to send her alone. Shinjo reminded her that the girl could go on a trip with her herself, and she wouldn't have to force him to babysit her. Elaban says that even if she looks young, her strength is already running out, so she will not be able to go on a long journey. And then Shinjo came along so conveniently, and out of the kindness of his heart he saved Maya. The girl turned away in embarrassment and muttered that she was grateful to him for saving her. Shinjo warns her that he is going to the Demon King's kingdom, and it will be dangerous there, so if she gets in his way, he will leave her. Elabana sits down next to Maya and says that the last word is hers, because this is her life. After her words, the girl perked up, and delight shone in her eyes. At that moment, Maya finally decided that she would go on the road with Shinjo. Now the girl no longer looked so inspired, but trudged behind Shinjo, constantly saying that she was tired. The guy sighs in disappointment and reminds them that they only have one more day on the road. Maya reminds him that she is a mage, not a swordsman, so she is not as durable. The guy stands patiently and waits for the girl to stop complaining and move on. Shinjo decides to take pity on the girl and, throwing off his backpack, says that they are resting here today. The girl seemed to sense a catch and asked why he decided so, since he had previously said that he would leave her if she got in the way. Shinjo replies that the girl is talking nonsense, because if he wanted to leave her, he would not have taken her with him from the very beginning. While unpacking his backpack, the guy tells the girl to start setting up the tent. When it gets dark outside, the boy and the girl have already collected brushwood and lit a fire, warming themselves by the fire. The girl ate the loaf of bread with pleasure and watched the flames with interest. Shinjo had been silently watching the inspired girl until this moment. The guy decides that Maya should know that this journey will be very dangerous. Shinjo is willing to risk his own life if it will help him return home, but the girl has no reason to take risks. The guy is sure that Elabana did not lie to her about the purpose for which she sent the girl with him. However, he decides to ask Maya if there is another reason why she went with him. The girl stops eating and says that she didn't know how to start this conversation, but Shinjo sees right through her. Maya reveals that she was born in an elven village that was destroyed by the Demon King's army. Shinjo believed that demons only fought against humans. However, Maya says that they don't care who they kill, so they killed her entire family, her father, mother, and younger brother. The girl survived only because her father diverted attention to himself, and Maya was forced to watch all this, unable to help. When the army left, the girl could only die in the forest, but her mentor found her, after which Maya became her student. Shinjo says he's not interested in knowing her past. He wants to know her purpose. The girl says that she decided to become a magician and accepted the mentor's offer because she wants to gain the power to kill demons. She remembers everything that Elabana taught her during these 10 years that she spent next to her and trained with all her might. Maya does all this for revenge. She wants to kill with her own hands those who took her family from her. Shinjo asks the girl if she knows the name of the demon that killed her loved ones. Maya says it was done by Windberg, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the demon army, the king of the wind. Shinjo assumes that the girl went with him to find this demon, but he reminds her that he has no need to enter into open conflict with him now. Maya says that until now, the mentor refused to let her go, but allowed her to go with him. She doesn't know the reason for such an act, but she is sure that Elaban has her own thoughts on this matter. So, they will travel together for some time. Shinjo nods and says he will take the girl's word for it. As they left, Elabana said that she trusted Mayu Shinju, as he would be able to subdue her if necessary. If the girl had traveled alone, she would have quickly died in search of her revenge. Maya apologizes to Shinjo and says that the conversation got too difficult. The girl assures the guy that she is not going to drag him into her problems. The guy understands that she wants to do everything alone, so he simply says that it's time for them to go to bed because they have to get up early. Maya heads towards the tent and says that she will leave the spirit guards to look out for monsters. When they had already gone to bed, after some time, Shinjo wakes up and assumes a sitting position. He thinks about Maya's words about the 4 kings of the Demon King's army. He is pulled out of his thoughts by a snort from the side of him. Maya fell into a deep sleep and nothing could interrupt her deep sleep. After a long time of solo travel, the guy is not used to thinking in a noisy environment, so he decides to go outside. Shinjo thinks that these kings will be stronger than the demon he fought the other day. The guy looks at the starry sky and thinks that he needs to become even stronger. Shinjo shakes his head and says that he has no reason to worry about it yet. As the morning approaches, we are transported to the western border of the sacred kingdom of Digrest in Fort. After the last attack, there was no movement from the enemy. A military meeting is taking place in one of the main halls of the fort. One of the men participating in the meeting is trying to attract attention to himself, because he has already repeated the same thing many times. He believes that it is high time for the hero candidates to go on the attack. Another man says he understands his point, but asks what exactly they are proposing to attack. Before he can answer, Amelia points her finger at the map. The girl believes that they need to recapture Fort Aris, since it originally belonged to them. Moreover, this is a strategically important point for the enemy, so by capturing Aris, they will force the demons to retreat. Heinrich says that it is too dangerous, because up until now they have only been defending themselves. The man who speaks first begins to laugh at the captain of the 8th Squad, saying that he was scared. Henry looks at him reproachfully when the man says that the hero candidates are under their direct command. Amelia advocates attacking, saying that the enemy should have let their guard down by now, so don't expect them to attack first. The girl turns to the class leader and asks if the hero candidates are ready for this fight. Mito agrees with her and says that they will go into battle as soon as the girl gives the order. When the meeting comes to an end, Mito, Hashimoto, and Heinrich leave together. Henry sighs and says that Amelia is in too much of a hurry, since the perception is scheduled for tomorrow. Hashimoto asks the headman if everything will be okay, because everyone seems confident about it. But there are other sides to this issue. Mito replies that he doesn't see anything wrong with that plan, since it's better to attack now while the enemy is recovering. Henry says that their superiors rely too much on their strength, which is why they insist on attacking. Hashimoto doesn't look satisfied with the answer, but she knows they have no choice. Henry says he will support them with all his might, but the boys are the main attacking force, so they should rest for the night. Mito accepted their offer, but for some reason he feels uneasy. The next day, the detachment set out towards Fort Aris to capture it and clear it of demons. The squad decided to approach the castle walls from the side covered by dense forest. Nagase crouched down by the bushes and asked why they set out at dawn, since the best time for a surprise attack would be at night. Henry explains that demons have well-developed night vision, so only humans will be at a disadvantage. Mito suggests going through the plan again. Their goal is to eliminate the local leader while the main forces are distracted. The main one is most likely a greater demon, so Mito decides to fight him alone, while the rest of the students will have to escape before they are noticed. Mito's classmates listened attentively to his plan, but their faces showed that they did not quite agree with the plan. A soldier approaches Heinrich and informs him that a message has arrived from the main detachment that it is time to begin the operation. After listening to him, the commander agrees and orders to begin. At his command, the hero candidates began to approach the walls of the fort. The main part of the detachment, consisting of soldiers and knights, entered from the central side. They penetrated the walls of the fort unhindered, taking advantage of the fact that the gates were open. The demons became alarmed and, grabbing their weapons, prepared for battle. This part of the squad is led by Amelia, who is the first to rush into battle and shout that they need to destroy the demonic army. From the central tower, through the window, all this is observed. Stongaya, one of the 4 heavenly kings, the king of the earth, watches the battle closely. Meanwhile, a squad of hero candidates successfully manages to get inside the fort from the other side and enter the premises. The demons did not expect the appearance of people, so they turned around in surprise, asking who they were. Mito was ahead of everyone, so he was the first to enter the battle, clearing the obstacle with a few blows. The classmates running behind praise the class president, saying that he can always be relied upon. Heinrich asks Mito not to lose his vigilance, because the enemy leader is most likely in the next room. At the end of the tunnel, they see several more demons who are already ready to attack. It is at this moment that the voices of demons are also heard from the other end of the tunnel. The hero candidates begin to look around and ask Mito how they can get out of this trap. Heinrich says that the 8th squad will cover the rear while the hero candidates continue to move forward. Mito agrees with the captain and asks him to rely on them. The village chief calls Nagase, but the girl is already about to clear the way for them and says that she already knows what to do. The girl calls upon the blessing of flame and directs it towards the demons. The rest of the guys also don't stand aside and help fight back. Blow by blow they make their way. Mito moves in the center of the column and helps clear the way of demons. Hero candidates with the least favorable tunnel combat blessings take the back and middle positions. The strongest guys surround them from the sides and move ahead of everyone. Finally, they manage to get to the gate leading to the demon commander. The boys open the gate and go inside a large room. Mito freezes in place when he sees what they are about to face. In front of him in the center of the hall stands a huge demon, who is unlike anyone he has seen before. The demon stands motionless and says nothing, as if he already knew that guests would soon come to him. Having made their way into the hall, the students all gathered together, with Arashi and Mito standing in front of them. One of the hero candidates asked who was standing in front of them. Arashi decided to address the demon directly and asked if he was the boss in this fort. The demon introduces himself as Stogai, the king of the earth, and says that he is one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon King's army. Kanzaki tries to understand what his words mean, and Hashimoto says that it is just a title. Mito, meanwhile, stands silently, because he feels the incredible pressure emanating from this demon. Striking the floor with his sword, Stogai asks if they are candidates for heroes. He's ready for battle and tells the boys to show him what they're made of. Mito also takes out his sword and orders the boys to be ready. The headman tries to calm himself down, because if they lose, then all the participants in the operation will die. Thus began the battle between Stogai, the king of the land, and the candidates for heroes. The battle begins, and Mito jumps to the side to divert Stogai's attack from the boys. However, the balls from the ground move at such a speed that even the headman cannot avoid them. At the very last moment, he only manages to cover himself with his hands. Classmates scream in horror and call out for Mito, asking if he is okay. The headman falls to one knee and tries to recover from the strong blow. Without looking up at the boys, he reassures them that he is okay. Arashi decides to take advantage of the general confusion and attack Stogai from behind. Approaching from behind, the boy thanks the headman for the opportunity provided. A powerful explosion is heard, which Arashi planned to use to destroy the demon once and for all. His classmates froze in anticipation, trying to see if he had succeeded. The dust that had risen into the air from the explosion began to settle slowly, revealing a view. Contrary to expectations, Stogai stood unharmed because an earthen shield appeared behind him, protecting him from Arashi's attack. Before Arashi could even comprehend what had happened, the ground moved and hit the boy in the stomach. Due to the enormous force of the blow, the guy lost consciousness and fell to the floor. Stogai turned to the other boys and said with disappointment that he had expected more from the hero candidates. The boys have been fighting the demon for some time, but have not been able to cause him any harm. Stogai, in turn, had already managed to exhaust them. The demon dropped to the floor and pressed his hand to the surface. A giant pentagram began to form beneath him. The hero candidates looked at what was happening in horror and did not know how to stop it. In place of the pentagram, earth began to appear. The earth covered the entire floor, creating a large mud lake. Figures began to rise from the mud. The hero candidates screamed in horror as they realized that Stogai could summon golems. The golems were larger than even the demon himself, and were now looking towards the boys. Stogai smiled broadly, showing his yellow teeth. A second later, he gave the order to the golems to kill the hero candidates. Mito ordered the boys not to let the golems get too close. Narumi jumped to the side, and with the help of the wind blessing, summoned wind cutters. They proved to be quite effective against monsters, and dealt them a lot of damage. Wind cutters easily chopped off the golems' limbs. However, the cutters were not large enough to completely deal with the monsters. Arashi had already managed to come to his senses and without delay, entered into battle with the golems. The guy dealt one powerful blow with an explosion to the nearest monster. From the force of the blow, the golem crumbled into small pieces. Arashi chuckled and asked what use these slow stone monsters were. Stogai seemed to think about his words for a second, but did not answer. The next moment, the fragments of the defeated golems began to glow and tremble. Slowly they began to be drawn towards each other, uniting into one whole. A few moments later, the hero candidates looked at what had happened in shock. All the golems they had defeated were now back together in pieces and ready to fight again. Only now did Arashi realize that the point of monsters was not their strength, but that they could not be killed. While he was analyzing the situation, the golem next to him raised its hand to strike. Arashi didn't lose control, so he jumped to the side, dodging the blow. With renewed vigor, the hero candidates entered the battle. They dealt more and more damage to the golems. The guys tried to deal with the monsters as quickly as possible. They cut off their limbs before they had time to grow back completely. One of the guys successfully cut off the monster's left arm, but the golem had already swung its right limb at him. The guy froze in place, realizing that he would no longer have time to dodge. Before the golem could harm him, Kanzaki used control on the monster, forcing it to stop. The girl's ability worked on this low-level monster. Another classmate decided to take advantage of this chance. The guy thrusts a spear into the golem's torso. He shouts enthusiastically and is happy that he managed to reach the golem. But he rejoices too soon, because due to his actions, Kanzaki's control has been destroyed. The golem regained the ability to move and hit the guy. The force of the blow sent the hero candidate flying to the side. Hashimoto couldn't watch it anymore, and used her telekinesis on the shards of earth. She directed these particles towards the golem. In an instant, the monster crumbled into tiny pieces, falling at the feet of her classmates. The girl froze in place, watching what would happen next. However, not even a couple of seconds passed before the golem began to recover and acquire its original form. Arashi looks at this and rubs his neck thoughtfully. Suddenly, a voice is heard behind them, saying that he read about this in a manga. Arashi and Mido turn around to see Narumi, who says that in that case, the only way out is to defeat the mage who created the golems. The blonde has no problem dealing with the monsters thanks to his ranged attacks, so he decides to take them on himself. Arashi and Mido agree with him and decide to fight the demon together. The elder uses his new abilities to quickly get through all the golems. Stogai sighs and says that the guys are seriously underestimating him. The demon touches the floor again, and pentagrams appear on it again, but of a smaller diameter. Stones begin to emerge from each pentagram. The more time passes, the more stones appear. When there are enough of them, Stogai directs them towards the approaching Mido. The guy remembers the previous demon attack that he suffered from, and understands that this time there is no room for error. While Mido is fighting one of the 4 heavenly kings, Shinjo arrives at the city of Neutrath, which has been captured by the Demon King's army. To get inside the protective walls, the boy and girl found a passage underground. Maya has summoned the spirit of fire, and now it lights their way. They walk through a large tunnel, and the girl holds her nose with her hand. She had no idea that they would have to go down into the sewers to get into the city. Shinjo tells the girl to be patient, because they should already be under Neutrath. The guy says that there's only a field around the city, and the demons can see in the dark, so they couldn't go straight ahead. Approaching the ladder, Shinjo grabs it and says that they will soon get to the surface. A couple of minutes later, the guy and the girl find themselves on the deserted streets of the city. Maya still can't get rid of the smell and says that they have finally arrived. As Shinjo looked around, he heard the sound of approaching footsteps. The guy pointed to the barrel and told Maya to hide there. Even the most remote streets of the city were periodically patrolled by demons. But they found this a very boring matter. One of the demons asks why his friend is complaining, since they ended up in the guard of the witch lady, and such a chance does not come often. His interlocutor replies that even if they came under her command, this does not mean that they will achieve any military merit. The demons say that the lady is talented, but her behavior leaves much to be desired, so it is better not to blab about it once again. The demons are so engrossed in their conversation that they don't notice Shinjo and Maya hiding there. When the sound of footsteps fades, the girl tells Shinjo that they have left. The guy asks if the demons were talking about the princess of the demon kingdom who rules this city. Maya confirms his words and says that the girl was called the Witch of the Void, and that she is the one Shinjo is looking for. As they set out, Elabana said that in the border town of Neutrath, there lived a witch who could control space. Shinjo thinks about how they can get to the witch without it turning into another battle. Maya asks what they will do, and the guy replies that she should follow him and do as he says. The girl agreed and began to listen carefully to their plan. A large city that was once filled with people is now overrun with demons. They walk freely on the streets and act as if it were their home. They laugh and talk to each other. Some have sat in a circle and are now drinking their drinks, chatting quietly. Shinjo and Maya were able to sneak into one of the houses and are watching this from the window of the house. Looking closely at the monsters, the girl says that they lead the most ordinary life, so Maya is a little disappointed. Shinjo says that they have sufficient intelligence to understand human speech, so their habits will be human. The guy points at something, causing Maya to turn back to the window. The boy points to a cart being unloaded by people in chains. The demon hits one of the people on the back and orders him to carry the things faster. Maya screams in horror when she realizes that these are people who have been taken into slavery. Shinjo asks why the girl is so surprised. Watching the man being beaten, the guy reminds her that the girl had known about it for a long time. The girl agrees with this, but knowing and seeing in real life are completely different things. Demons mock the man, beat him and laugh at his helplessness. Maya grits her teeth in anger and says that she didn't think demons were so twisted. Shinjo looks at the girl and realizes that she is starting to lose control of herself. Before he can distract the girl, he hears a noise from behind. Behind them stands a girl with black hair and says that they are not demons. Shinjo is scared that even he couldn't hear her footsteps. The guy takes out a dagger and thinks about how the girl was able to approach them so unnoticed. The stranger says that there is no need for a weapon, because she did not come here to start a fight. Shinjo asks what her intentions are and how she knew they were here. Looking at the girl yawning from boredom, the guy thought that some kind of magical technique or some other trick was involved. The girl said that strangers had passed through her barrier, so she went to look for them. Maya asks what barrier they are talking about, because during the entire journey, the girl did not notice anything strange. The brunette explains this by the fact that no one is able to detect her spatial technique. After her words, some guesses come to Shinju's mind, causing him to activate his blessing of appraisal. The guy learns information about her, but she introduces herself as Isabel, the 5th princess of the demon kingdom of Wardor. She says that if the boy and the girl do not answer her questions immediately, she will call the soldiers. Isabel asks what the human and the elf needed in this city because they do not look like scouts. Shinjo doubts that they will be able to survive the fight with the demoness, so he replies that he would be happy to tell. But it is a long story. The girl sits down on one of the boxes and says that she is here anyway to pass the time. Some time passes and Shinjo tells the girl about the purpose of his journey. She says she understood what the guy was talking about. Shinjo was told that spatial technology could help him move. Isabel says that he was not lied to, and that she can indeed transport him back to her world. Shinjo asks hopefully if this is true. The guy couldn't even imagine that he could communicate so easily with this witch, and unlike other demons, she doesn't show any hatred towards people. Isabel says that in order to move him to the original world, the guy must tell her the exact coordinates. Shinjo only had time to rejoice at the news when, after the girl's words, he froze in place. The witch says that there is no difficulty in the transfer spell, but without the coordinates, she will not be able to move him. All of Shinjo's hopes seem to have been dashed in an instant. The boy activated his blessing again and his eyes turned red. He asked the demoness how he could find out the coordinates. Isabel replies that there are countless worlds, and finding one specific one is very difficult. Shinjo uses a new truth assessment technique on the girl and is convinced that she is not lying. Isabel says that it would be possible to use Shinjo's body as a navigator, but it has the blessing of the creator god, so it won't work. Looking at Shinjo, the girl says that her technique won't be able to penetrate the blessing. The guy says that in that case, he has no choice but to follow the will of God and kill the demon king. Isabel shrugs and replies that she can't say there is no other way. Shinjo is upset that the easy way was not found, so he will have to take the hard way. The only way out of this situation is to kill the demon king. Isabel sighs and says that the guy has probably already made his decision. Shinjo says that he originally planned to return home using a magical technique, but it didn't work out. Maya asks why the girl, being the princess of the demon kingdom, is so willing to help them. Isabel replies that the demon kingdom is not eternal either, so she has her own interests. As a black hole begins to appear next to the girl, Maya and Shinjo prepare to attack. However, Isabel had no intention of harming them and entered the dark space, wishing the boys good luck. She disappears from the room, saying at the end that it will be difficult for them to escape from this world. The black hole closes, and Maya and Shinjo are left alone in the room again. The elf clutched her heart and said that she was very scared and thought that the demoness would kill them. Shinjo assumes that Isabel is the demon king's daughter and says that they wouldn't be able to defeat her. Contrary to their expectations, the girl turned out to be kind to them and helped them a lot. Shinjo agrees with Maya, but also says that such luck usually comes at a price. The girl shudders and asks the guy not to scare her. Their attention is drawn to the increasing noise coming from the street. The demons in the streets were alarmed when they received news that human scouts had entered the city. Maya looks out the window in surprise and asks how they were discovered. Shinjo also looks around the street and says that this happened right after the witch disappeared. Maya doesn't understand why she did it, because she found them, but she didn't harm them. Shinjo replies that there is no point in trying to understand her train of thought, so they need to leave immediately. A guy and a girl go outside and try to move less noticeably. The best way out in their case is to move along the roofs of houses. They move quickly and silently around the city, trying to remain unnoticed. The demons walk the streets of the city and look around in an attempt to find spies. The guy is sure that someone gave them an order, but he can't see the status of the demons because of the great distance. Suddenly, the guy flinches and freezes in place. Maya asks what he is doing, after which Shinjo makes her sit down and not move. The boy was able to sense a huge accumulation of power that even surpassed the witch they had just met. Shinjo's full attention is directed towards the man standing in the center of the demon cluster. This demon has long white hair and light green eyes. Maya immediately recognizes this demon as Winberg. Shinjo looks at the girl in shock and cannot believe what is happening. The elf appears obsessed with revenge and says she can't believe her luck. Shinjo remembers their conversation by the fire and realizes that this is the very demon that Maya dreams of taking revenge on. The girl says that she will never forget Winberg, the Wind King, one of the 4 kings of the Demon King's army. Shinjo activates his blessing in order to assess the demon's powers. The man has a high level of wind and fencing techniques, and also has the ability of Hawk's Eye. Shinjo tries to bring Maya to her senses and says that they can't do anything to him now. After his words, the girl calms down a little and says that she understands everything. Shinjo starts to descend from the roof and says that the wind technique can be used to detect enemies. They want to move carefully, but they don't notice how a gust of light breeze has already passed over them. Winberg walks along with a crowd of demons and asks if there really were spies among them. The demon walking next to him wants to answer something, but the man interrupts him, saying that it was a rhetorical question. Winberg says that even if they really did infiltrate the city, he will definitely find them and destroy them. The commander-in-chief says that candidates for heroes have been sent to the front, so now is not the best time to surrender the rear. One of the soldiers asks if Winberg really wants to stay in the rear, since he can be much more useful on the front lines. The man replies that this place is much more suited to his skills, so let the others take their chances. All this time, wind currents emanated from the man, running through the streets of the entire city and returning back to the owner. Another wind current brought him information about the location of the scouts. One of the demons asks if the commander has found the spies, and he answers in the affirmative. Winberg plays with the wind in his hands as if it were alive and says that no one can escape his search technique, even if they are very careful. The soldier says that wind techniques are very difficult to master, so he is genuinely amazed by Winberg's skills. The blonde says that flattery is good, but it would be better to prepare a search party. Winberg realizes that he has discovered the people the witch was trying to hide, and this makes him want to have some fun. Meanwhile, Shinjo and Maya descended from the rooftops and began moving through the dark alleys. The guy is very wary and is trying to figure out how to get out of the city. Suddenly he orders Maya to stop. Demons walk and look for them on the next street. Shinjo watches them and realizes that they know where they are going, but not their exact location. Maya draws the guy's attention to the fact that the wind currents began to move somehow unnaturally, which began to disturb the spirits. Shinjo realizes that this is because Winberg uses the wind attribute to search. Maya suggests trying to destroy his technology, but warns that they may be discovered. Shinjo says to leave things as they are and just try to lose the tail. All the demons in the city were involved in searching for spies, so there were almost no empty streets left. Shinjo and Maya try to move as quickly as possible. However, it doesn't take long before they are found. The demons discovered them when the boys did not have time to turn onto another street. The girl apologizes since it happened because of her, but Shinjo reassures her, saying that the advantage is still on their side. In addition, the guy plans to make bait out of the girl. The girl looks at her fellow traveler in shock. At some point, Shinjo jumps into the air. The guy easily pushes off the walls of the houses standing opposite each other and jumps onto the roof. Maya continues to run on the ground and says that she can't do this. Shinjo looks at the girl and asks how she plans to take revenge on Winberg if she can't even escape from pursuit. After this, the guy disappears to the roof of the building, leaving Maya alone. The demons run after the girl and say that the spies have split up. The girl is shocked by how Shinjo treated her. The demons decide to split up and pursue each one separately. Maya is hurt by the guy's words, so she decides that she will not run away anymore. She stops and turns to face the demons. The girl raises her staff up and summons a giant fireball. The demons freeze in place, as they did not expect the scout to be a magician. They are trying to figure out what they should do in this situation. But while they stand still, the fire reaches them. The intense flames cause a nearby house to catch fire, attracting the attention of demons on other streets. Demons from all over the city begin to approach the battlefield, but while they were focusing their attention on just one point, a shadow was creeping up on them from behind. The demon moving behind everyone has his throat slit. It falls to the ground with a loud sound. However, the demons walking ahead pay no attention to this. This allows Shinjo to kill them one by one without worrying about being discovered. The demon walking ahead begins to get irritated by the same sound coming from behind him. He turns back and asks what's going on. However, instead of his squad, he sees that all the demons have been killed by someone. He himself did not have time to understand how a dagger was pressed to his throat. The last thing he manages to say is that the killer is acting like a coward. At this time, Maya's battle with the demons does not stop. The girl is already exhausted, but continues to fight to the last. She summons the spirit of water and floods the street, preventing the demons from getting any closer. The girl manages to stop them, but they don't move. Maya tries her best, but despair begins to creep into her mind. Suddenly, the girl's attention is drawn to a strange splash. She looks at the approaching demons and sees another splash behind them. The more time passes, the fewer demons there are. Someone sneaks up behind them and kills them one by one. By the time the last demon notices, it's too late. The same fate befalls him as the others. The girl sees a blood-drenched Shinjo. The guy killed every demon in cold blood. Shinjo looks at Maya and says that she was good bait. Thanks to her, he was able to kill them all without any problems. The guy continues on his way and the girl follows him, saying that she almost died here alone. Meanwhile, Winberg walks down the main street and asks if the scouts have been caught. The soldier apologizes to him and says that they are waiting for reinforcements. The man raises his hand up, thereby interrupting the demon's speech. Winberg says there's no point in doing so, as it will only increase the death toll. With a smile on his face, the Wind King says that he will deal with this problem himself. At this time, Shinjo and Maya already thought that they had managed to fight off the enemies. However, a powerful gust of wind soon catches up with them. Maya squints and thinks about how there is mana in this wind. They manage to notice how wind spikes are rushing towards them. The girl calls upon the spirit of the wind to carry out the attack. A stream of wind rises around them and turns into a tornado. Thanks to this, the enemy's spikes fly in different directions. Shinjo looks up and realizes that they are out of luck, as it was Winberg who came for them. The boys see that a stream of wind is moving in their direction. Following him, they notice a man standing on the roof of one of the buildings. Winberg says he found not just rats, but invaders. Maya begins to lose control again when she comes face to face with her worst enemy. Shinjo says that now is the time to take his revenge and asks if Maya is ready for it. The girl steps forward and says that she has been preparing for this moment for decades. Shinjo and Maya realize that they have no choice but to fight. The guy tells the elf that they have no chance of winning if the fight drags on, so they need to finish quickly and preferably with one blow. Maya also understands this and agrees. The girl summons the spirit of the wind and directs its power at Winberg. The demon stands on the roof of a tall building and doesn't seem to be about to dodge the attack. He looks at the girl's attempts with a smirk and reminds her that he is one of the 4 heavenly kings. Besides, he is the master of the wind, which means that her attempts to defeat him with the help of the wind spirit cannot have any effect. A pentagram appears behind Winberg, causing the air around the man to move, forming an air shield. Maya's attacks bounce off in different directions when they hit the protective field. The shield slowly turns into a tornado and rises upward. Soon, due to the density of the air shield, Winberg disappears from Shinjo and Maya's sight. The brunette realizes that this could be a good chance for them, since the demon blocked his own view. However, before he can get close to Winberg, air spikes rush towards him. Shinjo manages to jump to the side in time, causing the spikes to crash into the ground. The guy looks up in surprise, because he didn't expect an attack at that moment. Winberg realizes that Shinjo wanted to take advantage of the opportunity while he was out of sight. Playing with the flow of wind with his hand, the demon says that his spell of searching wind will not miss even the slightest movement. Shinjo realizes that Winberg has no blind spots, which automatically makes all of his killing techniques useless. The guy's attention is drawn to Maya, who raises her staff up. The girl reassures Shinjo, saying that she can handle everything herself. Using her powers, Maya summons a powerful gust of wind. When the gusts reach Winberg, all the small search wind currents fly away. The man looks at the girl in surprise. Maya tells him that the search technique is effective, but if she constantly interferes with the wind currents, her technique will destroy Winberg's technique. The demon thinks that the girl knows well how his wind magic works, but does not understand how she can know this. Shinjo, meanwhile, is amazed that Maya's thirst for revenge is producing surprising results. Deciding that Winberg was distracted by Maya, Shinjo decides to get closer to the demon. However, the demon continues to watch him closely, but he does not understand why the guy would come so close. When Winberg gets close enough, Shinjo draws his dagger and swings it. The demon manages to rise up faster than the dagger can get closer. Shinjo looks at Winberg with anger as her next attempt to defeat the enemy ends in defeat. Floating in the air, the demon says that the guy most likely can't fly. While observing Winberg, Shinjo notices that his flying technique is very similar to Narumi's. The guy is pulled out of his thoughts by Maya, who tells him to jump. The guy acts immediately, pushing off with his foot from the airflow created by the girl. Using her power, Maya gives Shinjo a boost of speed, allowing him to quickly reach the demon. Winberg cries out in surprise and tries to dodge. Shinjo has already set his mind to killing the demon while it is confused, so he activates his ability to display weak points. A phantom of Winberg appears at his side, with the indicated weak spot in the neck area. However, a moment later, the weak spot begins to fade and quickly disappears. Shinjo doesn't understand what this could mean, since he has never encountered this before. At this point, Winberg forces himself to pull himself together and takes out the hilt of his sword. A moment later, a glow appears from the empty hilt, forming an air blade. Shinjo and Maya's actions made the demon take the situation seriously, so he had to draw his sword. With one swing of his sword, Winberg sent a multitude of small wind currents towards the brunette. Shinjo tried to fight them off with his dagger, but there were too many of them. One of the streams broke through the brunette's defense and cut his cheek. Winberg continued to strike with a smile, and said that it was he who taught Hector how to fence. However, the demon became too focused on attacking Shinjo and became distracted from Maya. The girl did not waste time at this moment and threw a large boulder at Winberg, larger than the demon. However, the demon noticed the approaching threat and managed to dodge. Meanwhile, Shinjo took advantage of the moment and moved away from the demon, moving closer to Maya. Despite their previous attempt being unsuccessful, Shinjo and Maya are not about to give up. As he floated in the air, Winberg assessed the size of the stone and realized that it would be very difficult to remove it with wind magic. The demon thinks that Maya cannot be an ordinary elf, because she knows not only wind magic, but also earth magic. Winberg thinks that they destroyed the village with the elves a long time ago, but the girl may be somehow connected to her. At this point, the demon comes up with the idea that it was Shinjo and Maya who killed Hector, which he decides to ask directly. The brunette doesn't answer his question, as he believes that Maya should be the one speaking. The girl confirms Winberg's suspicions and asks how he feels after losing a loved one. Her answer makes the demon convinced that the girl is the only survivor from the elven village. Maya was completely overcome with anger and said that 10 years had passed since then, and all this time she had been training to kill Winberg. The demon laughs and says that he is filled with nostalgia because he remembers that day well, because he had a lot of fun. His words make Maya freeze in place. Winberg recalls the screams and cries, how each of the elves fought not for themselves, but for their loved ones and prayed to spare at least one. The demon said that it felt so good to watch the villagers being consumed by despair and fear. Maya is furious at his words and is about to attack. However, Shinjo blocks her way, saying that the girl should not fall for his provocations. The guy tries to bring the girl to her senses and says that he will need her magic. His words help Maya to gather herself and focus on the fight. Shinjo activates his blessing and thinks about how to defeat an enemy that has both long-range and close-range attacks. At this moment, Winberg thinks that he did not expect such endurance from this duo, because the guy is an ordinary person. The demon begins to guess the reason and asks if Shinjo is a hero candidate. The brunette makes no attempt to hide his status, and directly confirms Winberg's suspicions. The demon says that he knows all the strong people from their country, and since he sees him for the first time, the answer is obvious. He is their new weapon. Winberg thinks that the boys are at a disadvantage, so he shouldn't worry because he is much stronger than them. Shinjo thinks that the precognition will last for another 3 minutes, and if they don't manage to win in that time, they will definitely lose. Suddenly, Maya asks Shinjo to lend her his ears as she has an idea. The girl comes closer to the brunette so that Winberg does not hear them, and tells him what her plan is. Shinjo listens to her and agrees, telling her not to interfere with him. Maya says she should have said it. The demon, who was watching them from the side, asks if they have finished coming up with a plan. Shinjo doesn't answer him, and tells Maya that they should get down to business. With a smile on his face, Winberg urges them to come closer. Maya summons the spirit of the wind and uses it to help Shinjo rise into the air. After this, the girl hits the ground with her staff. She calls upon the spirit of the earth, and the next second, the ground beneath her splits, and stones of different sizes rise into the air. With a wave of her staff, Maya directs the rocks towards Winberg with the order to knock him down. The demon is not going to change his position, and is going to repel the attack. Winberg waves his hand, causing a powerful gust of wind to emerge. The stones, under the force of the wind, bend around the demon and rush behind him. While the demon was fending off the attack, he was forced to turn his back on Shinjo and Maya. causing him to temporarily lose sight of them. When he turned back, he managed to block Shinjo's attack at the last moment, who was right next to him in the blink of an eye. Maya meanwhile shouted that they were not finished yet and waved her hand. The stones that Winberg had previously redirected changed their trajectory again. This time they began to approach the demon from behind. The demon first wanted to dodge, but realized that nothing would work, so he erected a wind wall. Noticing this, Maya once again summoned the spirit of air. The wind force rushed from her towards Winberg. Under the influence of her power, the demon's wind wall was destroyed. Because of this, the stones were able to destroy the pentagram behind Winberg without hindrance. The demon became restless, feeling threatened from all sides, and it was at this moment that he opened himself up to attack. By the time Winberg returned his attention to Shinjo, it was too late. The demon tried to block the attack with his sword, but there was too little space. Shinjo delivered several quick slashes with his dagger at the demon's hand. Due to his arm being injured, Winberg let go of the sword. The demon looked at Shinjo in shock, because only now he realized that the guy's goal was not his heart, but his sword. The hero candidate caught the falling sword. Before Winberg could recover, Shinjo jumped back with his sword in hand. The brunette landed on a large boulder sticking out of the wall. At first, Winberg didn't understand why the guy had to step aside instead of delivering the finishing blow. However, as soon as he remembered Maya's second attack, it was already too late and the stones caught up with him from behind. For a moment the sounds died down, after which Winberg's voice was heard, surprised that the boys were able to break through his defense. Contrary to Maya and Shinjo's expectations, the demon was not harmed and said that they did not have enough strength to hurt him. However, from the look in his eyes, one could tell that their actions had made him very angry. Maya looked at Winberg in shock, and couldn't understand why he wasn't hurt, despite the fact that the attacks had definitely hit their target. Standing from above, Shinjo thought that, for now, everything was going according to their plan. As they were preparing their plan, Maya informed the boy that the wind technique was strong, but she also had her weaknesses. The girl said that heavy rocks are difficult to knock back with a wind flow, so Winberg is weak against the earth attribute. Maya said that if the earth attribute was low, then she would use wind magic to weaken the demon's defense. Shinjo thought that Maya's thirst for revenge was not an empty phrase, since the girl not only had the power to kill him, but also a pre-prepared plan of action. Then the guy said that the girl's plan was good, so the girl should do anything to make Winberg open up. Meanwhile, Shinjo will attempt to take the sword from the demon. Returning to the present, we see that everything went according to the pre-prepared plan, because the sword really did end up in Shinjo's hands. Despite this, Maya still didn't understand why the guy needed Winberg's sword. While healing his cuts, the demon said that Shinjo would not be able to defeat him with his own sword, since the hero candidate was definitely not a swordsman. The hero candidate does not deny this, but proceeds to his next attack. Winberg once again erects a pentagram behind his back and summons wind spikes, directing them towards the brunette. Using the demon's sword, Shinjo easily repels all of his attacks. Using his blessing, the brunette quickly approaches Winberg. The demon blocks his own sword attack with his hand. Winberg is clearly confused and wonders who Shinjo really is, since he suddenly seems to be moving better and faster. Meanwhile, the guy continued to strike with his sword one after another. Winberg fights back, unable to understand what is happening, as Shinjo manages to force him to retreat back. Maya takes this opportunity and calls upon the spirit of the wind, ordering it to bring down the demon. A gust of wind blows away the wind support under Winberg's feet, causing him to lose his balance. As he fell down, the demon realized that Shinjo was using his flight magic. Towering over Winberg, the boy raises his sword for the finishing blow and says that his end has come. The demon tells him not to hope for victory and gain strength again, causing his horn on his forehead to become energized. The wind force is concentrated in one point and directed towards Shinjo. However, before the attack reaches the hero candidate, it is interrupted by a green flash from the sword strike. Shinjo lands on the ground, and behind him, Winberg's body falls to the ground with his head severed. The boy's eyes return to their natural purple color, and the boy thought that he had run out of strength. Shinjo hears Winberg's voice, saying that he never thought he would lose like this. The demon can still speak, so he asks the guy why he suddenly started moving differently. Shinjo replies that he has acquired the blessing of copying, which allows him to copy the skill of a person he has personally seen. The hero candidate used this power to copy the demon's swordsmanship style, but this power had never been used in practice, so Shinjo did not want to use it until the very end. Winberg said that apparently it is not for nothing that candidates for heroes are called the trump card of humanity. Shinjo said that he received this blessing after killing Hector, which is why the boy now has 4 blessings. Winberg chuckled at his words and said that his stupid student had helped their common enemy survive. Shinjo sits down on the nearest large rock to catch his breath. The boy looks at the defeated Winberg and reflects on his powers as those of one of the 4 heavenly kings. There are 3 more like him, then the Demon King, who is the strongest of all. Besides that, there are also the children of the Demon King, like Isabel. The guy sighs and thinks that it's too early for him to fight them now. Shinjo's attention is drawn to the sound of approaching footsteps. A thoughtful Maya walks towards him and looks towards Winberg. The girl stops next to the guy and asks if the demon is dead, to which she receives an affirmative answer. Looking at Maya, Shinjo asks how she wants revenge. The girl replies that she still cannot comprehend this, because she thought that she would have to sacrifice herself for its implementation. Despite this, Maya feels rested. After Winberg's death, her parents and village will not return, but now she feels free from the past. Shinjo says that the girl helped him a lot, because without her help, he would have definitely lost. Maya turns to him and says that she should have said that. The girl trained for 10 years to kill Winberg, but it was not enough. A smile appears on Maya's face, and she thanks Shinjo for helping her avenge her family. The guy says there is nothing to thank him for, since he had no other choice anyway. Maya says she's still glad she decided to go with him. Sooner or later, the girl would have run out of patience and would have run away, dying for no reason. And the mentor most likely guessed about this. Shinjo asks Maya what she plans to do next. The girl replies that she hasn't thought of anything yet, and that she has run out of important things to do. Shinjo approaches the girl and says that now is the time to find a new meaning in life, and asks how long elves live. Maya says that she is half human, so she will most likely not live as long as her mentor. Following Shinjo, the girl says that as long as she comes up with something to do, she can follow the guy. The brunette asks if she is sure, since he is going to kill the Demon King. Maya says that if they kill the Demon King, then no one will have to experience the same thing as her, so it's worth it. The girl says that if Shinjo doesn't want her company, then she will have to go to the king alone. The guy collects his things and says that the company won't be superfluous, but they should hurry, because reinforcements will arrive soon. Hearing his words, a happy smile appears on the girl's face. In a good mood, Maya follows Shinjo. While talking, the guy and the girl don't notice that they've been watched the whole time. A black hole appears high in the sky from which a witch emerges. Isabel watches as Shinjo and Maya leave the city. The girl says that they exceeded her expectations, because she wanted to use them, but they were able to defeat Winbra. A smile appears on Isabel's face, and she thinks that now no one will bother her. Shinjo and Maya's goal in traveling was to find Isabel, and when their plan came to fruition but was of no avail, they decided to return to their starting point. After a long hike, the boy and girl returned back to Elabana. The elf greeted them joyfully, and was pleased that they returned safe and sound. However, she didn't expect them to return so quickly. Maya didn't know how to tell her mentor that she was going to continue on her journey with Shinjo. Elabana put her hand on the student's head and said that she understood everything. With a smile on her face, the mentor wishes Maya good luck and says that many interesting things await her ahead. The girl blushes with embarrassment and looks towards Shinjo, who always remains calm. Remembering something, Elabana asks the guy if he knows about the situation on the front lines. Shinjo immediately joins the conversation and asks what happened. Elabana reports that the squad of hero candidates has been defeated. Shinjo is surprised that Mito lost and asks who they fought. The elf says that their enemy was one of the heavenly kings, Stogai. Maya suggests that the demon is on the same level as Winbra, meaning it is very strong. Shinjo asks worriedly if the hero candidates were killed. Elabana reassures him that all the boys survived, but their morale has dropped significantly. Her words calm the guy down a little, and he puts the mug on the table. Getting up from the sofa, Shinjo says that he will go and check on them. The guy's goal is to kill the Demon King, and the best solution would be to team up with his classmates to kill all the Heavenly Kings faster. Maya asks if the other hero candidates are as strong as Shinjo. The guy can't say for sure, but he says it doesn't matter what power they have, what matters is how they use it. Meanwhile, we are transported to Fort Thors, and deep night has already fallen on the streets. In one of the large halls there is a hospital. The wounded lie on mats and their wounds are treated by nurses. Mito was badly injured in the fight with Stogai, his left arm being the worst affected. Hano sits next to him and sends his blessing to him, saying that she will now heal his wounds. The headman asks her not to worry and stop overexerting herself, because the girl cannot use her powers indefinitely. Hano replies that she understands him perfectly, but this is the only thing she can do for them. The girl continues to heal Mito's wounds, ignoring his requests. The hero candidates managed to escape thanks to the fact that Heinrich and his detachment cleared the rear and joined in. They were able to retreat, but all the guys were seriously wounded not only physically, but also mentally. Nagase, who had never shown her despair before, now looked very depressed. Arashi, who had previously been unable to be calmed or kept in place, now lay in his place, covering his eyes with his hand. While Hano was trying to heal Mido's wounds, she noticed that the village chief had clenched his fist tightly, causing his hand to shake. Mido was overcome with a feeling of despair. He blamed himself for what happened, because he should have defeated Stogai himself. While the hero candidates recover from their crushing defeat, we are transported to Fort Aris. The heavenly demon king Stogai sits on one of the fort's towers. He watches his surroundings thoughtfully. At a great distance from the fort, Shinjo sits in the bushes, asking Maya if this is Stogai. Using his blessing, the boy can see very far. The girl is surprised and asks if the guy can really see the demon from such a great distance. Shinjo explains that as the appraisal level increases, all secondary skills improve, including vision range. Maya says the guy's skills are very handy. However, Shinjo stopped paying attention to the girl and focused entirely on studying Stogai. The normal evaluation gave a general idea of the demon's abilities, such as earth techniques, swordsmanship, and durability. But this is not enough to come up with a plan, so Shinjo uses the ability of detailed assessment. With her help, the guy learns that fortitude implies that while on defense, Stogai's normal abilities are enhanced several times. At the 4th level of evaluation, a detailed evaluation has appeared, which allows Shinjo not only to learn about the opponent's abilities, but also to understand how exactly these abilities work. The guy decides to use the ability to display weak points on Stogai. However, contrary to his expectations, the usual red beam does not appear. Shinjo realizes that at the moment, Stogai has no weak points that he can exploit. Maya asks what Shinjo was able to find out, and the guy replies that if the demon had a weak spot, then everything would be much easier. The guy was able to find out that Stogai has a high level of earth and fencing techniques, and also has a unique skill that works if he defends himself. Maya now understands why the demon was called the King of the Earth, and reveals that the earth technique has a weakness to the water attribute. Shinjo asks if there is compatibility of attributes, and the girl replies that it is not that simple, and depends on what the person wants to get as a result. Maya says that a demon can't have all the Earth's techniques, so they need to find out what the technique is and find its weaknesses. Shinjo says that they need to talk to the hero candidates at least once, and asks what Maya thinks about it. We return to Fort Thors, where Mido has recovered enough to walk along the wall. He looks into the distance, as if trying to find answers to his questions there. The village chief remembers Shinjo and thinks that everything could have turned out differently if the boy had been with them. Mido begins to shake his head from side to side, driving away bad thoughts. He tells himself that Shuji Mido will never run away. He is distracted from his thoughts by Nagase, who came with the rest of her classmates and asks what Mido is doing. The headman turns around and looks at the boys, who seem to have become more cheerful. The girl knew that Mido would be here, because he always had to do everything alone. The class president looks at his classmates in confusion, realizing that his plan has been discovered. Narumi encourages him, saying that the game is not over yet. Hashimoto joins them and says that they won't let Mido fight alone. Mido looks at them in surprise and asks if they really still trust him. Nagase comes closer and asks in return why the village chief still doesn't trust them. As she passes by Mido, the girl calls him a blockhead. Narumi comes up to the headman from behind and throws her arm over the boy's shoulder. The blonde explains that the girl wants Mido to rely on them more. The village chief looks towards Nagase, who stands with her back to him and says nothing. With a smile on his face, Mido says he never thought he could rely on the guys. Narumi says that they have all become stronger, so the headman can share his burden with them. Otherwise, he could break his back. They are distracted from their cheerful conversation by a voice that says that he was finally able to find Mido. Arashi and his part of the class approach the guys from the other side. The guy asks why Mido is looking at him like that and says that next time, the headman should let him blow up that demon. The headman replies that he is simply surprised that Arashi came to him. The guy replies that he came because he understands perfectly well that he cannot cope with Stogai alone. Arashi says that the team is on Mido, and the guy himself will personally kill the demon. Narumi and Hashimoto chuckle at his words and say that because Arashi suggested acting as a team, it should snow. In response to their joke, the guy says he will kill them if they don't shut up. Mido agrees with Arashi's plan and says that they will defeat Stogai together. The brown-haired man smiles in response, and says that the headman has started to think faster. Kanzaki watched their conversation from the side. The girl is glad that the class has finally united, but they still don't have a tactic against Stogai. Suddenly she hears Shinjo's voice, saying that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The girl peeks out from around the corner and sees Shinjo, who tells her to be quiet because he doesn't want to be noticed. The girl covers her mouth with her hands, but still cannot contain her joy at the long-awaited meeting with the guy. Shinjo asks if it's true that the boys fought one of the 4 heavenly kings and lost to him. Kanzaki tries not to look at the guy and says that it is true, after which the guy asks what kind of spells the demon used. The girl thinks for a second, and then begins to talk about the battle. After some time, Shinjo learns that Stogai used a golem creation technique. Kanzaki says that she saw this technique with her own eyes, so she is 100% sure. Shinjo thinks about it, then says that Maya was right in her guess. Kanzaki becomes worried and asks who Maya is. The girl indignantly turns her head towards Shinjo and waits for an answer. However, the guy says not to pay attention to it, because it was just thoughts out loud. Kanzaki asks if Shinjo would like to fight with them. Watching the class come together, the boy replies that he will help them. But if he acts openly, he will only create discord in the team. The guy says he will operate from the shadows, as always. Finally, the team of hero candidates is fully assembled, although most of them don't even know it. Once the boys manage to come up with a plan of attack, they return to Fort Eris. After their attack, the fort's security increased, and now demons were on duty at each watchtower. Just like last time, the hero candidates decided to come from behind. They gathered in the forest, near one of the fort's walls, and discussed their next plan of action. One of the girls said that together with Yumi, there would be only 100 of them. Nagase looked at the girl with a smile and said that she was glad that the girl was feeling better. Yumi recently joined the combat squad after recovering from Leonora's bullying. Nagase was surprised that she decided to join them, so she asked what prompted the girl to take such a step. Yumi heard that the guys had a hard time, so she decided to support them. The girls laughed together and jokingly called Yumi a heroine. The girl herself thought to herself whether everything would really be okay. She remembers what happened 5 days ago, when she had not yet joined her classmates. The girl was busy with her usual work in the castle in the rear, and after completing her duties, she returned to the room. She said that she was very tired and heard Shinjo, who said that they had not seen each other for a long time. At first, the girl didn't realize what had happened, so she agreed with the guy with a smile on her face. However, the next second it dawned on her who exactly was standing in front of her, so she stepped back and asked what he was doing there. Yumi froze in place and asked if it was really Shinjo in front of her. The guy remained calm and replied that she understood everything correctly. The girl blushed and asked why the guy entered her room without permission. Shinjo reported that her classmates were currently fighting on the front lines, and they really needed her water manipulation power, so the boy was looking for Yumi. The girl was surprised by his words and said that she was not in a combat unit. Shinjo said that the girl has the guts to become a fighter, so she should join Mido and help them. Yumi didn't like his words and asked why she should do what he said. The guy replied that she should do it because she could fight. On that fateful day, Leonora instilled fear in the girl, subduing her actions and forcing her to kill. However, Leonora is now gone because Shinjo personally got rid of her. Therefore, Yumi is no longer restricted by anything, and enough time has passed for her mental wounds to heal. Shinjo says now is not the right time to play the awkward waitress. His words made the girl embarrassed, and she began to justify herself by saying that she accidentally fell and broke all the plates recently. Shinjo looks at her and asks if she really doesn't want to help her friends, Nagase and Chinami. His words make Yumi freeze in place. She said that Shinjo always knows what to say, but she is surprised that the boy cares about his classmates. The guy explains his actions by saying that he simply doesn't want to lose the pieces he can use. Yumi remembers that Shinjo is wanted and asks if he wants to join the fighting force himself. The guy says he has no chance of joining them because they are still looking for him. Turning towards the window, Shinjo says that he will act from the shadows and move the figures to the right place, as this is part of his job. Back in the present, Yumi clenches her fist and thinks that she will try her best if her power can really help her classmates. Kanzaki, as usual, keeps his distance from the boys and watches them. She remembers her conversation with Shinjo when he explained the plan of action to her. The guy said that he found Yumi and sent her to help, and asked if Kanzaki had any questions. The girl understood why Yumi was involved in his plan, but she wasn't sure if his plan would work. Shinjo says he hasn't fought Stogai himself, but he's confident the boys can come up with a plan of action. The boy asked Kanzaki to relay the plan to Mido, and to say that Shinjo wanted to see how much the boys had grown while he was away. The girl sighs and replies that she understands everything. The girl is pulled out of her thoughts by the headman's voice. Mido approaches her and says that they should go over the plan again. The headman clenches his fist and says that they will not lose this time. Kanzaki shares his sentiments, knowing that Shinjo will be helping them this time. The hero candidates gather together, and once again announce the entire plan of action. From the side, Maya is watching them from the bushes, asking if everything will be okay. The girl turns to Shinjo and says that if he were in their place, he would come up with a better strategy. The guy replies that if he constantly prompts them, they will not become independent, and this is exactly what he needs in order to defeat the Demon King. Shinjo says they have powers, but they don't have enough control over them yet. The guy will act secretly, directing them in the right direction. From the shadows, he will give them the necessary clues. But he can't do everything for them himself. The most important thing for them now is how the guys will behave in battle, because it is in combat that they will have to think for themselves. Meanwhile, the demons on the watchtower noticed movement from the enemy. Everyone gathered near the main entrance to the fort. Several detachments gathered in the field opposite to distract attention. Amelia leads the squad and steps forward, saying that they have arrived on time. She gives instructions, and the soldiers under her leadership go on the attack. The demons on the walls thought that they had been wrong to let the people retreat last time. Amelia told the soldiers not to be afraid, because their main task was to clear the way for the hero candidates. This time the demons decided to spare no one. The soldiers began to clear the way for the hero candidates who were moving beyond Mido towards the fort. Once inside the fort walls, the elder began to look around in order to find Stogai. In the window of one of the towers, the guy noticed a familiar silhouette. While the rest of the guys were fighting the demons, Mido froze in place. Stogai looked at him from the window with a smile, and he was clearly not surprised by their appearance. From the look in his eyes, Mido realized that he was waiting for them. Stogai was glad that the hero candidates had come and said that this time he would not let them go. The boys make their way into the main hall of the fort again and see familiar doors. This time the doors were not opened, but blown up. The guys already knew what to expect from Stogai, so they prepared to counterattack. Arashi and Mido looked at one of the 4 heavenly demon kings with confidence in their eyes. He was already waiting for them and created golems. The headman ordered the boys not to deviate from their plan. There was a small crack in the ceiling of the hall, which did not attract outside attention. Through this gap, Shinjo and Maya could calmly watch the unfolding battle. The hero candidates are determined to win this time. The golems begin to approach them. Mido uses his blessing, causing his sword to glow even brighter. He rushes into the attack and tells the guys to act according to their plan. Nagase turns to Yumi and asks if she is okay. The girl replies that she is fine and asks to rely on her. Yumi activates her blessing of water manipulation. Streams of water rush towards the golems, causing them to become wet. These actions make Stogai tense. Water envelops the golems, softening their bodies. Following the water attack, the rest of the students join the battle. With the help of the blessing of explosion, Arashi destroys multiple golems at once. Mido keeps up with him and cuts down other monsters with his sword. The hero candidates act in unison, striking blow after blow. This time they are acting more decisively, as this is not the first time they have worked. While other students fight the golems directly, students with support abilities help them from behind, strengthening their attacks. The heroes are able to deal with the monsters much faster. The destroyed bodies of the golems fall to the ground into puddles of water and become even more soaked with moisture. There comes a point when their fragments begin to attract each other. The golems are reassembled into their original state just like last time. However, their bodies had absorbed a lot of water, which had noticeably destroyed their integrity. Mud streaks are visible all over their bodies, as if the golems are melting before our eyes. Before the monsters can begin to attack, they dissolve into mud puddles. The would-be heroes shout with joy, realizing that their plan worked. Stogai rubbed his beard and said that last time they didn't have water technology, which meant that a newcomer had joined them. There are still a few undamaged golems around the demon, but they shouldn't be a serious obstacle for the guys. Shinjo watches everything from the side and says that everything happened exactly as Maya read about it. The girl says that if you wet the rock that connects the golem stones, it will be difficult to control them. And in reality, it works even better than it is written in the book. Mido shouts to the guys that the wet golems are not regenerating and orders the guys to continue attacking. Yumi realizes that she must strike first and take out the remaining monsters. The girl uses her blessing and summons a great wave. A stream of water envelops the dry golems, soaking their bodies. The remaining candidates follow the wave. Without delay, they continue to attack the enemy. Stogai understands that this time the hero candidates decided to destroy their golems, which means they now have an excellent strategist with them. The demon places his hand on the ground and summons another technique. Red pentagrams appear all over the floor. Large stones begin to emerge from them. Stogai praises the boys for their ingenuity, but thinks that the golems are just soldiers, and this technique is the real power of the earth. Stogai directs stones towards the hero candidates. Before they can catch up with the boys, Hashimoto stands in front of them. The girl uses her telekinesis ability and stops the stones. Stogai looks at the girl thoughtfully, thinking about how she managed to break his control over the land. The demon loses his guard due to the unusual behavior of the hero candidates and loses sight of Kenzaki. The girl uses her control abilities and stops Stogai. The demon feels that his whole body no longer obeys him. He realizes that the blessing of submission has been applied to him. While Stogai is frozen in place, Arashi decides to take advantage of the situation and strike. Despite his immobility, the demon manages to summon a mud wall. Arashi uses his blessing, causing an explosion to occur in the room. However, just like last time, the attack was completely absorbed by a wall of earth. Stogai smiles and tells Arashi that his defense cannot be penetrated. The guy realizes that his attack was unsuccessful, but that was not his original plan. Mido at this time used the blessing of shortening the distance and appeared behind Stogai. The elder raised his sword and dealt a powerful blow. The demon finally managed to break free of control and gripped his sword tighter. At the last moment, he managed to block Mido's blow and said that he couldn't be stopped like that. But don't relax, because Hashimoto uses telekinesis on the rocks again. She returns the stones that were previously used by Stogai. Narumi uses the blessing of wind manipulation. Having created many wind spears, the boy directs them towards Stogai. Thus, attacks are directed towards the demon from all sides. Stogai thinks that the guys tried hard this time, but it was still not enough to break through his defense. The demon expands the stone wall, thereby repelling most of the attacks. Yumi understands that the guys won't be able to cope without her blessing, so she summons water. A large stream of water crashes into the stone wall, causing it to become wet. Stogai sees that a wet spot has appeared on the other side of the wall and thinks that things are bad. The wet ground was losing its firmness, so Hashimoto directed another attack of rocks towards the darkening in the wall. Mido also prepared to deliver the finishing blow and said that this was the end of the demon. Arashi is also not going to stand aside and strikes. By combining their efforts, the hero candidates managed to break through Stogai's defenses. Taking a double hit from Mido and Arashi, the demon is sent flying. The hero candidates managed to break through the demon's defenses and wound him in the stomach. Looking at his wound, Stogai thought that for now it was bearable. However, if the heroes continue to act in the same spirit, sooner or later they will achieve their goal. Stogai's eyes become more red, and he decides to use all of his power, which he previously used to defend himself. The demon changes his tactics and now invests not in defense, but in attack. It is at this moment that Shinjo finally finds a weak spot in the demon's defense. In the blink of an eye, the dagger reaches its target and crashes straight into Stogai's head. The demon freezes in place and a shudder runs through his body. The next moment, he falls dead in front of the hero candidates. The boys had not yet had time to understand what exactly had happened, but they were already slaves to the fact that they had managed to defeat the enemy. The class began to jump happily and celebrate their victory, shouting that Arashi and Mido had defeated Stogai. Meanwhile, Arashi and Mido did not share their mood and approached the demon's body. As they got closer, they saw what had killed the demon. The headman said to himself that it wasn't them who did it. They managed to wound Stogai, but it was not he or Arashi who dealt the final blow. Arashi saw a dagger lying next to the demon's head. Having picked it up from the ground, the guy examined in detail what kind of weapon it was. Arashi immediately recognized the dagger and clutched it angrily, saying that this could not be. Mido also understood everything and began to look around in an attempt to find where the dagger had come from. A crack in the ceiling caught his attention. The headman looked in her direction with hope and quietly called out to Shinjo. Arashi was very angry because the brunette interfered again and did not let them finish what they started. They were distracted from their thoughts by Narumi, who came closer and said that their plan had worked. Mido's expression changed, and he replied with a smile that they really did succeed. Turning towards his classmates, the class president thought that everything was going according to plan. Thanks to Yumi joining them, they gained an advantage in the fight. But at the last moment, Mido felt a huge amount of magic coming from Stogai. The village chief understands that they themselves would not be able to handle him, which is why Shinjo decided to intervene. Hashimoto asks Mido why he is sad, when now is the time to be happy. The headman wanted to tell the girl everything, but she interrupted him and went behind him. Hashimoto said they defeated one of the 4 heavenly kings. The girl pushed Mido forward, saying that everything was fine now. Because of her actions, the class president came closer to his classmates, and they began to brag about the guy. Mido listened as he was called a good commander and praised for the work he had done. Finally, the guy relaxes and a relaxed smile appears on his face. Meanwhile, Arashi does not move away from Stogai's body and looks ahead with anger. His team comes closer and praises him for his work, saying that they will follow him to the ends of the earth. Arashi orders them to be quiet and says that he was not the one who killed the demon. The guys calm down after his words and apologize. One of the guys says that he understands perfectly well why Arashi is so upset. The guy says that he was standing nearby at the time, so he saw everything, but he thinks that Arashi shouldn't worry so much about it. A classmate says it was just the last blow. The guy thinks that Arashi should be proud of himself for cornering one of the 4 heavenly kings. After some time, the guys climb one of the fort's towers. Taking a deep breath, Mido lifts the demon's head up and announces that the king of the land of Stogai has been defeated. The hero candidate orders the demon king's army to lay down their arms. The demons look at what is happening with horror and cannot believe that Stogai has lost. Amelia meanwhile raises her sword and shouts that they have won. Henry suffered several injuries during the battle, but now smiles because they succeeded. After some time, all the remaining demons were captured and Fort Eris was successfully captured. Watching from the window of one of the fort's towers, Shinjo said that it was all over. Maya looked at the streets and said that the number of demons was much greater. Shinjo replied that the demons were led by the charisma of their leader, and that after his death they would no longer resist. Maya recalls that after the victory over Winberg, they were not even followed. While pouring tea into a mug, Shinjo said that this was one of the weak points of the Demon King's army. The girl asks the guy if everything is okay, and he asks what exactly she means. Maya said that he was the one who killed Stogai. But wasn't the guy going to train the hero candidates? Shinjo replied that the moment Stogai lost his temper, the guy felt a strong thirst for blood. But the guys should not die before he had time to train them. The brunette also says that his main profession is a killer, and he wanted the guys to know about it. Maya says the boy surprisingly cares about his classmates. Shinjo puts the mug on the table and asks how much longer the girl plans to address him informally and not use his name Shinjo Kai. Maya is embarrassed by his words and says that she doesn't know how best to address him. After thinking for a bit, the girl asks if she can call the guy Kai. Shinjo takes a few sips and agrees, but asks why the girl's face is red. Maya starts to deny it and asks not to pay attention to it. Shinjo thinks about the fact that there are now 2 of the 4 heavenly kings left. But there are also direct descendants of the Demon King, and no one knows how strong they are. They still have a long way to go before they become the Demon King. Meanwhile, in another part of the sacred land, we see a girl with cat ears lying on the ground. She comes to her senses and rises from the ground, looking menacingly at the enemy. There is a guy standing in front of her who is surprised that she has not yet lost heart, despite the fact that she is no longer able to move. A demon approaches them from the side and says that the princess has been captured and now the Beastmen Alliance is under their control. A week has passed since the attack on Fort Eris and the victory over Stogai. Until now, the country had only been on the defensive, so the sudden advance of the Holy Army stirred up the people. The soldiers' morale was revived, and everyone began to anticipate an imminent victory. Every day the glory of the hero candidates only grows. They have become the hope of humanity. After the battle for Fort Eris ended, the hero candidates arrived at the king's castle. Mito appeared before the ruler and received personal gratitude for his invaluable contribution to the victory over one of the 4 heavenly kings. Only the headman was given the honor of standing before the king. The ruler named Shujo Mito, a knight of the sacred country of Digrist. The boy knelt down and accepted the title with gratitude. When the ceremony was over, Mito breathed a sigh of relief as he returned to the room. Hashimoto, Heinrich, and Amelia were already waiting for him there. While pouring tea for everyone, a classmate asked if Mito was nervous, and he asked what she thought of him. After taking a cup of tea, Amelia praised the boys, saying that all these events could not help but exhaust them. Henry reminded the girl that Mito had not received an aristocratic upbringing, so he had to learn basic etiquette as soon as he learned that he was being granted a title. The headman said that it was a necessary measure because if he had insulted the king, he could have removed them from their current positions. Henry himself told the guy about this, but he didn't think that it would put extra pressure on the guy. Amelia says that Mito is now a knight, which means he will have to play this role more than once. Sipping his tea, Henry assured the headman that there was no need to worry too much about this. Amelia reminds that everything in this country is under the power of the church, and even the fact that Mito was named a knight was an order from His Holiness the Pope. From that moment on, Mito became a holy knight and captain of the 11th Squad, also known as the Hero Squad. The top brass expects them to be the strongest squad, as it is made up entirely of hero candidates. Mito asks if there is any point in him being made a knight if they are already under the control of the church. With a smirk on his face, Henry says that there are political intrigues and a struggle for power involved in this matter. He offers Mito to listen about it, but the headman immediately refuses. Stopping joking, Heinrich warns that now the guy is their equal, which means that they will demand appropriate behavior from him, so he must always remain on guard. Meanwhile, we are transported to the forest next to the main castle where the ceremony took place. Shinjo and Maya decided to stay in the forest to avoid being discovered, so Kanzaki came to them herself. The girl told the latest news, including that Mito had been knighted. Kanzaki expressed her guess that Mito wanted to gain his right to vote in this way. Maya didn't understand why the guys took this information so badly. Shinjo thinks that the sacred country wants Mito to be their standard bearer in this war, so they give him a piece of power to show all the other people that the hero candidates are completely controlled by the state. His words completely confused Maya, and she asked if she understood correctly that this was a bad sign then. Shinjo says that they were called here to defeat the Demon King and then they should return home, but they shouldn't trust these people completely. The Top and Leonora thought alike, which meant that for them, the hero candidates were just pawns. Kanzaki says that they will be careful, and then changes the subject and asks who the girl is standing next to Shinjo. The guy looks at the girl and says that this is Maya, a half-elf mage. Maya happily greets Kanzaki, who reciprocates the feeling. However, the girl is not very happy that Shinjo has a travel companion, so she asks how this happened at all. Maya was a little upset by her words, and said that they were just traveling together, and asked in response who the girl herself was for Kai. Kanzaki noticed that the girl was calling the guy by his name, and quickly replied that they were friends with each other. Shinjo immediately asked in what sense they were friends, to which the girl immediately became upset, and began to make excuses. The guy closed his eyes and said that Kanzaki was her comrade. His words made the girl even more embarrassed. Maya asked Shinjo if they were this close in their world too. The guy replied that they hadn't even spoken to each other, which made the girl sigh, one with relief and the other with embarrassment. Shinjo says it doesn't matter, and asks Kanzaki if the guys discussed the plan to kill the Demon King. The guy plans to continue to operate from the shadows, so the girl must become a link between him and the class. However, Kanzaki interrupts him and asks if she can go with him and Maya. The guy looks at her in surprise and asks if she really wants this. Shinjo thinks about her proposal, weighing the pros and cons. Looking at the two girls who froze in anticipation of his answer, the guy finally makes a decision. Shinjo says that the girl cannot go with them, since without her help he will not be able to contact his classmates. The guys are hostile towards him, so Kanzaki is irreplaceable. Despite the refusal, the girl was satisfied with his words, so she agreed with the guy. The girl remembers Mido and Narumi and tells Shinjo that not everyone sees him as an enemy. The boy replies that the headman will not want to accept his help, since he believes that he should develop independently. Kanzaki asks if Shinjo will really train Mido, and he replies that he can't kill the Demon King alone anyway. He tells Kanzaki that he and Maya were able to defeat one of the Heavenly Kings. However, at that moment, they were walking on the edge and were not confident of their victory. Kanzaki cries out in surprise and asks if the two of them were really able to defeat one of the kings. Maya replies that they fought the Air King Winberg and almost died. Looking at Shinjo, Kanzaki can't believe that the two of them defeated a demon of equal strength that the entire class couldn't handle. Looking at Maya, the girl thinks that she is not so simple, because Shinjo trusts her completely. Clenching her fists, Kanzaki becomes upset that compared to them, she was unable to do anything against Stogai. Shinjo says that there are some in the Demon King's army who are stronger than the Heavenly Kings, but right now, they are all too weak to achieve their goal. The brunette asks Kanzaki to keep a close eye on the class and the sacred country and report to him regularly about what is happening. The girl says that she understands everything and looks sadly at the departing Shinjo. The guy asks her to tell Mido that he will do everything to defeat the Demon King. Shinjo calls Maya to follow him, and she happily runs past Kanzaki, saying goodbye to the girl. Kanzaki was taken aback by the kind farewell and waved back at the girl. The girl thought that she couldn't help Shinjo in any way now, so she had to become even stronger. The Holy Army defeated Stogai, one of the 4 Heavenly Kings, and this marked the beginning of a large-scale offensive. The newly formed 11th Squad, also known as the Hero Squad, was furiously pushing forward the front line. Having conquered all the nearby lands, the Sacred Army moved towards the Urgano Mountains. By combining all forces, the city of Neutrath was successfully recaptured. This was made possible not only by the death of Stogai, who was in charge of the front, but also by the death of Winberg, who was responsible for the logistics of the troops. However, the Holy Army is unaware of the second factor in their victory. To celebrate the liberation of Neutrat from the Demon King's army, a celebration was held. Their main guests were undoubtedly the candidates for heroes. Narumi drank the alcohol in one gulp and said that this victory ceremony was a success. But Hashimoto began to scold him for drinking alcohol. The guy replied that in this country, at 15 years old, he is already considered an adult, which means he can drink as much as he wants. Hashimoto hit him on the head and asked if he was going to continue drinking like this after returning to his world. The girl took the alcohol from Narumi and left, listening to the boy's plaintive cries. Classmates watched what happened with laughter, but were in no hurry to help the boy. Nagase told Hashimoto that she was still stubborn, even though she could turn a blind eye to it on a day like this. However, with these words, she only drew the girl's attention to herself and the glass of wine in her hands. Nagase took a sip from the glass, saying it was juice, but even Mido didn't believe her words. Watching from the sidelines, the class leader heard his classmates expressing surprise that everything had gone so smoothly. The boys think that there is something wrong with the Demon King's army, since defeating one Heavenly King couldn't have such an impact. Mito also thought about his words. He was convinced that he was not the only one who felt this way. Amelia thought it was some kind of trap, but some time had passed, and they still hadn't found anything. Nagase responded to this by saying that the guys were thinking too much, since the Demon King's army was just a bunch of fools. Mito voiced his suspicion that Shinjo had somehow influenced the army from the shadows. Nagase just laughed at his words, saying that this guy was incapable of anything. Her words angered Kanzaki, and she, putting the glass on the table, said that Mito was right. The girls said that while they were fighting at the front, Shinjo was attacking the rear of the Demon King's army. Her classmates were very surprised by her words. Kanzaki explained that Shinjo had killed one of the 4 heavenly kings responsible for these lands, which is why the enemy had such poor defense. The guys couldn't believe the girl's words that Shinjo had killed such a strong enemy single-handedly. Mito said that if all this is true, then Shinjo is amazing. Narumi guessed that the guy was secretly muddying the waters, but he didn't expect this from him. Nagase continues to claim that all of this is nothing more than lies. She turned to Arashi to confirm her words regarding Shinjo. The guy turned to her, not looking up from his food. He thought about her words, but immediately remembered the dagger with which Stogai was killed. Arashi turned back to the table and said he didn't know anything, which only made Nagase even more angry. Hashimoto slammed the table and said that even if it was all true, she still had no intention of forgiving Shinjo. While Nagase and Hashimoto found solace in each other for their anger, Mito approached Kanzaki and asked what Shinjo was doing now. The girl replied that she herself did not know the answer to this question, but his goal was to kill the Demon King. Originally, the lands of the Demon Kingdom were located to the west of Neutrath. Meanwhile, we are transported to a forest near the city, where Shinjo is fighting monsters. The orcs surrounded the guy, and one of them raised his mace to strike. Shinjo deftly jumps to the side, dodging the blow. However, from the other side, a second monster is already approaching him. The guy crouches down and picks up some dirt in his hand, throwing it at the orc's face. The monster becomes disoriented due to dirt getting into its eyes and retreats back. Shinju summons the lightning attribute and commands it to pierce the target. But before his attack reaches its target, the boy notices a hand reaching out to him from the side. Because Shinjo was focused on mastering the new technique, he lost sight of the other monsters. The enemy took advantage of this moment and began to strike at the guy. However, the blow never reached Shinjo, because Maya summoned the spirit of fire and burned the enemy. The brunette remained sitting motionless on the ground, waiting for the girl to finish and the flames to die down. As Shinjo rose to his feet, he told Maya not to imitate him. The girl jumps out of the tree and says that she would not have wanted this if the guy had not been in danger. Shinjo says that he is still not very good at even the basic techniques, despite the fact that he has improved his control. Maya says that Shinjo has a rare thunder attribute. His attacks are fast and powerful, but they are much more difficult to control. The girl is already surprised that the guy can already use basic techniques. She asks him not to look back at his friends because they have gained control over the attribute through the blessing. Shinjo said he spent a lot of time practicing the thunder punch, but still couldn't use it properly in real combat. Maya says that the guy was distracted by the enemy and did not imagine in his head how exactly the technique works, which made it difficult to master. The girl said that this technique was suitable for long-range combat, but Shinjo said that he needed it for close combat. Otherwise, it was of no use. Maya says that it might work in his case, but she doesn't understand why he wanted to learn the techniques in the first place. Shinjo replied that he himself did not like all this, but he needed strength in order to defeat the Demon King. The guy believes that with techniques, he will have a better chance of winning, and thanks Maya for her help. The girl gets embarrassed and says that there is no need to thank her. She just knows a lot of things and shares it with the guy. However, the good atmosphere is interrupted in the blink of an eye. Distracted by the conversation, the guys do not notice that they are surrounded by a crowd of orcs. Although Shinjo looks tense, he sees this as a good opportunity to practice. Maya says that in this forest, there is always material for practice, and no matter how much you kill, there will never be less of it. This forest is truly filled with monsters of different sizes and types, which will help the kids hone their skills. The monsters began to approach the boy and girl in a dense stream. Shinjo decided to take advantage of the opportunity and use the thunder technique. The guy concentrated the power in his hand and used the power on the nearby monsters. Lightning ran through the monsters' bodies, causing them to scream in pain. However, other than that, it had no effect, and the monsters soon recovered from the effect. Shinjo has trained for a long time and can now use the technique in combat, but its power is not enough to cause significant damage. On the other hand, an orc began to approach the guy and raised his hand to strike. Shinjo managed to jump to the side in time, causing the mace to hit the ground where the boy had previously stood. The brunette decided to climb higher so that close attacks would not come as a surprise to him. Climbing a tree, Shinjo was able to assess the situation from above. Pushing off from the branch he was sitting on, the guy began to quickly move between the trees. The monsters were confused because the guy was moving too fast. When their guard was down, Shinjo threw several daggers in their direction. Each of them reached their target, killing one monster with one blow. The other monsters that weren't within Shinjo's range watched from the side in shock. This time, the guy used daggers enhanced with magic. Despite the fact that they required Shinjo to form an image right during the fight, the effect was worth it. While the guy was thinking about his next steps, a monster that could also move through trees crept up on him from behind. Shinjo managed to notice him in time, so he began to act immediately. Pushing off from the tree, the guy took out another blade and cut off the monster's head. Grabbing one of the branches with his free hand, Shinjo looked down, assessing the situation. However, he was attracted by a sound coming from above. This monster turned out to be not the only one capable of carrying out attacks in the air. Shinjo realized that he would not be as effective in an airborne battle, so he descended to the ground in preparation for a counterattack. As the monsters approached him, the guy neutralized them with a few precise movements. Having regained the advantage in the air, Shinjo jumped onto a tree branch, but at that very moment, the tree beneath him began to shake, which made the guy look down. Seeing the man climb up the tree, the huge red orc began to hit the tree with his mace, trying to throw Shinjo down. The guy started to get angry about this. Even though he wanted to train, there were too many monsters and he couldn't focus on one thing. Soon, the orc managed to knock down the tree on which Shinjo was sitting. Before this, the guy managed to jump to the ground on the other side, after which he looked around. Other monsters of different sizes began to approach Shinjo. The guy's attention was drawn to the largest monster, which the guy had never seen before. This monster interested Shinjo, and the guy thought that he was most likely their boss. The brunette uses his blessing and wants to use his new powers on this monster. At this time, Maya continued to fight off the attacks of monsters with the help of the spirit of fire, but she got tired of it, and the girl began to complain. The monsters scattered in different directions from her attacks, not having the slightest chance to get closer to the girl. Maya turned to Shinjo and said that it was time for them to leave, since they couldn't go any further anyway. By that time, the guy had already managed to deal with most of the monsters, so he agreed. Shinjo turned around and headed towards Maya to retreat together. The boy and the girl continued on their way, and the girl said that she was very tired. Shinjo says that there are too many monsters here, and they are all strong, so there shouldn't be any people in this area. Maya said that demons can control monsters with low intelligence, so it was not a problem for the Demon King's army. Shinjo came to the conclusion that only demons could live in this area. However, the guys had to stop in front of a cliff that emanated dark energy. This is where the territory of the Demon Kingdom began. Below the cliff, a huge army of the Demon King, consisting of many monsters and demons, was moving. A week after Shinjo's reconnaissance expedition, the Sacred Army set out. They completed the campaign to liberate their lands from the enemy, and began the invasion of the Demon Kingdom. However, everything was not as simple as they expected. On the road, they constantly encountered monsters, which became bigger and stronger day by day. People had to face enormous resistance, for which most of them were not prepared. For the hero candidates, these monsters were not much of a problem. However, the ordinary soldiers in the Demon King's territory became the prey, not the hunters. Amelia fought on the front lines as a commander and urged her soldiers not to panic, as together they could get through this. Henry notices that the monsters are not acting randomly, indicating that they are being controlled by demons. Mito says that if so many monsters are under control, then they are controlled by a greater demon. They were right, because at that moment, far from the battlefield, there was a girl with white hair and dark gray skin. She held a glass of wine in her hands, and used her abilities to send large drops of the drink through the air into her mouth. Standing on the wall of her castle, she said that there was no point in being careless in this matter. The girl is a higher demon, and her name is Elsa. She instructs her army to use monsters to whittle down the humans and then finish them off. Her plan was carried out, and after the attack of the monsters, the people were attacked by the army of the Demon King. Mito jumped on his horse and told Amelia that they needed to retreat, because at this rate the demons would defeat them. The girl agreed with him, so she gave the order to retreat along the same route. The demons did not catch up with them and remained in their places. Elsa's plan worked, but the demons still didn't understand why so many monsters had to be used. Another demon replied that this was an order from Lady Elsa, and she liked to play it safe. The demons were glad that they outnumbered humans, and believed that humans would no longer dare to approach them. They talked about how the Beastmen Alliance would soon be under their control. The demons are confident that the hero candidates will not be able to overcome such an opponent, even if they have already managed to defeat 2 of the 4 heavenly kings. Shinjo and Maya watch their conversation from the bushes. The girl asked what their words about the Beastman Alliance could mean, because the girl had never heard anything about it before. Shinjo said that this was interesting information, so he asked Maya to help him find out more about it. Sometime later, the Holy Army returned to Neutrath to recuperate. Hano did her best to help the nurses treat the wounded. The knights and squad leaders gathered in the common room to discuss further strategy. Amelia said that they managed to get their lands back, but as soon as they entered enemy territory, they were defeated. They found themselves in a difficult situation, so now they needed to come up with a plan of action. Their main problem is the endless stream of monsters, so they won't be able to move forward until they find a way to overcome this obstacle. The commanders began to comment that they had never seen the enslavement technique work on such powerful monsters before. Henry says that up until now they have simply moved forward without much of a strategy. But now the demons have begun to take them seriously. Mido says that the enemy has a good commander, who is most likely a greater demon and has experience in fighting. One of the commanders sent out reconnaissance and learned that the largest concentration of demons was in the forest near the border, so they should head there. Amelia was against the idea, as the forest was still unknown to them, so the army would not be able to pass through it unnoticed. The others agree with her and say that the first thing to do is to stay calm. One of the commanders is concerned that they have already lost many soldiers when they were retaking their lands, and because of the retreat, there are even more casualties. Everyone came to the unanimous opinion that at the moment their main goal is to return their lands and maintain their positions. Some people say that they don't necessarily have to move forward even if the morale of the soldiers is high. Hashimoto raises his hand and says that it doesn't make sense since their main goal is to defeat the Demon King. The elders agree with her, but remind her that everything is not so simple. Amelia turns to the girl and asks if she has any ideas. Hashimoto feels uneasy, but says it would be good to increase the troops. Amelia says that it will be very difficult because this way they will create more targets. Mido thinks that the strength of people in this world can vary greatly, so increasing the troops can only lead to more casualties. The elder suggests focusing on increasing the elite troops. Amelia says that this is impossible, because the strongest soldiers are already fighting on the front lines. The only way to increase your troops is to recruit regular soldiers and train them, but this will take a long time. Despite the length of time it takes to implement this plan, it remains the only possible one, so everyone agrees with it. Mido meanwhile realized that they had different goals. The hero candidates wanted to kill the Demon King, and the sacred country had already achieved its goal by reclaiming its territories. This is why the commanders are in no hurry to advance further, and are trying with all their might to stop the war. Heinrich notices Mido's bad mood. The man asks the guy what he thinks about this. Mido says that if they follow their plan, it will take years to kill the Demon King. But the hero candidates want to defeat him as soon as possible. Amelia replies that they need time to recover from losses and build up their troops. The girl says that it will take at least 2 years, which makes Mido even more upset. One of the commanders assures Mido that they also want to kill the Demon King, but the situation is not on their side right now. Everyone is happy that they were able to regain their strength thanks to the help of the hero candidates, and are counting on being able to rest now. Mido realizes that he can't argue with them anymore, so he thanks them for the praise and falls silent. However, he thinks about his classmates, who will definitely not like this plan, because each of them wants to go home. Heinrich understands Mido better than anyone else, but he cannot go against everyone. When the meeting ends, Mido, Hashimoto, and Heinrich leave together. Henry says that he understands the guy's position, but Amelia is right, since they need some kind of force that will turn the situation in their favor. Mido understands perfectly well that they are telling the truth, but he doesn't like the fact that the commanders don't even try to find a way out. Heinrich says he knows from personal experience that haste is not always beneficial. Mido asks what exactly the man is talking about. Then Heinrich directly says that if Mido hurries, all the hero candidates may die, so he asks him to wait. His words make the headman think, because he had not thought about this side. Henry turns his gaze to the street where the hero candidates are training. He says that the boys are strong, but they have room to grow, so Mido should wait and give them a chance to build up their strength so that they can kill the Demon King. Hashimoto agrees with him, but says that all the guys really want to get home as soon as possible because they almost died. In that battle against Stogai, if Henry had not arrived in time, they would all have been dead. The man says that demons have a clear hierarchy, meaning that the Demon King will be stronger than the 4 heavenly kings combined. Henry didn't want to say it, but he believed that the hero candidates now were not capable of defeating the Demon King. Mido understands him and says that they should discuss this with the rest of the guys. The headman understands that Henry is right, so they should not rush. Mido won't be able to forgive himself if he loses even one of his classmates. The elder doesn't care how many years it takes, The most important thing for him is that they all return home together. After some time had passed, all the candidates for heroes were gathered in one hall. Mito and Hashimoto told them what happened at the meeting. Classmates were upset by the news and could not believe it. Mito said that everything had already been decided, and there was nothing they could do about it. The boys start asking how long it will take them to get home in that case. Hashimoto hangs his head and says that this will not happen for at least 2 years. Her words make all the boys feel despair. Mito tries to calm them down and explains that if they rush, they will only die in vain. Arashi has been sitting with his back to the headman all this time, but he can't stand it any longer. The guy attracts Mito's attention and asks if he's gone crazy. Mito says he also wants to return home as soon as possible. But the military has a different point of view on the situation. The chief asks if Arashi would like to offer to infiltrate the demon lands and fight through the hordes of monsters alone. The guy replies that the holy state is not their ally, so they have no need to obey their orders. Mito says that if they do this, they will die for nothing, so they need the support of the sacred state. Arashi says they don't necessarily have to attack head-on, as small groups have their advantages too. Their main goal is not to defeat the entire demon army, but to kill only the demon king himself. Mito orders the boy to listen to his words, because even if they win, many of them will die. Arashi understands that this is dangerous, but conveys to his classmates the information that if any of them are afraid to take the risk, they can leave immediately. The headman tries to convey to him that he does not want to risk the lives of the boys, and therefore puts their safety first. Arashi can't stand Mito's fear and cowardice any longer, and orders him to stop being afraid. The boy quickly approaches the headman and raises his hand to strike. Mito didn't expect that their argument could turn into an open conflict. The elder manages to react in time and summons a sword that banishes evil. As his abilities evolved through battle, Mito gained the new ability to summon a shield. Arashi doesn't think about the fact that they are indoors, so he activates the blessing of explosion and attacks the village chief. Classmates run to the sides, trying to protect themselves from flying dust and debris. The room is filled with smoke and dust, and through it, Mito asks Arashi if he really intends to defeat the Demon King with such power. The village chief reminds them that they were almost killed by one of the 4 heavenly kings, and the Demon King is much stronger than him. However, Arashi remains adamant. He is confident that he is right, and is going to prove it through force. Before the boys can continue fighting, Kanzaki orders them to stop and uses his blessing to tie the boys up. Arashi was angered by her actions, but all he could do was turn his head towards the girl. Mito looks thoughtful, but he seems grateful to Kanzaki for being able to stop them. The girl says that the guys should calm down, because at this rate they will destroy the entire castle. Mito understands everything, so he apologizes to the girl, after which his control begins to fall away. Arashi doesn't want to calm down, so the girl continues to restrict his movements with her blessing. But the guy turned out to be stronger, so with some effort he was able to break the chains that were enveloping him. Kanzaki was surprised that the boy managed to break the control, despite the fact that she put almost all her strength into it. Arashi did not want to fight anymore, but said that only in a real battle can one become stronger. Overcoming difficulties, they harden themselves. He asks if Mito understands this, but the headman does not answer him. Hashimoto comes closer and says that she agrees with Mito. Nagase supports them and says that there is no point in attacking if they will all die in the end. A brunette named Satoshi says he'd rather die than stay here any longer than necessary. A guy named Hideki says this world isn't that bad. Kaori, a girl with short hair who is one of Nagase's friends, says that she agrees with Arashi's opinion. Her words cause Nagase to ask why the girl took his side. Kaori replied that she understood Mito's concerns perfectly well, but she needed to return home as quickly as possible. Yumi interrupted the girl and reminded her friend that they all wanted to go home. Kaori said she had a more compelling reason, since her mother was in poor health. The girl is worried because her mother has been alone all this time. A student named Ozaki-ku agreed with Arashi and Kaori. He said that he had a sister at home. Their parents ran away, leaving them alone, and their relatives don't need them. Therefore, the guy must return to his sister as quickly as possible. Hano said that they had harsh arguments because she herself was very worried about her family. They are all interrupted by Narumi, who says he can't wait 2 years. Mito starts to worry that all the guys will side with Arashi. Since everyone decided to open up, Narumi also says that his girlfriend is waiting for him, so he also wants to return home as soon as possible. Hashimoto looks at him with disapproval, because only his words do not fit into the overall picture of Revelations. Atsushi and Kenta, Arashi's friends and main supporters, say that they will always be on the boys' side, because they are ready to go to the ends of the earth for Arashi. A classmate with black hair and dark gray eyes named Ninomiya Akira says he agrees with them. Akira says that it's better to trust Arashi's determination than the insecure Mito. Arashi is pleased with their comments and turns to Mito, asking what he thinks about it. The class leader was crushed by the criticism from his classmates and could not raise his head, wondering what to do next. Arashi walks past a crushed Mito and says that he doesn't even want to talk about it. The guy walks towards the exit and says that he is leaving, and those who are willing to take the risk can follow him. More than half of the class follow the guy without thinking. Some people stick to their opinion and remain in the room with the headman. Some stand for a while, deciding what is the right thing to do, but then follow. Kaori is determined to get home as quickly as possible, so she heads out to pick up Arashi. Yumi and Nagase shout after her, trying to stop her from doing something risky. The girl freezes for a moment and closes her eyes. Gathering her courage, she apologizes to Nagase and leaves after Arashi. The kids remaining in the room look on sadly as their friends and classmates leave. Hashimoto asks why Narumi stayed with them, to which the boy replies that he decided to stay as a liaison. Kanzaki doesn't know what to do since her feelings are with Arashi, but Shinjo told her to stay close to Mito. It was deep night outside. The sky was a little cloudy, but the stars and the moon continued to shine. Arashi and his squad chose this time so that they would not be noticed. When his squad was fully assembled, the boy asked if everyone was ready, as it was time for them to leave before they were noticed. At that moment, they hear Shinjo's voice, saying that everything has changed so much while he was away. The classmates begin to look around, but Arashi is the first to find the source of the sound. He sees Shinjo and Maya slowly approaching them, and asks what the guy is doing here. The guys are not too happy that the brunette showed up so unexpectedly. They ask what right he has to come. Akira urges them to be quiet as the guards might hear them. Ko looks towards the angry Arashi and says that this applies to the guy himself as well. Arashi says that they don't have much time, so he will hit Shinjo if he came for no reason. The brunette immediately understands everything and decides to get down to business, and says that he wants to ask the guys for help. His words make Arashi confused, so the anger seems to evaporate, leaving only bewilderment on his face. Some time ago, Shinjo was watching everything that happened in the hall the whole time. He saw the class split into two parts and understood that now they would act separately. Maya looked at Shinjo with concern after the voices in the hall died down. The girl said that there was discord in their group. She asked if Shinjo was sure that everything would be okay. The guy doesn't know what to answer to this. He says that he understands both points of view. Mito is right that they can't do anything alone, but simply following the decision of the sacred state is also not an option. But Arashi is right that they can't wait 2 years. But he is also being too reckless. Maya asks Shinjo what he would do in this situation. The guy raises his hand and shows 3 fingers, saying that there are 3 ways to turn the situation around. The first way is to influence the top of the sacred state with the power of Kanzaki, and how they will do this is no longer their problem. In this way, they will force the Holy Army to act, and their condemnation will no longer be important to the guys. However, Shinjo is sure that Mito will never agree to such a thing. Maya understands that this plan cannot be carried out, so she asks about the second method. The second way is to implement Arashi's plan, not to fight head-on, but to destroy the enemy from within. If Isabella's words are to be believed, not everything is going smoothly in the Demon Kingdom. So by infiltrating their ranks, there is a possibility of igniting a civil war. But remembering Arashi's character, this plan seems even more impossible than the first one. Then the girl asks about the third way. Shinjo says they can use the information they've gathered. At best, they will be able to enlist the support of other forces. Then the Holy Army will be able to act. At the present moment, Arashi and his squad gathered around the fire to listen to Shinjo. The brunette briefly explained the gist of the matter, which caused Arashi to ask about who the Princess of the Beastmen was. Shaitan wanted to know more about this person, and her importance in this matter. Shinjo said that the girl was very important because she was the daughter of the head of the Beastmen from the cat race, but the Demon King's army kidnapped her. Shinjo managed to get this information while they were torturing several soldiers from the enemy army. The boy assured Arashi that the demons could not lie to him. The girl sitting away from the fire felt sick from Shinjo's words about torture. Akira wondered who Shinjo really was, to be able to talk so calmly about torture and carry a gun. Arashi takes a bite of dried meat and asks what they care about the Beastmen. Kenta and Atsushi, who were sitting on either side of Arashi, said that they really wanted to see the girl with cat ears and a tail. But Arashi quickly reassured them. Shinjo suggests starting over and asks if the guys know that there is a large Beastman state in the south. Akira remembers a certain Grandaz, who is also called an ally of the Beastmen. Shinjo confirms his words and says that they prefer to remain neutral, which is why they have not interfered in the conflict between humans and demons until now. Arashi asks if the brunette really wants to ask a bunch of cowards who are afraid of demons like fire for help. Maya interrupted the brown-haired man, saying that the Beastman soldiers were much stronger than he thought. They have excellent physical fitness and heightened senses, which is why they have repeatedly repelled attempts by the Demon King's army to invade their lands. Arashi asks why the beastmen continue to remain neutral when they can end the demon kingdom once and for all. Maya says that they are strong, but not strong enough to deal with all the demons on their own, and the enemy's forces are directed more towards people. Shinjo says that if the beastmen and the sacred state unite, they will have a chance to win. Akira realized what Shinjo's plan was, and says that this is exactly what the Beastman princess will help them with. Kaori asks if Shinjo plans to save the girl to use as an advantage in negotiations with the beastmen. Shinjo confirms her words and says that he already knows what route she is being taken and how many guards are with her, so the guy wants to use the class as bait. The explosion is intended to attract the enemy's attention and cause confusion in their squad, while Shinjo himself will act from the shadows. Akira understood his plan, but asked why the sacred state had not yet united with the beastmen. Shinjo says that it's a good question, but there are reasons for that too. Maya explains that the beastmen dislike demons primarily because demons look down on everyone. But in the past, the beastmen suffered discrimination and persecution from humans, who called them subhumans. Driven from their homes, the beastmen formed an alliance, so it is not surprising that they want nothing to do with humans. Kaori asked if they could form an alliance in that case. Shinjo says that this is exactly why they need a bargaining chip. They were very lucky that the Beastman princess was captured by the Demon King's army. Maya says that the Beastmen value blood ties very much, so if they save the princess, they will at least agree to negotiate. There is silence in the air for a while. Shinjo asks if the guys want to try because if they sit back, nothing will change. Arashi rises from his seat and says that Shinjo has come out of nowhere at the right time and is acting as if he knows everything better than anyone else. The guy's stream of angry words is interrupted by Ku. The guy asks Arashi not to forget that now the lives of the guys who trusted him and went with him depend on his decision. His words make the brown-haired man angry, but he can't help but take them into account when making his decision. Arashi looked at the guys around him who were holding their breath, waiting for his decision. His classmates have already decided to follow him, but his character makes them tense. Arashi sits back down in his seat with anger. The guy looks up at Shinjo and says that they agree to try to put his plan into action. In the morning, Arashi's detachment set out on their journey. They were able to take one cart for things and several horses. Shinjo led the procession, showing the way. Kaori noted that they had been walking south for quite some time now, and asked if Shinjo had indicated the correct route. The guy said that the Beastmen Alliance is in the south, so they will come out from the south to transport the captive. Their target is a path that runs through the forest near the Demon Kingdom, because Beastmen and demons do not trade with each other. There are very few roads between them, so it is easy to understand which path the demons will choose. Akira points out that they will have to infiltrate the Demon Kingdom's territory. The boy asks Shinjo if he is afraid that they will be caught. Shinjo asks the guy not to worry, because he has already found a way for them to get in unnoticed. Usually animals walk along this road, but there are also many monsters. So Akira asks if a carriage can pass there. Shinjo reassures him by saying that Sorairo will help them with this because the girl has the blessing of space, allowing her to create a pocket space and use it as storage. The girl asks how Shinjo was able to remember her blessing if he had separated from their group a long time ago. The boy replies that her blessing is very useful, and these words make Sorairo happy. Ko asks Shinjo if he has been busy gathering information from within the Demon Kingdom all this time. The brunette replies that this is not entirely true, since he was also looking for an alternative way to return home. Hano excitedly asks if he was able to find anything. Shinjo says that he came to the conclusion that there was only one way out, to kill the Demon King, so he began searching for information. Akira realizes that during the reconnaissance, the guy learned about the kidnapped princess and is now sincerely surprised by the guy. Arashi urges them on, saying that they are moving too slowly and that the convoy with the prisoners will not wait for them. Shinjo agrees with him and asks Sorairo to move the carriage and luggage to the storage facility, to which the girl happily agrees. The boys continue their journey on foot, passing through a path in the forest. Arashi had been on guard the entire time, so he was the first to notice the monsters, informing his classmates about it. Immediately after his words, wolves began to emerge from the bushes surrounding the boys. Hano was walking behind everyone, so the wolf chose her as the first target, causing the girl to become scared. Ku quickly noticed the danger and stood in front of the girl, protecting her from the monster. The wolf bit his hand with his teeth, but they crumbled in an instant when they collided with the steel. With a smirk on his face, Ku apologized, saying that such attacks would not work against his blessing. With a blow from his other hand, the monster was thrown aside. Akira told everyone to form a circle with the support squad in the center, while the rest would attack. Standing in the center, Akira used his blessing of support on all the boys to strengthen their attacks. Feeling the familiar support in their bodies, the guys happily rushed into battle. One by one, they dealt with the wolves with ease. Kaori used her blessing to hinder the enemies from getting close to the support squad. Her vines easily wrapped around the wolves' bodies and threw them aside. The monsters were confused by such work and did not have time to get their bearings. While one of the wolves lost his balance, a candidate for heroism jumped on top of him and finished him off. One of the wolves attacked the motionless Arashi. However, the guy easily caught the wolf by the neck with one hand. Arashi looked angrily at the monster and ordered him not to get in his eyes. Using the blessing of explosion, the guy finished off the wolf. A moment later, all that was left in Arashi's hand was the charred body of the monster. The guy threw the wolf aside and looked around. Looking around the area, Arashi asks if there are any wounded, and if there are, he orders them to come to the healer. Shinjo watched them from the side and noticed that the boys were moving well, and that Arashi was showing the makings of a good leader. However, all is not well, so the guy commands Maya, noticing movement to the side. Another wolf jumps out of the bushes. He quickly approaches Arashi from behind, who is distracted. In an instant, Maya summons the spirit of fire. The fire engulfed the wolf before it could injure Arashi. The brown-haired man still hasn't recovered from the shock, looking at the unprecedented firepower that burns the wolf to the ground. Kenta and Atsushi looked at what was happening in surprise, and noted that this flame was much stronger than Nagase's. Arashi seemed to be angry that a girl helped him, so he said that she was wrong to copy Shinjo. His words made the girl blush with embarrassment. The girl asked who Arashi was calling a girl, and Shinjo said that the guy should thank Maya for helping him. The brown-haired man chuckled and turned away from them, not intending to thank or apologize. Maya sheepishly asked Arashi to take his words back. However, Shinjo told her to forget about it, but the girl continued to insist that it was not nonsense. At this time, Kenta and Atsushi were jealous of Shinju for finding such a beauty as an escort. At this time, Maya was distracted by the girls who came closer and asked if it was true that the girl was an elf. Maya seemed afraid to start a conversation with them, so she began to look at Shinjo, but he said that she could do whatever she wanted. After his words, the girl blossomed and happily ran to chat with her new acquaintances. Shinjo stood to the side, smiling as he watched the laughing girls. Night had fallen on the street, and because of the trees surrounding the road, Arashi's squad could not be seen in the pitch darkness. Shinjo took a comfortable position and said that this place offered a good view. Arashi sat down to the side and asked the boy if the prisoners would really come, because a lot of time had passed. Shinjo activated his blessing to see many kilometers ahead. Noticing a moving carriage in the distance, the boy hurried to calm Arashi down. Having taken a better look at the squad of demons, Shinjo reported that he already saw their target. Shinjo used his blessing to assess the enemy's strength. Thanks to this, it was possible to find out that on the enemy side there were 3 lower demons and 15 middle demons. However, these were only the ones Shinjo could see, and there could be other demons hiding in the carriages. The squad was led by the supreme demon Zaganda, who possesses the fire attribute technique and the subjugation technique. After hearing this information from Shinjo, Arashi asked if this demon was their leader. The brunette replies that this is most likely exactly the case, and asks the guys not to lose their vigilance, because the demon is quite strong, although not as strong as Stogai. Arashi said that he would deal with him himself, and ordered Shinjo not to interfere, otherwise the guy would kill him. The brunette looked at the brown-haired man as if he hadn't heard anything surprising. Turning to his classmates, Shinjo said that he had originally planned to leave all of this to them. The brunette attracts attention to himself and is about to tell what his plan is. Arashi will need to attract the demon's attention with an explosion, while the others will attack in groups of 3, taking advantage of the terrain. 2 boys named Inoue and Yanagi were assigned to protect Motono, to which the boys agreed. Kao will have to help the wounded, treat wounds, and hand over the injured to Motono. Maya was tasked with covering the boys. Shinjo also said to leave the greater demon on Arashi, since only he can fight him. At this time, Shinjo will take advantage of the chaos caused by the attack, sneak into the carriage and rescue the princess, and then give the signal to retreat. Next, the guys must act according to the situation, and if they start to be pushed back, they will have to retreat. Arashi said that there was no need to worry about that, since once he killed their leader, the demons would be too shocked to do anything. Shinjo agrees with him and says that further improvisation will be on Arashi. The brunette once again reminded the brown-haired man that all these guys followed him, so he had to show himself as a leader. The boys supported his words, but began to scold Shinjo for being too bossy and not letting Arashi say a word. At that moment, the brown-haired man came up to them from behind and, hitting them on the heads, ordered them to be silent. Arashi told the boys that they had to be ready at any second and act according to the plan that Shinjo had laid out. It takes some time before the convoy of demons manages to approach the trap site. The greater demon. Zaganda walks ahead of the convoy and looks around. The demons behind him complain that they are coming from the Beastman Alliance itself and have not made a single stop yet. Zaganda heard them, so he shouted that they should hurry, because their final destination was already close. The demon thought to himself that they could be understood, since he himself had already become tired from this long road. The demon's sacrum hurts from riding a horse, but now they won't be able to make a stop. Here an idea appeared in Zagan's head on how to warm up, to check on the captive. Turning to the soldiers, the demon ordered them to show him the captive, while everyone guarded the perimeter. The demons began to carry out the order, but had already guessed that Zaganda himself also wanted to rest. Dismounting from his horse, the higher demon approached one of the carts, throwing back the cloth. A bound princess looked at him from the carriage. The girl had medium-length hair, brown color and blue eyes, and her name was Sina. Zaganda climbed into the cart and sat in front of the girl, asking how the girl was feeling. Sina didn't answer him, continuing to maintain silence in the carriage. He reports that very soon they will arrive in the city, where she will be put in a dungeon from where no beastman will be able to get her. Sina ignored his words, saying that the carriage made her too seasick and that she would soon throw up. Zaganda did not respond to this and said that the girl had nothing to worry about, because if the beastmen agreed to their conditions, the girl would be released quickly. Sina shook her head and replied that they were in vain, hoping that by kidnapping her they would be able to form an alliance with the Beastman Alliance. The demon said that the girl did not fully understand how valuable she was, being the daughter of the leader of the cat race. The brunette wished him luck, since he so strongly believed that she alone could solve something. Zaganda was angered by her words, and he decided to teach the girl a lesson. Reaching forward, he grabbed the collar of her dress. The demon pulled the fabric with such force that it tore, revealing the girl's chest in her underwear. The horns on the demon's head grew longer, and he said that it wouldn't be a big deal if he had a little fun. Sina blushed with shame and looked angrily at Zagand, not expecting help from anyone. The demon had already extended his hand to touch the girl. Zaganda stopped the bright lights behind, and a loud explosion sound. The demon immediately looked out of the cart and asked what was going on. The soldiers guarding the cart reported that they were attacked by people. Zaganda was taken by surprise by their words because he expected that they might be attacked by beastmen, but people have nothing to do here. At that moment, another powerful explosion was heard, scattering several small demons to the sides. Zaganda jumped out of the cart and climbed onto the horse. He ordered the demons to capture the people and not allow any of them to escape. Obeying the orders of their commander, the demons rushed into battle. They immediately encountered people who jumped out of the bushes on the sides of the road. The hero candidates were no less powerful than the soldiers of the Demon King's army. The guys easily dealt with ordinary demons. Zaganda watched what was happening and could not believe his eyes. These people easily push back his elite soldiers, and they can do nothing about it. At that moment, his attention was drawn to a guy walking straight towards him, who asked if Zaganda was the one in charge. Arashi is determined to defeat the demon as planned in advance. Zaganda began to materialize a spear and asked who the guy was. Arashi, flexing his fists, replied that the demon didn't need to know that, since he was only here to have fun. Zaganda became enraged by his words and rushed at the guy, saying that no man could defeat him. The demon's forces rushed towards Arashi, blocking their view. Zagand's attack was instantly repelled by another explosion from Arashi. The demon managed to cover himself from the guy's blow at the last moment, putting his hand forward. Zaganda asked with a grin if the boy really thought that a blow of such power could defeat a greater demon. From the look on Arashi's face, it was clear that he was confused because his blow had no effect. The demon swung his spear, but the guy quickly came to his senses and jumped to the side. Arashi landed to the side, trying to think of another tactic as quickly as possible. Zaganda was strong, but not stronger than Stogai, which obviously gave the guy an advantage. Arashi thought that if he applied more miraculous power, the explosion would be more powerful, but his energy was only enough for 7 explosions. If the miraculous power runs out, then the physical abilities will also decrease, so the only way out is to identify a weak point and hit it as hard as possible. Zaganda was also busy analyzing the enemy, and based on the fact that this person was strong and blessed, he came to the conclusion that he was facing a candidate for a hero. The demon already knows that the hero candidates defeated Winberg and Stogai, so he must not relax under any circumstances. After twirling the spear in his hand a few times, Zaganda prepared to continue the battle. He didn't understand how exactly the humans knew about them, but it was obvious that their target was the princess of the Beastmen. There are many guards near the carriage with the princess, so people will not get to her soon. Zaganda sees his soldiers being pushed back by the rest of the guys, and thinks that he needs to help as quickly as possible. The demon assumed that Arashi was their leader, and therefore the sooner he got rid of him, the better. In the blink of an eye, Zaganda finds herself very close to the guy. He decides to get rid of Arashi in one hit, so he uses his maximum speed. However, this was not enough to injure the guy. He managed to dodge, causing the spear to hit his jacket. Arashi quickly rolled to the other side, noting that the demon's speed was very high. But distracted by his thoughts, Zaganda did not notice the actions of the hero candidate himself. Unsuspecting, the demon steered his horse towards Arashi. Realizing that his plan had worked, Arashi smiled, saying that it was now his turn to be happy. Not noticing anything, Zaganda approached the boy, but his horse stepped on the mines placed by Arashi. The horse was instantly engulfed in flames and threw its rider off its back. The demon, who had been injured by the explosion and found himself on the ground, thought that the guy, it turns out, knows how to set traps. There was a solid smoke screen in front of the demon's eyes, blocking his vision. Arashi decided to take advantage of this situation, because now Zaganda would not be able to find out where exactly he was. Sneaking up from behind, the guy decided to put as much effort into the attack as possible. As soon as Arashi appeared from the smoke screen, Zaganda immediately noticed him. Without turning around, Zaganda struck back. Arashi was too close to avoid the collision. Because of panic, the guy did not attack the enemy, so he took the blow himself. Arashi flew to the side and fell to the ground. This attracted the attention of the worried boys who continued to fight the low-level demons. Arashi rose from the ground and stroked his bruised stomach, telling the boys not to be distracted from their studies. Zaganda realized that the boy did not attack, because he concentrated his miraculous power in one point to minimize the damage from the attack. Despite the fact that the guy has good intuition, the demon already knows his fighting style, and that he can set traps by touching a certain place. Zaganda also realized that Arashi could activate an explosive strike upon contact with the opponent's body. The demon decided that one spear would be enough to keep the guy at bay, to wear down the hero candidate and see where he would set his traps. From his gaze and smirk, Arashi could guess what the demon was thinking. Zaganda quickly approached and began to deliver multiple rapid attacks with his spear. Arashi had a hard time keeping up with his speed, but still hadn't missed a single punch. The demon thought that now the guy would not be able to get closer to him. At some point, Arashi got tired of playing catch-up and changed his position, moving to the side. The guy deliberately said that Zaganda understood how his blessing works. The demon was pleased with his words, and he boasted that, unlike the guy, he had a lot of experience in battles. At that moment, Arashi extended his hand forward and said that this was precisely the demon's main mistake. The guy took advantage of Zagan's confusion and used a new shooting technique. The demon froze in bewilderment, as he thought he had calculated everything in advance. He was so shocked that he didn't have time to come up with another plan. Arashi used maximum power in his shot. The explosion was much stronger than any the guy had ever used. After this, dust from the road and smoke from the explosion rose into the air. When the curtain lifted, the body of the defeated Zagand appeared before everyone. Realizing that his plan had worked, Arashi breathed a sigh of relief. Using the appraisal ability, Shinjo learned that the boy now had 3 blessings: explosion, mine, and shot. Maya turned to the guy and said that he was cool, since he was actually able to defeat a higher demon on his own. Zagan's soldiers were stunned and could not understand how their leader could lose. Akira said that Arashi defeated the supreme demon, and their formation was destroyed, so the guys should make every effort and finish off the remaining demons. The boy used his blessing of support, enhancing the abilities of his classmates. Meanwhile, near the cart, Shinjo had already managed to get rid of the demons guarding it. The guy slowly approached his target, walking around the corpses of the guards. The guy is sure that it is in this carriage that the princess of the beastmen must be. Shinjo carefully pulled back the fabric and looked inside, so as not to frighten the girl with abrupt actions. Inside the cart he saw Sina, who was looking at the stranger with fear and confusion. The girl was surprised to meet a man here and asked if they had come to save her. Shinjo said that was roughly what they had planned. The guy came closer and took a dagger out of his bosom. He approached Sina from behind and quickly cut the ropes binding the girl's hands. Finally, the rope released Sina's hands and fell to the floor of the cart. The girl raised her sore hands to her face and asked what people were planning to do to her. Shinjo replied that they wanted to use her in the same way as the demons. Sina says that's fair enough, and then Shinjo asks if she would believe him if he said they decided to save a damsel in distress. The girl answers negatively, but asks if he really thinks that she will stand and do nothing. In an instant, the girl's hands became like the clawed paws of a beast because the girl used partial conversion. Shinjo didn't expect the girl to rush into attack and be so fast. At the last moment, the guy manages to jump out of the cart, avoiding the blow. Shinjo arms himself with a dagger and prepares for his next attack. The girl doesn't keep you waiting and jumps out of the carriage after him. She strikes with her clawed paw but only hits the air as Shinjo managed to jump. Even without analyzing her abilities, the guy was able to notice that the girl was moving very quickly. By repelling her attacks, Shinjo deduced that the beastman had high physical abilities. The guy got tired of playing cat and mouse, so he used his thundershock technique. Small lightning bolts pierced the girl's body, causing her to freeze in shock. The girl's body was shaking, but she was able to see small lightning bolts and came to the conclusion that it was witchcraft. When the effect of Shinjo's technique wore off, the girl lost her balance. Sina fell right at the guy's feet, unable to move. In the blink of an eye, Shinjo jumped onto the girl's back and pulled her arm behind her back, restricting her ability to move. The thundershock technique is not the most powerful, but it helps to distract the enemy and gain an advantage in close combat. Sina glanced over her shoulder at Shinjo, not understanding why the boy was so strong. The brunette asked if the girl understood the difference in their abilities, and offered her to calmly follow them, or he could tie her up. Sina lowered her ears and agreed to his terms, saying that humans were better than demons anyway. Meanwhile, the battle between Arashi's squad and the remaining demons was almost over. Looking over his fallen comrades, the demon realized that he was left alone on the battlefield. The demon looked around in panic and could not understand what to do next. He didn't understand who was standing in front of him, but he knew that he couldn't defeat them because they were real monsters. Arashi ordered Kaori to act, and the girl happily began to conjure vines. Bright green vines first appeared on the branch of a nearby tree, and then rushed downwards. They wrapped tightly around the demon's leg and pulled it towards themselves. Because of this, the demon lost his balance and fell face down on the ground. Before he could do anything, he heard Arashi's voice from the side. The guy came closer and grabbed the demon by the jaw, lifting him off the ground. Arashi ordered the demon to deliver his message to the Demon King. The boy told the Demon King that they were coming to kill him, so he should sit quietly and wait for them to arrive. Sometime later, the hero candidates gathered in a circle near the fire, in the company of the Beastman Princess. Atsushi and Kenta ate and were happy that the demons had food, and everything was edible. Kaori sighed and said that she felt like a bandit, and her classmates said that they were bandits. Sin was given things to cover her nakedness, and hot soup with bread and dried meat was placed before her. Shinjo looked at the thoughtful girl and asked why she didn't start eating. Sina's mouth began to water, and she asked if she could really eat since they had given her such good food. Arashi said that it was barely decent food, and it wasn't even close to the food from their world. Shinjo said that they needed the girl, so if she died of hunger, they would be in big trouble. Besides, they had already given her food. Sina thanked them and immediately began to eat the bowl of soup. After taking a couple of sips, the girl admired its taste. The girls laughed and said that it was Hono who cooked it, and her food always turns out the most delicious. Maya carefully asked Sina how she ended up captured by the demons. The girl's gaze became sad, and she looked thoughtfully into the flames of the fire. Sina said that while she was hunting in the forest, she was suddenly attacked by a group of demons. The hunting grounds were very far from the Demon King's territory. Sina didn't understand what the demon squad was doing in this place, because they weren't supposed to be there. Because of this, the girl thought that they knew in advance where to look for her. Shinjo explains that their plan was to subjugate the Beastman Alliance. Capturing the princess was part of their plan, so they tracked her down. Kaori didn't understand why they needed this, and her classmate assumed that since the demons had already invaded the Sacred Kingdom, it meant they wanted to conquer the whole world. Sina said that it is more than similar to demons, but she does not understand what people want from her. Shinjo replied that they wanted to use the girl as a bargaining chip to gain the Alliance's support and defeat the Demon King. Sina looked at the guy seriously and asked if they were really going to defeat the Demon King. Arashi intervened in the conversation, saying that they had their own reasons for this. The guy said that until they kill the Demon King, they won't be able to return home to their world. From their words, the girl understood that they were candidates for heroes, the main trump card of humanity. Shinjo asked Sina what she thought about this, and said that they too would help the Beastmen in turn. The girl nodded her head and agreed with their plan, considering it gratitude for saving her. Shinjo reminds her that it wasn't a rescue, but the girl insists that the result was the same, and they even shared hot food with her. In addition, Sina believes that the Beastmen will need outside help to fight the demons that are operating behind their backs. The girl says it's just a theory, but she suspects that there are traitors lurking among the top ranks of the Beastmen. The day after the hero candidates recaptured the Beastman Princess, Shinjo and the rest of the boys left the Demon Kingdom's territory. The boys overcame difficulties together, helping each other, and the princess followed them of her own free will. The guys followed the same path and reached Neutrath without any problems. The full force of hero candidates returned to the city with good news. Meanwhile, in one of the castle halls, intensive training was taking place. Blue flashes from the evil banishing sword flickered throughout the room. Mito performed all the movements with precision. The boy was distracted from his training by Nagase's voice. The headman turned towards her and asked what had happened. The girl slowly approached when Mito stopped. Nagase reported that Arashi and the others had returned and were currently standing at the main gate. Her words shocked Mito, as he didn't expect them to return so quickly. Despite the fact that the boys were candidates for heroes, they made victories from the Sacred Army. Therefore, they were not greeted with open arms, but with weapons pointed in their direction. The soldiers did not let them into the castle, calling them deserters who had violated military regulations. Arashi said he didn't care because he wasn't obligated to follow their rules. His words angered the leader of the guards, and he was about to attack the boys. Arashi looked back and said that they were no use, and he needed to talk to Emilia. The soldier asked the boy if he really thought he would let them meet the captain, and ordered the deserters to be captured. Arashi rubbed his head in frustration, and Ko told him that it was the result of his behavior, because if it had been Mito in his place, the soldiers would have let him through, even if he had deserted 3 times. Before the soldiers could begin the fight, they were stopped by Kanzaki's bonds. The girl walked forward and ordered the soldiers to return to their places. The soldiers looked at the girl angrily and asked if she was going to betray them too. Narumi came up behind him and put his hand on the guard's shoulder, saying that Arashi wasn't going to fight, so they should listen to him. When the soldiers' anger subsided, Kanzaki's shackles fell from their bodies. The man sighed and said that it would be so if the hero candidates themselves wanted it. Arashi was angry that the soldiers listened to the boys and not him, but Akira said that the reason was obvious. Kanzaki and Narumi approached Arashi, and the boy asked what reason made the boys return. Arashi replied that they would talk about this later, but for now, they should leave here. After some time, a council was called to discuss the reasons for the escape and the purpose of the return. The leaders of the Sacred Army and representatives from the detachment of hero candidates gathered in the hall. Arashi sat on a chair with his feet up on the table and looked at the assembled group with hostility. Henry laughed at the guy's behavior, while Emilia sighed heavily. The other commanders looked angrily at the guy who had no intention of showing respect to his elders. Hashimoto told Arashi to stop because he was behaving inappropriately. The guy looked at her and asked if the girl was going to be a good girl in this world too. Hashimoto replied that there was no point in acting like some kind of bandit, since there were people here who were ready to listen to him. After her words, Arashi calmed down and finally let his feet go off the table. The guy looked at everyone present and asked Kaori to come in. The girl apologized to those present for the intrusion and walked into the hall, holding Sina's hand. Everyone present instantly realized that this was no ordinary person in front of them. Emilia asked what the beastman was doing here. Akira introduced the girl by name. He also said that she is the daughter of the head of the Beastman Union from the cat race. Mito, Emilia, and Heinrich were shocked by his words, and the latter asked why she was here. Sina says that she is indeed the princess of the cat-like beast people, and that Arashi and his team rescued her from the demon's captivity. Mito was shocked by her words and asked again. The girl said that the demons had penetrated deep into the Beastman Alliance, captured her, and taken her to the Demon Kingdom. Arashi said that with the help of this girl, they would be able to negotiate an alliance with the Beastman Union, because they couldn't wait 2 years. Emilia considered the proposal and said that their position was clear to her. The girl said that they had thought about an alliance with the Beastmen before, and given the situation, she couldn't say that it was a bad idea. Arashi was surprised by her words, as he didn't expect everything to be so simple. Emilia said that they didn't expect half of the hero candidate squad to desert, so they were willing to make concessions as long as they returned. Henry added that they had a strong influence on the soldiers, so it was unlikely that they would face serious punishment for desertion. Emilia said that she personally understands all the requirements of the hero candidates. She asks if the guys would be okay with the idea that if they could form an alliance, they would immediately resume their campaign against the Demon Kingdom. Arashi no longer looked angry and even smiled, saying that they could finally get down to business. Emilia said that it was in their interests, because people were waiting for the Demon King to fall. Sina says that she will act on the side of the humans in the negotiations, so she asks them in return to help her destroy the demons hiding in the territory of the Beastman Alliance. Mito happily agrees to her terms. Heinrich asked Arashi how they knew that the demons had taken the Beastman princess captive. The guy dodged the question, saying that they had captured the demon as usual and interrogated him. Perhaps Henry guessed something, but decided not to pry information out of the guys. Within a week of the meeting, the commanders finally made a decision. Heinrich and Emilia informed the hero candidates that the Holy Country had decided to send a messenger to the Beastman Alliance to negotiate an alliance. This news greatly pleased the boys, who had already lost hope of returning home anytime soon. All this time, Shinjo and Maya hid in one of the empty houses inside the walls of Nutreth's fortress. Akira came to them to report on the progress of the matter, and Shinjo asked who was going to take part in the negotiations. Akira announces that they will be represented by Mido, Nagase, Kanzaki, and Narumi. Due to Kanzaki's control, Shinjo approves of their choice. Akira says that Mido and Narumi are very personable, while Nagase can seem rude, but always knows what to say. Heinrich will be the leader of the negotiations, and accordingly, he will be accompanied by a delegation of 30 people. Shinjo asks what Arashi is planning to do at this time. Akira replies that the guy will remain on the front lines, since negotiations are not his strong point. Hashimoto will remain as captain during Mido's absence, and her biggest challenge will be dealing with Arashi and his gang. Akira asked Shinjo what he himself would do next. Brunette says that he is also going to go to the Beastmen Alliance, but not with them. After some time, the delegation led by Henry set out on its journey. The hero candidates rode on horses down the center of the procession. The soldiers, in turn, walked on either side of them to ensure the safety of the heroes and the princess. Nagase fixed her hair and said that all this was really annoying to her. Mido turned to her and said that they had a long way to go on horseback. Narumi said he was very surprised to find himself in the negotiating group in Nagase. The girl got angry and asked him why he thought so, and the guy quickly calmed her down, saying that he was glad that she went with them. The guy pointed his finger forward and said that without Nagase, Mido would do something stupid again. The headman realized that they meant him and turned to ask why Narumi was saying that. The blonde turned his gaze back to Nagase and asked if he was right. The girl said that the guy made it sound like Mido couldn't be trusted, and her personal presence wouldn't change anything. Kanzaki walked behind and watched their squabble. The girl sighed, thinking that she would like to be in silence, but the guys were making too much noise. The girl looked around because Shinjo said that he would also go to the Beastmen Alliance, so he might be somewhere nearby. Henry noticed her strange behavior, but said nothing. Shinjo and Maya watched the procession from behind the bushes. The guy said that it was time for them to set out, to which the girl agreed. Maya followed Shinjo and asked if they were going to follow the delegation the whole way. The brunette replied that he knew the way to the Beastmen Alliance, but was not familiar with the area, so it would be easier to follow them. Some time passes and the delegation enters the forest. During all this time, they never changed their formation, continuing to move forward. Kanzaki began to look around more often, hoping to notice a shadow or some movement. Heinrich couldn't take it anymore and decided to ask Kanzaki directly why she was constantly looking around. The girl was taken by surprise by this question. Kanzaki turned to face Heinrich and said that she was very afraid that they might be attacked by monsters. Narumi winked at her and told her that they had nothing to worry about since Mido and Heinrich were with them. The girl lowered her head and said that the guy was right. After a few moments, Heinrich turned to Mido and asked if he could ask a question. The captain asked if it was true that Arashi and his gang had only left the fort for a few days, to which Mido replied in the affirmative. Henry asked the boy how they knew about Lady Sina's capture in such a short time. Nagase answered for Mido, saying that they had captured the demon soldier and were interrogating him. Henry said they had too little time to gather information, make a plan, put it into action, and then return to the fort. Mido didn't understand what the captain was hinting at, so he asked directly. Henry insisted that these were just his guesses. However, it seems to him that the guys received information from the outside, from someone who operates from the shadows. Heinrich says that Mido is still a bad liar, so the answer is written all over his face. Narumi thought that things were bad for them, because they understood that Arashi helped Shinjo, but he remains nothing more than a murderer of a saint for the holy country. The guys understand that if the fact that the hero candidates are still in contact with Shinjo is revealed, they will not escape punishment. It wasn't that Nagase didn't understand what Heinrich was saying, she just couldn't believe it, so she denied it. Henry decided that some of the hero candidates were still unaware of the secret assistant. Henry said that because the guys are from another world, their social circle is very narrow, and there is only one person they don't want to talk about. The captain openly said that the shadow of the hero candidates is Kai Shinjo, but he also reminded that Shinjo is the killer of the saint. Mido felt threatened by the captain and asked what he would do now. Henry laughed and said that he had guessed correctly, despite the fact that he had simply pointed his finger at the sky. Narumi says that the man poked them well and asked what would happen to them now, since they didn't ask Shinjo for help. Henry replied that the boys had nothing to worry about, because he was not going to punish them for it. The man said he was just curious, and that he was very grateful to Shinjo for killing the woman. Narumi worries that the soldiers heard them, and Heinrich says that if this information reaches the top, he will face the death penalty. Henry turned and looked around. Based on Kanzaki's behavior, the man assumed that Shinjo was nearby and watching them. Mido was surprised by his words and turned his head to Kanzaki, asking if it was true. The girl shuddered and did not know how to respond to this. Kanzaki blames herself for the fact that Shinjo was found out, and she wanted to help him. not put a spoke in his wheel. At that moment, Shinjo came out of the bushes with Maya and said that since they already knew, he had no reason to hide. Mito didn't expect this, and the soldiers were alarmed because the killer of the saint appeared in front of them. Sina finally realized who they were talking about when she saw the man who saved her. Henry said that each of them was right in what they said. As soon as Shinjo and Maya emerged from the forest, soldiers' spears were pointed in their direction. The brunette honestly said that she didn't think that they would get to him so quickly. Heinrich said that he also had his informants, and asked if Shinjo was the same Black Reaper who killed Winberg. The brunette said that he didn't know who called him that, but he didn't kill the Wind King alone. Henry turned his attention to Maya, and said that he had found a powerful elf mage as an ally. The elf smiled at the man's words, but her expression immediately changed when she heard Nagase's screams. The girl asked what right Shinjo had to come here. Mito tried to calm Nagase down, but she was adamant and only pushed the headman away. The girl understands that Mito most likely forgave Shinjo out of the kindness of his heart, but she reminds him that the brunette is a traitor. Nagase yelled at Shinjo and asked if he had anything to say in his defense. The guy calmly bowed his head and said that he had no reason to deny it. Narumi tried to smooth things over and calm Nagase down, but she ordered him to shut up. The girl began to gather energy and said that now Shinjo would get what he deserved. She prepared to attack the guy with the blessed flame. Shinjo only sighed at this, and Maya asked with interest whether she would be able to repel such power. The guy looked at the elf and said not to get involved in this. Shinjo saw Kanzaki trying to stop Nagase with control, and ordered her not to interfere. A huge fireball flew straight towards Shinjo, but he didn't seem bothered. The flames filled everything around, causing everyone around to wince from the light. Narumi didn't expect such power, and asked Nagase if she was going to burn the guy to ashes. The smoke began to clear, and it became clear that there was no one at the site of the impact. However, Nagase did not notice this as she was distracted by Narumi, responding that for everything Shinjo did, they should kill him. From behind her, she heard the brunette's voice, who said that he understood her perfectly. The guy was at the side of the horse in an instant and grabbed the girl by the edge of her jacket. Shinjo pulled her clothes hard and threw the girl off her horse and onto the ground. Nagase quickly came to her senses and jumped a few steps away from the guy. The girl formed several small fire spheres and directed them towards Shinjo. The guy stood calmly in front of her, not intending to dodge, and used the thunder technique. Numerous small lightning bolts pierced Nagase's body in an instant, causing him to scream in pain. The girl fell to the ground exhausted. Her fire technique vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed. Shinjo did not stop using the technique on the girl, despite the fact that she could no longer move. Shaking in pain, Nagase asked what kind of power it was, since Shinjo had never possessed anything like it before. The guy confirmed that this power is not related to his blessing, but with practice, one can learn this too. The guy also noted that the girl's blessing power was weak, and asked if she had missed training. Narumi was truly amazed that Shinjo was able to defeat Nagase in an instant. Mito thought that Shinjo was very fast and could find his opponent's weak points, and with his new strength, even he was no match for him. When the brunette stopped his technique, Nagase rose from the ground and said that she would not allow him to return to them. Shinjo says that he doesn't need the girl's approval, and if she wants, she can attack him again, and everything will end exactly the same. Nagase became even more angry at his words, and was about to attack again. However, she was stopped by Kanzaki's voice, which ordered her to stop and calm down. Nagase's movements were now bound by the chains of the blessing of control. Shinjo joined their detachment, and as night fell, a camp was set up. Heinrich, Mito, Narumi, Maya, Shinjo, Kanzaki, and Nagase gathered around the fire to tell the story of what really happened on the day of Leonora's murder. The man listened carefully to the candidate heroes, and came to the conclusion that the saint had driven them into a corner. Henry was not surprised that Shinjo decided to kill the saint, since her demands would continue to grow and destroy the entire class. Mito said that they were all at a loss, while Shinjo took full responsibility. Nagase doesn't think his actions were justified because the boy cared about them. Shinjo said that she was right, because if Leonora remained alive, it would bring a lot of problems in the future. Narumi said that anger did not suit Nagase, but the girl replied that Shinjo's explanation did not make her trust him anymore. Despite her words, the girl didn't look so angry anymore. She asked if it was true that Shinjo was looking for another way to get home and where he was able to pick up Maya. The brunette replied that he could not find another way to return, and Maya herself decided to go with him. Mito said that their goal is to form an alliance with the Beastman Alliance, and Shinjo can help with that, so he should join their journey. Henry doesn't mind this, but they can't tell the higher-ups about it, so they have to come up with a plausible lie. Heinrich and Mito looked towards Nagase, as if asking if she was going to interfere with them in this. The girl said that they could do as they saw fit, and she, in turn, would quietly hate him. Shinjo says that he was planning to go to the lands of the Beastmen Alliance anyway, and since no one is against it, he will join them. Some time passed while the team was coming up with a plausible lie for the top brass of the sacred state. At some point, Shinjo and Mito moved away from the fire. The headman stepped aside first to think about everything that had happened today. He was distracted by Shinjo, who snuck up behind him and asked if they could talk. Mito said that Heinrich had learned the whole truth about the incident with Leonora, so everything was fine since the man could be relied upon. However, Shinjo said that this did not mean that he could trust him, but what was said could not be undone. Mito says that in any case, all responsibility will fall on him, and Heinrich would have guessed everything anyway. Shinjo says that in that case there is no point in hiding anything, because in this way, Mito shows that he trusts Heinrich. After this incident, the detachment spent several more days traveling. They continued moving according to plan, despite Shinjo joining them. Heinrich reported that they should already be on the territory of the Beastmen Union. Looking out of the carriage, Sina confirmed his words, saying that they were very close to the border town. Shinjo suggested that they should congratulate the girl on her return home. However, at that moment, an arrow struck right in front of Mito's horse's hooves. The boys were confused and began to look around. Only then did they notice that they were trapped. The beastmen surrounded them from all sides, blocking the road. Henry reported that they had been ambushed, and the soldiers began to prepare for a counterattack. A blonde cat girl stepped forward and asked why people had come to their lands. There was an oppressive silence for a few moments. Neither side dared to start a fight. Mito jumped off his horse, raised his hands up and said they did not come to fight, but to make an alliance. His words made the girl think and ask again. A wave of indignation arose among the beastmen, because it was humans who had driven them out. Nagas would like to say that they don't know about it, but that would be a lie, and Narumi warned her not to say anything unnecessary. Sina looked out of the carriage and addressed the blonde, calling her Luna. The girl jumped out of the carriage, appearing before a squad of beastmen. Everyone was surprised to see Princess Sina here and now. Sina wanted to say that these people saved her, but her speech was interrupted by Luna's voice. The warrior ordered the soldiers to attack to bring back their mistress, but Henry asked them to wait and listen to them. However, Luna was not going to listen to them and rushed into battle first. Henry said they had no choice, and gave the order to defend themselves but not to kill anyone. The human soldiers had not seen a single beastman for a long time. Now they met, but had to fight with the unknown, which frightened them greatly. Shinjo turned to Sina and asked if she would like to clear up the misunderstanding. The girl replied that until Luna calmed down, it was useless. Sina said that Shinjo was capable of capturing Luna, but he shouldn't kill her. The brunette asked if the girl really thought so and told Mito to show them what he was capable of. Shinjo heard him and said that he would do everything. Having imbued the sword with real power, the boy swung it once. The soldier who attacked him flew to the side and fell to the ground. Mito looked around, searching for his next target. He deftly dodged all attacks without using force. At one point, one beastman came too close to him, but Mito hit him on the back of the head with his hand. The soldier immediately fell to the ground unconscious. This made his supporters afraid, but this only attracted Mito's attention, whose eyes were already flashing blue lightning. A second later, the elder appeared behind the soldier and knocked him out in the same way as the previous one. The soldier fell to the ground, losing touch with reality. The two beastmen watched this, but they couldn't understand what happened, because Mito was moving too fast. The elder, in turn, began to slowly approach the frightened soldiers. Shinjo assessed the situation and called Kanzaki. He ordered her to deal with the archers and leave the vanguard on Mito. He could handle it alone. The girl agreed, and stretched out her hand forward, using the blessings of control. In an instant, all the beastmen on the hill lost the ability to move. Several more beastmen appeared at the side of the delegation, and they were going to rescue Lady Sina. Shinjo called Maya for help, and she happily jumped out of the carriage, ready to work. The girl used the power of the wind to avoid harming her opponent. A strong gust of wind threw the beastmen into the air. Narumi looked at Maya with admiration, saying that she had the power of wind, just like him. Shinjo noticed a flash of light to the side of him and turned towards Nagase. He ordered the girl to put out the flame. His words angered her, and Nagase asked why she was the only one who had to stand while the others fought. Shinjo also fought the beastmen, knocking them out one after another. He told the girl that her flame would instantly kill the enemy, because the girl could not control her power due to anger. Surprisingly, Nagase understood everything immediately and did not argue with Shinjo. Loon looked around, not understanding why the human soldiers were so strong. Mito approached her from the side and said that they had not killed anyone, so the girl could lay down her arms and listen to them. However, the girl had no intention of obeying people's orders. Loon flew up with Mito and swung her sword, but the boy grabbed the blade and stopped the attack. The girl looked at what happened in shock and could not move. Mito was able to stop her sword attack with 2 fingers. Her hands shook with tension, and she kept her eyes on the boy. From behind Mito, Sina approached Luna and asked if the girl had calmed down. The princess stopped next to them and asked Luna to listen to them. The beastmen had no other choice as they were completely defeated. When the situation was finally clarified, the beastmen apologized. The hero candidates and their squad gathered together. The beastmen, led by Lune, bowed to them in gratitude for saving the princess and an apology for the attack. Mito anxiously asked them to stop and raise their heads. Lune continued to bang her head on the ground and beg for forgiveness for daring to attack Lady Sina's saviors. Henry said with a smile that this was a normal reaction, given the relations between their countries. Luna hit her forehead until it bled, but continued to feel guilty about the situation. Shinjo stood next to the carriage and suggested that the beastmen take them further as an apology. The guy said that they needed to talk about creating an alliance, and to do that, they needed to meet with the leader of the Beastmen Alliance. Sina says that she agrees with him, because these people are her saviors, which means they should show them respect. Lune nodded in agreement and said that they would take them all the way to the capital of the Beastmen Union. After this, the blonde began to cry and said that they were very glad that the girl was safe. Sina agreed with her and said that she had finally returned home. It took some time for the Beastmen to recover from the battle. After that, they accompanied the delegation all the way to the capital. Passing through the lands of the Beastmen, people studied their way of life and the structure of buildings with interest. To form an alliance, you need to negotiate with a congress consisting of representatives from each tribe of Beastmen. It is the congress that governs all the lands. This congress is located in Minrasi, the capital of the Beastmen Union. After a long journey, a large and beautiful city appeared before the eyes of the people. Narumi was genuinely surprised by the size of this city. Lune turned to Mito and said that they couldn't take them any further. They are grateful for saving Lady Sina, but the United Congress is responsible for matters of state. Mito understood her and said that now the matter was up to them. At this point, the detachment's paths diverged, and the delegation independently descended to the city. Upon entering, she saw the streets filled with beastmen. Most of them looked at the people with interest and did not understand how they ended up there and what they needed. The delegation moved in an orderly formation along the streets towards the main castle. The procession was led by Sina, riding a horse, and Luna walking beside her. The beastmen looked at the people passing by with alarm. Mito looked at them and couldn't say anything. Shinjo expected to be met with hatred and disgust. However, in fact, it turned out that they were looked at with fear. Narumi said that it was quite logical, since for any race, soldiers from another country would look frightening. Heinrich said that they were surrounded by civilians, and their task was to meet with the top, where hatred would be better than fear. They were interrupted by a male voice loudly calling Sina's name. Apparently, Sina's father, the leader of the feline beastmen, was running towards them. He asked in panic if the girl was hurt. The man ran up to her out of breath, and Sina said she was perfectly fine. The father hugged his daughter and said that the most important thing was that she was safe. Sina told him that he was hugging her too hard and that it was hurting her. The man pulled away and apologized, saying he was just nervous. Sina looked very much like her father, her dark blue eyes moving from her daughter to the people accompanying her. The man asked if it was true that this group of people had saved her and brought her home. The girl answered in the affirmative and said that she would like her father to show respect to them. A smile blossomed on the man's face, and he invited people to stay at his mansion today. The man said that his name was Alt, and that he was the leader of the Beastmen tribe, as well as Sina's father. Alt said that he was very grateful to them for saving his daughter and would definitely repay them for this service. Henry approached him and introduced himself, saying that they had a counter-request for him. Alt raised his finger and said that they can ask for whatever they want. After some time, Alt arranged a meeting, which was attended by representatives of both countries. Mito outlined the gist of their proposal. After finishing the story, Henry asked the representatives of the Beastmen to think about this question. Alt said that he agreed with their proposal, as he was indebted to them for saving his daughter. The leader of the wolf tribe of Beastmen, Edgar, agreed with him, as the threat from the demons was growing every day. The head of the bird tribe, Camila, said that this should not happen, as people had treated them badly in the past. The head of the fish tribe, Max, supported Camila, since his father died as a slave to humans, and such grievances are not easily forgotten. The leader of the dog tribe, Niels, was on the side of Alt and Edgar, as he believed that the people should receive their reward for saving Lady Sina. However, he noted that this should not be equated with forgiveness for all their previous actions. His words made Alt turn towards him. Niels reminded them that it was the humans who drove them out of their lands, so they were being too selfish in thinking that the Beastmen should now help them. Max and Camilla supported his words, saying that they would never agree to an alliance. They were interrupted by Henry, who said that he understood perfectly well that their request was selfish. However, he says that the beastmen themselves also want the war with the demon kingdom to end. Max exclaimed that Heinrich was being too arrogant, since the beastmen could resist the demons without their help. Edgar stopped the leader of the fish, wanting to ask the people something. He said that they had heard that the humans had driven the demon army back into their territory, so he didn't understand why they needed the beastmen's help. Henry realized that he was not the one who should answer this question, so he fell silent. Mito replied that they wanted to infiltrate the demon kingdom and take the demon king's head. The leaders of the beastmen froze in surprise. They couldn't believe their ears and looked at the guy in shock. A few moments later, the silence in the hall was broken by Edgar's laughter. The man said that the guy has an honest look, and that's interesting. Camilla did not understand Edgar's change of mood, and he explained that according to his data, people were no longer in such a disadvantageous position as before. This means that people turned to them for help, not out of despair. Mito said that they want to defeat the Demon King, so they need the help of the Beastmen. The hero candidate's attention was drawn to Alt's voice, which reminded him that demons were harming them too. The man wanted to know the true intentions of the people, but he did not expect that everything would turn out exactly like this. Edgar raised his fist in the air and said he was for the Alliance. He said that if the Demon Kingdom completely switched to them, then the Beastmen Alliance wouldn't stand a chance. Edgar realizes that if the Holy Kingdom falls, they will be next, in which case it would be best to unite and defeat the common enemy. His words made the hero candidates relax and smile. Camilla flapped her wing and said that despite Edgar's arguments, she was still against the Alliance. She said that it is unknown when people will turn from allies to enemies and want to stab them in the back. Max said that even if it was a good offer, people couldn't be trusted. Niels also spoke out against it. Even if the offer sounds tempting, there is no guarantee that they will not be used as bait. Sina looked at Niels and asked why he had changed so much. She doesn't remember him ever being against people. The man looked at her and said that with age, one's point of view changes. Alt sighed and said that the majority of votes were against the Alliance. Edgar said that they shouldn't make such an important decision so quickly, so he invited the people to tell their story and stay with them for a while. Alt agreed with him and said that the cat tribe would give them rooms, since he was still going to thank his daughter's rescuers. Max and Camilla said that no matter what, they would not change their minds. Shinjo sat quietly to the side the entire time and watched the negotiations. He used his blessing to study the beastmen. His first target was Niels, who according to Sina had changed a lot recently. As a result of the meeting, a decision was made that people needed to live among the beastmen. The delegation of people was received by Alt, the head of the cat tribe. Sometime after the meeting, everyone gathered in a large building to have lunch. The beastmen sat to the left of Alt, while the humans sat to the right. Raising his glass of drink, the chief thanked the people again for saving his daughter, and said that they could drink and eat as much as they wanted. Mito politely thanked Alt for his hospitality. Kanzaki and Nagase looked at the dishes served in horror and could not understand what was in front of them. Shinjo was the first to start eating, taking one of the large beetles from the table, which his classmates were looking at strangely. He broke the beetle in half and began to eat its contents, without any disgust. Maya ate blue grapes from the table with a smile on her face. The beastmen cheerfully encouraged Narumi to drink more, and the boy happily accepted their offer. After a while, Sina told her father that it was time to get down to business. Alt agreed with her and said that they needed to talk about next steps. The beastmen instantly became serious and fell silent, waiting for the leader to speak. The people also fell silent, and only Narumi's drunken hiccups could be heard. Alt reported that, according to his daughter, demons have already infiltrated the Beast Alliance, and they have their own informant. Sina said that there was no other way to explain the fact that the demons knew exactly where she would hunt. Her relatives replied that the area around the capital was well guarded, so demons would not be able to get in unnoticed. Their words made the girl turn towards them with a displeased expression on her face. The man immediately clarified that he did not want to blame the princess or doubt her words, but his arguments could not be ignored. Alt said that the man was right, since beastmen had a well-developed sense of smell, and the smell of demons could not be confused with anything else. Before the leader could come to the obvious conclusion, Shinjo said that they had been betrayed. While washing down his food with a drink, the brunette said that one of the beastmen was hiding the demons and passing information to them. The man with golden hair jumped up and said that this could not happen, since none of them would gain anything from it. Alt ordered them all to calm down and defended Shinjo, saying that the boy was just making a guess. The beastmen immediately calmed down and apologized to the leader for their words. Alt also didn't want to think about betrayal, but when they assembled a squad to search for Sina, no one was able to find any traces. This alerted Alta then, so he immediately thought that someone was informing the demons of their every move. Henry said that someone would have to be of high status to have such information. Kanzaki suggested that Congress did not discuss the case because the traitor was among the leaders. Narumi couldn't believe that the traitor could be one of the main representatives of the Beastmen. Alt replied that this could not be, since every leader first and foremost thinks about the future of their country, and the man himself did not raise the issue of the kidnapping due to insufficient information. Alt's subordinates breathed a sigh of relief after the leader's words. The chief turned his gaze to his daughter and said that for safety reasons she should not leave the mansion anytime soon. The girl complained that she had only just managed to return, and her father replied that next time she might not be so lucky. Mito got Alt's attention and asked what he and his team should do with the alliance. There was silence in the room for a while the leader decided how best to answer this question. Rubbing his head, Alt apologized to the people, saying that he expected a more positive reaction to the proposal. Sina reminded that Alt's proposal was only supported by Edgar, and if after some time no one else joins them, then the alliance proposal will be rejected. Their words made Mito feel despair, as the alliance was their last chance to speed up their return home. Alt said they have no choice but to try to convince them otherwise, and he hopes for people's support in doing so. Henry happily accepted his offer. At this pace the day came to an end, and night fell on the city streets. Shinjo went out onto the terrace of the mansion and watched the Beastmen from above. After a while, Sina joined him and asked what the guy was doing at such a late hour. Shinjo replied that he wanted to gather more information, but he couldn't act rashly and draw too much attention to himself. The girl came closer and said that even if the guy acts covertly, his scent would be detectable. Shinjo replied that he shouldn't underestimate the Beastman's sense of smell. After thinking for a few moments, the guy said that he needed Sina's help. Shinjo remembered the moment when he decided to use his blessing on Niels during the negotiations. Then the guy saw that the man's status was marked as brainwashing. Sina asked with concern what this meant and why it was done. Shinjo explained that he could see the state of the people around him, and that was what he saw when he looked at Niels. The guy noted that due to their physical characteristics and sharp instincts, no one could influence the Beastmen. Sina confirmed his words, and then the guy said that only demons could have done this to Niels. The princess said that Niels behaved very strangely at the meeting, because before the girl was sure that the man would be on the side of the people. The girl asked if she should tell her dad about this. Shinjo says that the only proof of their words is his power, and here they don't really trust people, so Alt most likely won't believe it. The girl ran to the railing, jumped on it, and said that everything would be okay. Sina said that her father was originally for the humans, and they also saved her, so Alt will believe them. Her words convinced Shinjo, and he said that he would talk to the head of the cat race himself later. The sound of footsteps was heard from the entrance to the terrace. Alt came out onto the terrace and said that the hearing of Beastmen should not be underestimated either. Sina and Shinjo turned to look at the newcomers, and the guy asked if Alt had heard everything. The brunette assumed that the man had saved him the trouble of explaining himself. Alt smiled and told the boy not to worry, as he would not question the words of his daughter's savior. A moment later, the man frowned and said that he himself felt that something was wrong with Niels. Alt said that he would do everything to ensure that the alliance was approved, and in return, people would help them get rid of the demons that had infiltrated the capital. Shinjo said that starting tomorrow he would begin collecting information on Niels, while Mito and the others would negotiate with other members of Congress. Alt nodded his head at his words and accepted the offer. Meanwhile, we are transported to the other end of the Beastman's capital. It is still deep night outside, but people are no longer visible on the streets. We see the residence of the head of the dog race, Niels. In his own home, Niels bowed the log before the unknown. Opposite him sits the greater demon Bright, shaking a glass of wine. The demon rubs his chin and says that now they have problems. Bright said that most of Congress, including Camilla, was already on his side, and through Sina, he wanted to subjugate Alt, but his whole plan collapsed. The demon slammed his hand on the table, lamenting that humans had stolen his daughter Alta from him and ruined his plan. Bright shamed Zagand for failing to complete one simple task. Niels said that people have no sense of shame at all. The man is angry that the humans sent them here, and now they are proposing an alliance, so he will never agree to this. Bright smiled and said that Niels was right, so people needed to be gotten rid of before they had a bad influence on them. Rising from his knees, Niels said that people were their enemies. When the day came, people began to put their plans into action. The first in line was the fish tribe of Beastmen. It was to the mansion of the head of the tribe, Max, that the delegation of people went. Mito, Heinrich and Nagase, accompanied by Alt, asked for an audience with Max. The leader agreed to the meeting, but immediately warned that their words would in no way change his decision regarding the alliance. Mito said he insisted that Max listen to them again. The elder looked at the head of the fish tribe with force, and had no intention of retreating. Max saw it in the young man's eyes and decided to give him another chance to explain. A smile appeared on the faces of the people, and Henry made a speech as a representative of the sacred state, talking about the current situation. At this time, Kanzaki and Narumi went to the mansion of the head of the bird tribe of beastmen, but their way was blocked by guards. The guards insisted that the people leave, because the leader made it clear that he did not even intend to talk to them. Narumi was upset by the current situation, and the representative of the cat tribe said that Alt himself had arranged this meeting. The guards said that despite the requests of the leader of the cat tribe, Camilla's answer remains the same. She does not intend to unite with people. Kanzaki considered whether to use control on the guards, but she was wary of the fact that doing so would only further undermine the bird tribe's trust. While she was thinking, Narumi turned the other way and said that they would retreat for today, since nothing could be done. Kanzaki wanted to object, but the guy said that if things continued like this, they would become enemies in their eyes. When the hero candidates fought Leonora, they had to give it their all, but now the situation is completely different. Kanzaki realized that Narumi was right, and turned around, following him. Meanwhile, Shinjo was polishing a dagger in his room and was distracted by a knock on the door. After permission was given, Sina entered the room and said that Shinjo might be right in his suspicions. The guy turned towards her and asked if the girl had been able to find out anything. Sina said that she had spoken to her friend from the dog tribe today, and the situation had only gotten stranger. The girl said that all representatives of the dog tribe openly express aggression towards people, and she feels that someone is behind this. Sina also said that she was concerned about the soldiers' movements and suspected that they were planning to kill the people. Shinjo realized that their patience was running out, which meant they needed to get some solid evidence as soon as possible. Sina and Shinjo waited until nightfall to attract as little attention to themselves as possible. Under cover of night, they went out on reconnaissance. Shinjo said that they needed to investigate, and Sina warned that Beastmen had all 5 senses developed, so the guy shouldn't get caught. The brunette understood her warnings, and they headed towards the dog tribe's mansion. The boy and girl moved across the rooftops to remain unnoticed by the guards. Finally, they managed to climb through the open window into Niels' domain. Shinjo and Sina looked around to decide where to go next. Sina whispered that the head's office should be on the other side and hurried towards it, showing the guy the way. The girl looked through the half-open doors and said that there was no one in the office, so Niels was most likely in his bedroom. Sina said that it would be even better this way and went into the room. Here they will be able to find evidence of the connection between the leader of the dog tribe and the demons. Coming closer to the table, the girl froze in place. The head's chair emitted the same smell as the demon that had kidnapped her. The light came on in the corridor and Niels' voice was heard asking who was there. Sina didn't have time to do anything or hide because she was in a state of shock. Niels burst into the office and shouted that the girl would not get away with breaking into someone else's house just because she was Alt's daughter. Sina stepped back and told Niels to come to his senses. The head of the dog tribe did not understand what the girl was talking about. Sina said that the demon had brainwashed him, and even she could guess that something was wrong with him. Niels shouted that she was talking nonsense and said that they would discuss everything later, but now he had to grab her. A crowd of guards burst into the room, attracted by the noise from the chief's office. Niels shouted that an intruder had broken into their mansion. He ordered the girl to be seized, and the guards immediately began to carry out the leader's order. Sina didn't understand why Niels had changed so much and now treated her like that. She turned around and jumped onto the windowsill. Sina broke the window and jumped out, escaping from the guards. Several men ran to the broken window and looked where the girl had run off to. The others headed for the exit, saying that she wouldn't be able to go far. Bright was in another room at the time, thoughtfully rocking a glass of wine in his hand. He wondered why the intruder needed to come here. The demon suggested that the girl might have found out something about him. Until now, Bright had acted cautiously, and even entered the capital alone, so as not to leave a trace. After Sina was kidnapped, there shouldn't have been any suspicions about the leader of the dog tribe. The only exception would be if the brainwashing could be seen through the skill. Bright chuckled and thought that this simply couldn't be true. While he was thinking about this with a smile on his face, Shinjo snuck up behind him. The demon only felt his presence when the dagger was pressed against his neck. Bright wanted to turn around to see the man who had disturbed him. However, he didn't have time, as Shinjo struck first. It was still night outside. There was noise coming from the dog tribe's mansion all around. Niels desperately tried to catch the escaped Sina. Having jumped out of the window, the girl quickly moved across the rooftops. Sina jumped from one roof to another, escaping from her pursuers. At some point, the girl turned around to look for Shinjo's silhouette, but found no one. Sina didn't even have time to notice at what moment the guy disappeared. The girl thought that the guy had managed to find the demon, but her attention was drawn to a voice from one of the streets. Sina stopped and saw a weak source of light on one of the streets. She noticed a patrol of Cat Clan taking up a defensive position. Loon was at the head of the patrol, and now stood and looked at the princess in surprise, raising the lantern higher. Sina jumped off the roof, walked up to the blonde, and asked what she was doing there. Loon said that Alt ordered them to wait for Shinjo and Sina at this location, in case they needed help. Their conversation was interrupted by the guards of the dog tribe, who caught up with the princess. The feline representatives instantly stood up for the girl after the guards said that the girl had illegally entered their mansion, and Niels ordered her to be captured. Sina said that Luna had arrived as timely as ever, and the blonde asked what the mistress would order. The princess ordered to fight back if they were attacked, but ordered not to kill anyone, since the dog tribe was also a victim of the situation. Meanwhile, we return to the room in the mansion where the battle between Shinjo and Bright is taking place. The demon was wounded, but managed to jump to the side without receiving a serious injury. Bright was confused, as he did not understand who was in front of him. Shinjo waved his hand and sent the dagger flying. The demon crossed his arms in front of his face, and the dagger pierced his left hand. Bright landed next to the potted tree and looked at his injured arm. The demon decided that now was not the best time to clarify the circumstances, and that he urgently needed to recover. Bright grabbed the plant and threw it towards Shinjo. With a swing of his dagger, the hero candidate cut the pot containing the tree in half. Taking advantage of the moment, Bright jumped out of the window. Shinjo had no intention of letting him go and jumped out after him. Clutching the wound on his shoulder, the demon looked back and saw that he was being pursued. Bright thought that no one should know about the demon in the capital, but here they would be in full view of everyone. The demon used his ability and contacted Niels via mental communication, ordering him to return immediately. Niels replied to Bright that he would very much like to help, but could not do so now. His answer angered the demon, and he ordered the leader to appear immediately. Niels understood perfectly well that he couldn't leave right now. Alt stands right in front of him, rubbing his fists, saying that he and Niels haven't fought in a long time. Niels asked why Alt was doing this, since his daughter had broken the law by entering his territory, and their actions could start a war between the races. The leader of the cat tribe said that there would be no war, since he would simply force Niels to open his eyes. The leader of the dog tribe said that both Alt and Sina were talking nonsense. Rubbing his ear, Alt asked how Niels was feeling now. Niels got angry and started fighting with Alt, saying that he had a mission, and if the man got in his way, he would crush him. Alt had no intention of retreating and decided to repel Niels' attack. The men clashed in a fierce fight. The clash of their forces caused a golden flash to illuminate the city. Nagase, Narumi, and Kanzaki watched from the sidelines, sitting on a rooftop a few buildings away. Loud sounds began to echo through the streets, causing Nagase to cover her ears. Narumi said that things would get more complicated now that this conflict could be shifted onto the people. Kanzaki asked what the guys thought about Shinjo. Narumi assumed that the boy had found the hiding demon, which was why Niels was in such a hurry. Kanzaki said that in that case, they should help Shinjo. Narumi shook his head and said that they would only be a hindrance to him, and they didn't know where the guy was now. The guys remained to watch everything from the sidelines, deciding not to interfere. A few moments later, Narumi opened one eye and looked down. He saw Mido, who was in a hurry somewhere, and said that if they found out where Shinjo was, they could come to him. Meanwhile, Shinjo continued to pursue the demon through the streets of the capital. He kept up with Bright, but he couldn't catch up with him either. Shinjo noticed that the demon was trying to hide in deserted places. Bright looks at his wounds and realizes that they are so deep that he can't move his arm, so he won't be able to fight the guy now. Distracted, the demon does not have time to notice two girls of the cat tribe moving towards him. Bright kills the girls with a wave of his hand, and says that anyone who notices him will be killed on the spot. Shinjo doesn't have time to help them, and says that this could go on forever. He needs to increase his chances, so he decides to use body enhancement. Shinjo channels all his strength into his legs to quickly catch up with the demon. The speed of the hero candidate increases several times, and he rapidly approaches the goal. Bright notices the rapid approach at the last moment and turns around. The demon crosses his arms, waiting for another blow from the dagger. However, the next second he is sent flying and crashes into the wall behind him. Since all of Shinjo's strength was now in his legs, the boy struck with his foot. Bright looks at the leg, which is so energized that it glows. The demon only now realized that the daggers were just a trick. The demon rolls down the ruined wall of the building and falls to the ground. Looking at Shinjo, Bright realizes that he is inferior to the guy in strength, despite the fact that he has the abilities of a higher demon. Coughing up blood, the demon asks the boy how he knew about him. Shinjo said that his eyes are capable of analyzing the target's state. Spitting blood, Bright said he was unlucky to meet such an enemy. The demon smirks and thinks that he can still defeat Shinjo, since he has a trump card hidden away. Looking at Bright's behavior, The hero candidate realized that the demon was up to something. Meanwhile, the dog and cat clans were locked in a fierce battle. The dog clan members began to panic, and their commander ordered them not to deviate from the plan and to carry out the leader's orders. Loon told their commander that it was time to retreat as no one wanted to fight. Sina remembered that this man was close to Niels, and asked him if the man had noticed that the leader had changed a lot. The canine representatives did not like her words and asked what it meant. However, some of them began to show understanding on their faces. Seeing this, Sina said that it was written all over their faces. The captain agreed that he hadn't been understanding Niels very well lately, but that didn't change the fact that they had to follow his orders. Sina asked if he would speak the same way when he found out that Niels had been brainwashed by a demon. The soldiers stopped and said that this could not have happened. The captain ordered the soldiers to come to their senses and not let her fool them. Realizing that the dog clan is not going to resolve this issue peacefully, Loon asks Sina to step aside. However, before the battle can continue, a blue flash illuminates the street. She rushes between the representatives of the cat and dog clans, not allowing them to collide. When the light goes out, the beastmen see a huge gap under their feet. The leader of the dog clan begins to look around, trying to find the source. Looking up, the man notices a person on one of the roofs. Mito stands at the top, holding his sword in his hands. The guy jumps to the ground, and another person follows him down. It turned out to be Edgar, who came closer and ordered them to stop the battle and lower their blades. The beastmen became wary when they saw the leader of the wolf tribe in front of them. Meanwhile, Shinjo tried to figure out what Bright was planning and why he decided to evaluate his abilities. Not seeing anything suspicious, the brunette used the detailed assessment skill on the demon. From this, Shinjo learned that Bright activates his technique when he touches the victim's head with both hands, so the guy should be careful. Suddenly, the hero candidate's attention is drawn to movement from the side. He manages to jump to the side as the spear crashes into the place where he stood a second before. While he was distracted by studying Bright, demons managed to sneak up on them. The greater demon rose from the ground and thanked Shinjo for following him and coming straight to his servants. The brunette realized that the demon was deliberately moving along deserted streets in order to quickly get out of the city and join up with reinforcements. Bright chuckled and said that Shinjo didn't even look around and didn't think about the fact that a demon would never come to the capital alone. Shinjo sighed and called the demon a fool. His words angered Bright, who asked what the hero candidate was talking about. Shinjo said that there was no point in looking for all of his followers on his own, since the demon himself led them to them, so it would be much easier for the guy to kill them all at once. For a moment there was silence in the air, and the smiles disappeared from the faces of all the demons. Bright became even more angry and ordered Shinjo to shut his mouth. The demon squad took out their weapons, and they said that they would make Shinjo experience the same pain that their master was experiencing. Bright thought that the brunette was just a fool because his subordinates, although they were middle-class demons, were the best of the best. At the command of the master, the demons rushed to attack, surrounding Shinjo. Before they could get close to the guy, they were blown apart by a strong gust of wind. The demons were trapped and could do nothing about the suddenly rising tornado. The soldiers who were not caught by the wind looked up and noticed another man on the roof of the building. Shinjo reminded Bright that he didn't say anything about chasing the demon alone. Since the boy didn't know exactly how his brainwashing technique worked, Shinjo took Maya with him as a backup. The girl lowered her staff, and the wind died down after it had driven all the demons away from the guy. Bright looked at the boy and the girl and said that her presence didn't change anything, because there were only two of them. The girl activated her abilities again, but this time she turned to the spirit of the earth. At her command, the tiles that lined the paths on the street began to rise up, taking the shape of projectiles. The girl waved her staff and sent stone projectiles towards the squad of demons. The demons erected barriers, but the stones easily overcame them and inflicted wounds on their enemies. Those who managed to slow down the shells were killed by Shinjo, who jumped up, taking advantage of their distraction. The demons were distracted by Maya's attacks and did not have time to follow the guy's movements. While the demons defend themselves against magic, Shinjo finds their weak points. One by one, the demons fall dead. Bright began to panic and ordered the demons to show what the elite warriors of the greater demon were capable of. The soldiers were a little inspired by the commander's words, and he launched an attack. One of the demons approached Shinjo and used the cloning technique, asking if the boy could now guess which of them was the real one. The dagger unerringly pierced the original's head, thus dispelling all the clones. The demon fell to the ground and with his last breath asked how Shinjo knew exactly where he was. The hero candidate weakened his abilities and said that demons do not know how to use the information they receive. To the side of Shinjo, one of the demons created a pentagram. A wind spear began to appear from it at the demon's command. However, before the soldier could send it to Shinjo, the spear was blown off course by a gust of wind. The demon raised his head up and saw Maya sitting on a staff above them. The girl ordered the wind spirit to interrupt the demon's technique. Seeing how many wedges began to form in the air, the demon became frightened. All of them pierced the body of the enemy soldier in an instant. Maya just yawned and moved to the other side to support Shinjo from above. After some time, most of the demons were killed. Maya and Shinjo in turn did not receive a single injury. Bright was bleeding and thought that everything was supposed to go wrong. Suddenly a voice reached them, asking why the demon was in such a difficult situation. Maya asked who it was, after which Shinjo turned around and looked at the sky. A large detachment of bird race beastmen was approaching them from the air. At the head of them was Camilla, who looked at what was happening in surprise. Shinjo looked at the woman and said that he didn't expect her to cooperate with the demons. Camilla tried to justify herself by saying that she hated people more than demons. Maya asked if the woman was brainwashed, but Shinjo said that she was acting in concert with the demons of her own free will. Shinjo finally understood Bright's full plan. He brainwashed the leader of the dog tribe with his abilities, and formed an alliance with the leader of the bird tribe. Altum wanted to rule with the help of his kidnapped daughter. Edgar stayed away from everything, and Max was just a fool. With this scheme, the demons could easily control the decisions of the beastmen. Bright meanwhile spat blood on the ground and said that the beastmen were too late. Camilla reminded him that he was a demon, but he couldn't deal with a simple person on his own. Bright said that this time he has nothing to counter, so he asks Camilla to lend a helping hand. The woman smiled and said that the demon rarely condescended to requests. Camilla spread her sharp claws on her feet and said that they could join since they were partners. Based on the fact that there was no brainwashing, Shinjo realized that the entire bird clan was on the demon's side of their own free will. Maya, frightened, descended to the ground and asked the boy what they should do, to which Shinjo replied that they would have to fight. Camilla ordered her soldiers to attack and finish everything as quickly as possible, because the other races should not notice them. A multitude of sharp claws headed towards Shinjo and Maya. Meanwhile, the fight between Alt and Niels continued. The head of the cat clan had already partially converted and was attacking the head of the dog clan. The force emanating from the blows was so powerful that the ground cracked beneath their feet. The gusts of air raised caused the windows of nearby houses to break. The wind made the trees bend under its force. Alt did not lose his composure and seemed to be happily delivering one blow after another. Niels responded to his blows and did not understand the mood of the head of the cat tribe. At some point, Niels managed to stab Alt in the stomach. However, instead of expressing pain, a smile blossomed on the man's face. But in Niels' opinion, it looked more like a grin. After hitting Niels in the face, Alt shouted joyfully that it was too weak. The leader of the dog tribe flew to the side and fell to the ground. Wiping the blood from his face, Niels did not understand what kind of feeling he was experiencing now. Niels felt like his head was in a fog, and he began to feel like he was missing something. Alt noticed that the last blow had begun to bring Niels to his senses, and realized that he needed to be kept close to him until the people dealt with the higher demon. The people's priority is to bring Niels back and make peace with the dog tribe. At this time, Edgar, who was brought by Mito, learns from Sina that the greater demon has brainwashed Niels. The princess said that this was why they had entered Niels' mansion, to find the demon hiding there. Mito asked if they had managed to find the demon, but Sina shook her head. The princess replied that she could not know this, since while running away from the chase, she noticed that Shinjo had already managed to disappear somewhere. Mito says that this can be explained by the fact that another battle is currently taking place elsewhere. Edgar rubbed his head and said that he couldn't keep up with them. But if they were fighting demons, then he was obliged to lend them a helping hand. Luna was standing on the roof of one of the buildings the whole time and said that she saw something strange. Sina asked the girl what exactly she saw. Luna said that a squad of bird tribe was flying north. Edgar couldn't even guess what had made them go in that direction at night. Mito headed north and said that they should check everything personally in case anyone needed help. The battle between Alt and Niels continued unabated, raising more and more dust into the air. Nagase, Narumi, and Kanzaki continued to watch this from the rooftops of the buildings. Kanzaki felt bad that they were forced to just sit and watch this without being able to help. The girl realizes that Narumi is right in his words, that if they interfere, it could be misinterpreted. Kanzaki called the boy and said that she wanted to ask a question. The girl assumed that Narumi's entire plan was based on Shinjo being able to defeat the demon. The boy agreed with her assumption, and then Kanzaki asked what would happen if Shinjo lost. Narumi admitted that he hadn't thought about it, but if it happened, they would be driven into a dead end. Kanzaki asked if they should help Shinjo then, since no matter how strong he was not invincible. Nagase said that she understood the girl's train of thought, and asked if she knew where Shinjo was now. Kanzaki understands that they are right, but the girl can't do anything about her selfish desires. She clasped her palms together with force and didn't notice how she used her blessing. Kanzaki really wanted to become Shinjo's power, but she couldn't. At some point, Shinjo's voice flashed through her head, calling her by name. The girl screamed and looked around, which attracted the attention of her classmates. Kanzaki called Shinjo and asked where he was. The voice in his head understood who was talking to him. The guy said that this was Kanzaki's new power, allowing her to speak through a mental connection. Finally, the girl realized that thanks to her new blessing, she could hear Shinjo's voice in her head. Kanzaki decided to take advantage of this opportunity and asked where Shinjo was now. The guy replied that he was at the northern border, fighting demons and the bird tribe. His words made the girl freeze in horror. The guy asked the girl if she wanted to become his strength, to which Kanzaki became embarrassed and said that she hadn't said that out loud. Shinjo was wounded and told the girl to hurry. He said that now is when he needs her support the most. Narumi and Nagase were scared because to them it looked like the girl was talking to herself. The girl explained that she had received a new blessing and was able to contact Shinjo through telepathy. Kanzaki stood up and said that she knew where Shinjo was and that they needed to hurry because he needed their help. Meanwhile, 30 of the best soldiers from the bird tribe rushed towards Shinjo and Maya. Obeying the order of their leader, they were going to get rid of the people. Maya waved her staff and commanded the wind spirit to keep them away. A powerful stream of wind carried the beastmen to the side. Maya did not hesitate and called upon the spirit of the earth, creating stone projectiles. She directed them towards the beastmen with orders to shoot them down. The beastmen realized that they would not be able to get close to the people and asked what their archers were doing at this time. In an instant, the archers all gathered together and aimed their arrows towards Maya. The girl had no intention of dodging, but kept her staff at the ready. Maya lifted it up and called upon the wind spirit again. The tornado rose into the air again and knocked all the arrows out of their path. The beastmen were at a loss, as each of their attacks was easily blocked by just one girl. One of them said that the more often a girl uses elven magic, the faster her strength runs out. Maya realized that they had figured out her weak spot, so she urgently needed to figure out how to deal with their attacks without the help of the wind spirit. The beastmen thought that it would take time to wear the boys down, and they needed to deal with them before the other races noticed. While Maya repelled the attacks of the beastmen, Shinjo continued to deal with the remaining demons. He killed them one by one, taking advantage of their distraction due to the arrival of reinforcements. Despite all his abilities, blood was streaming down Shinjo's face, but he continued to fight as if nothing had happened. The guy noticed several demons approaching him from behind. One of them created a pentagram and directed the energy at the hero candidate. Shinjo jumped to the side, avoiding the attack. The demons didn't expect to be seen through so quickly and looked up. Camilla was nearby and ordered Shinjo to stop, sending several sharp feathers in his direction. The guy tried to fight them off, but the attack was too unexpected. One of the feathers pierced his arm, causing his sleeve to become soaked with blood. The guy jumped to the side and heard Maya's voice in the distance. He was worried that they were separated. Shinjo was distracted for only a second, but it was enough for Bright to close in too quickly. However, the guy managed to notice him in time. Before the demon could touch his head, Shinjo used a shock strike skill. Lightning struck Bright's body, forcing him to step aside. The demon didn't expect that the boy could use a lightning attribute technique. At this time, another demon began to approach Shinjo from the front. In an instant, the brunette kicked the higher demon and stabbed the second demon with a dagger. Bright flew to the side and fell to the ground unconscious. Shinjo landed next to the demon killed by the dagger. The guy realized that Bright wanted to use his brainwashing technique on him and thought that he should be more careful. Shinjo was distracted by Kansaki's voice and saw a girl rushing to help. The guy smiled at her and said that she arrived just in time. Narumi and Nagase were shocked by what was happening, and the blonde said that things were bad for Shinjo. Narumi said that they would help deal with the enemies and use their powers to enter the battle. The demons realized that they had been joined by hero candidates and said that they should be careful. Shinjo said that he would take care of the head of the bird clan and the higher demon, and entrust the rest to the guys. The boys accepted his request, but Nagase asked if they could really fight the bird clan. Shinjo said that the girl could burn them, and Kanzaki asked if the boy could handle it alone. The brunette told the girl to take control of him like when they fought Leonora, since the higher demon has the ability to brainwash. Kanzaki immediately understood what Shinjo was talking about and stepped forward. Reaching out her hand towards the guy, the girl activated the blessing of control. Feeling the familiar control, Shinjo said that the chances of defeat were now reduced. Camilla warned her subordinates that they couldn't relax with Shinjo. Bright ordered the woman not to be distracted, because they had to kill the guy no matter what. Shinjo apologized and said he wanted to sort things out as quickly as possible. Energy thickened around the boy, and his eyes turned completely red. Seeing this, Camilla was afraid of what might happen. Bright also felt threatened by the boy. Meanwhile, separated from her squad, Maya fought alone against some of the elite soldiers of the Bird Clan. Suddenly, they were distracted by Edgar's voice. Maya turned towards the direction from which the voice of the wolf tribe leader came. Edgar asked what was going on and why they were attacking the cat tribe's guests. The Bird Clan's soldiers were at a loss and didn't know what to do, since the other races weren't supposed to arrive so quickly. One of the soldiers ordered them to stop panicking and follow Camilla's orders. At first, the representatives of the bird tribe fell into a stupor. However, they raised their bows after hearing the order to get rid of all witnesses and kill the leader of the wolf tribe. Edgar couldn't hear what they were saying, but Mito said that they were definitely not in the mood for a peaceful conversation. Maya decided to clarify the situation and said that the bird tribe had entered into an alliance with the demons. Her words shocked both Edgar and Mito. The girl pointed to the side and said that Shinjo was fighting demons there right now. Edgar said it was very bad and told Mito to go and help as soon as possible. Mito declined the offer and said that the guys were already helping Shinjo, and he should stay and help Maya. Edgar agreed with him and said that he could not believe that the bird tribe had united with the demons. The man believes that the soldiers are only following the orders of their leader, so he would not like to kill them. Edgar was already preparing for battle, but he was stopped by Mito, who agreed with the man's idea. The elder smiled and said that he could help with this. Meanwhile, we return to Shinjo and see that Camilla and Bright feel the oppressive atmosphere coming from the guy. Camilla's face twisted at the feeling she felt when she looked at the hero candidate. The guy seemed to blur into many images before her eyes. Bright didn't have time to realize when Shinjo was next to him. The demon didn't have time to react, which is why the blow wounded him. In an instant, Shinjo jumped away from him again, increasing the distance for safety. Bright looked at the cut hand and realized that the guy had done something to their eyes. Camilla warned the demon not to look into Shinjo's eyes, as he might be using some kind of illusion. Shinjo was surprised that the woman noticed it so quickly. The guy received the blessing of illusion after killing Winberg and has already practiced it on other monsters. To activate the ability, you must make eye contact with the target. This power is very effective for close-range combat. Camilla shook her head from side to side, trying to shake off the illusion, and said that Shinjo was very problematic. Bright understood what the woman was talking about and decided to take advantage of her hint. All he had to do was keep his eyes down to his neck. Having tried to put this into practice, the demon realized that it worked. Shinjo decided to speed up, since one of his trump cards was revealed. Bright deliberately avoids looking him in the eye, because that is the most obvious countermeasure. However, this was not all that Shinjo could use against them. Quickly approaching the demon, the boy asked if he really thought it would help him. Bright didn't have time to notice how Shinjo was behind him. When the demon turned towards the voice, the blade of the dagger cut across the cross on his face. Feeling the strength leaving his body, Bright said it was impossible. Shinjo replied that with the help of eyes one can get more information about the enemy. Bright could not keep track of the guy before, and having lost the source of information, he completely lost all chances. The guy stopped his moralizing and said that the demon couldn't hear him anyway. And Shinjo was right, because the demon had already fallen and breathed his last. Camilla was angry at how helpless Bright was. Shinjo turned his attention to the head of the Bird Clan and said that she was next. The woman screamed in rage that people and their human tricks only caused suffering. She ordered the guy not to dare look down at her and rushed to attack. Shinjo stood below and prepared to counterattack. Camilla landed on the ground where the guy had been standing a second ago. She flapped her wing, sending a few sharp feathers towards the hero candidate. However, this time, Shinjo was able to block all of them and avoid the blow. When all the attacks were repelled, Camilla felt at a disadvantage. She decided to take to the skies again so that Shinjo wouldn't have an advantage over her. Because Camilla had risen into the sky, it became more difficult for the guy to look her in the eyes. But he had already figured out how to solve this problem. The woman said that she did not need eyes to fight, because Beastmen had all 5 senses well accented. Shinjo asked what she was going to do, because just because she was in the sky didn't mean that victory was on her side. The guy reminded Camilla that the longer she messed around with him, the worse her situation would become. Shinjo looked to the side and saw how the boys successfully repelled the attacks of demons and beastmen. While Narumi and Nagase fight the beastmen, having the advantage over them, Kanzaki deals with the remaining demons. Each of the hero candidates fights with all their might. They understand that the alliance with the beastmen is at stake. Each of the 3 of them wants to get home as quickly as possible, and they are doing everything possible to do so. Camilla is even more angered by Shinjo's words and actions. She says that people always get in her way, time after time. Camilla enters a state of rage and completely turns into a beast. Shinjo knows that beastmen have beast-like traits and unique powers. Full transformation into a beast dramatically reduces the level of intelligence. However, in return, the beastman receives explosive power. Camilla's face completely transformed into a bird's, as did her voice. The woman's speed increased several times. Shinjo watched calmly as Camilla darted from side to side. The guy decided to deactivate the illusion and activate foresight. Here he sees Camilla herself, who is high in the sky. At the same time, he sees how her silhouette changes, and the shadow shows the exact route of further movement. Shinjo moves to the side a little, causing Camilla to fly past him. Using foresight, the guy knows with precision every next step of the woman and repels her attacks. This makes Camilla even more furious. She flaps her 2 wings and sends several times more feathers than before towards Shinjo. The guy understands perfectly well that this form cannot be used for too long. The longer Camilla remains in beast form, the higher the chance that her consciousness will be consumed by the inner beast. Shinjo understands that the woman is in such a state that she is ready to sacrifice everything. But he cannot use the miraculous power for too long, and it will soon run out. The guy decides to go on the offensive and start by showing the weak points. He sees Camilla heading towards him at great speed. Shinjo understands that this is the most effective method of dealing with a woman. Despite the fact that there are certain risks, the guy has no other choice. However, if this skill was completely useless, the guy would not have used it. Shinjo closed his eyes and said, "Thunder. Pierce the heart and soul of my target. Thunder strike." Before Camilla could get close to the guy, multiple bolts of lightning enveloped her body, paralyzing her. The woman's movements were completely constrained, causing her to inevitably fall. Shinjo released all his abilities and waited for her downstairs, ready. As soon as Camilla was within his reach, the guy dealt her multiple blows with daggers. The woman's body flew past Shinjo by inertia. She hit the ground and rolled to the side. Groans of pain emanated from the frozen body. Gradually, Camilla's face began to transform from bird-like to human-like. However, as soon as this happened, the last breath came from her side, so she remained lying on the ground, bleeding from multiple cuts. Next to her lay the lifeless body of the defeated Greater Demon Bright. Shinjo turned the other way and said that now only the soldiers remained. When morning came, Shinjo and his comrades destroyed the squad of demons and their leader, the Supreme Demon Bright, as well as Camilla, the head of the bird tribe of beastmen. Mido and his group successfully held off the troop of birds. Upon learning of the death of their leader, the remaining representatives of the bird tribe decided to surrender. After the death of the Greater Demon Bright, Niels, the leader of the dog tribe, was freed from brainwashing. The incident that took place in the beastmen's capital ended with the arrival of dawn. A few days later, everyone gathered at the house of the head of the wolf tribe. Henry asked Edgar what would happen to the bird tribe. The man replied that only Camilla and her close associates knew about the conspiracy with the demons, so there was no point in punishing the innocent. Camilla's subordinates will be subject to punishment in the form of imprisonment in hard labor. Meanwhile, a meeting was also held at the house of the head of the cat tribe. Shinjo asked what was wrong with the leader of the dog tribe. There was silence in the room for a while. Alt said that Niels would be punished, even though he committed the crime under the influence of a higher demon. At the general meeting, the man said that in a recent incident, humans saved the Beast Alliance from demons. He said it was impossible to express his gratitude in words, and Edgar and Max supported him. Niels said that he now understands how dangerous demons are, and hopes that an alliance with humans will help the beastmen cover their weaknesses against the enemy. Their words made the hero candidates freeze in agonizing anticipation. Alt said that the beastmen agreed to form an alliance, and the Beastmen Alliance promised to provide full support to the sacred kingdom of Digrest. Following Alt, 4 more hands were raised into the air, showing their agreement with this decision. The hero candidates jumped up from their seats and screamed with delight. Nagase, in a fit of joy, rushed to hug Mido, which clearly embarrassed the guy. Henry watched the boys with a smile on his face. Shinjo stood quietly to the side, showing no emotion. Sometime later, it was time for the delegation of people to return to their country. Mido asked the boys again if they had forgotten anything before setting off. Nagase said that they took everything, and Narumi said that he didn't want to leave. 4 representatives of the Beastmen saw them off, and Alt told them to drop by at any time, as their countries would soon become even closer. Shinjo and Maya stood to the side, and the girl said that their mission was accomplished. Maya asked what they would do next, since the delegation was returning to the Sacred Kingdom. Shinjo replied that their current goal had been achieved, and now all that remained was to wait and watch from the sidelines. Sina saw a guy and a girl standing to the side and went over to ask if they were going to stay with them. Shinjo confirmed her suspicions, reminding her that for the sacred country he was still a murderer, so it would be much more convenient to stay here. His words made Sina happy, but Maya clearly didn't like it. The princess asked if Shinjo would continue his journey after this. The guy says that his goal is to kill the Demon King, and if nothing changes, then they will move to the Demon Kingdom. Sina put her hand to her chest and asked to take her with her. Maya didn't like it, and Shinjo asked why the girl needed it. Sina says that she is the only heir of the cat tribe, and before taking her father's place, she would like to achieve her own success. Shinjo said that she would only be able to gain recognition on the battlefield, while the guy always acts from the shadows. The girl reminded that the guy was going to kill the Demon King, and this would definitely not go unnoticed. Their conversation was interrupted by Alt, who asked Shinjo to take Sina with him. The man stroked his daughter's head and said that this way he would worry about her less. Shinjo said that the journey would be dangerous, and what would the girl do if she was kidnapped? Sina says that soon the war will reach them too, and then there will be no safe places left, and in hothouse conditions, she will not be able to prepare for it. Alt supported his daughter, and said that if she was ready for anything, then he did not dare to resist her. Sina says that she is ready for anything, which is why she asked to join Shinjo. The boy gives in to the pressure of the father and daughter, and says that they will start training, after which they will hit the road. Shinjo asked if the girl would agree to undergo a test, during which he would find out whether she would be useful to them on the expedition. Meanwhile, we are transported to the kingdom of the demon Wardora. Hot lava flows through the streets of the capital like rivers. In one of the main buildings of the fortress, the demon knelt down and asked why he had been called. Isabel told them to tell the others that the hour of revolution was approaching. A delegation led by Mido formed an alliance with the Beastman Alliance. After that, they returned to the fort, their main base. Edgar arrived with them as a representative of the Beastman Alliance, and upon arrival, the man greeted Amelia. The girl welcomed him warmly and said that she was also pleased to meet him. As Amelia and Edgar shook hands, the Holy Kingdom and the Beastman Alliance united to the applause of both sides. The would-be heroes who became the driving force behind this event did not realize the full historicity of this moment. When all the conversations died down, it was already deep night. The walls of the fort were illuminated by the full moon, bringing peace to these lands. Mido was fast asleep in his room. Suddenly he opened his eyes and sleep began to leave him. The guy got out of bed and said that he usually doesn't wake up in the middle of the night. Hashimoto said that the guy had been sleeping since lunchtime. Apparently the fatigue from the journey had finally made itself felt. Mido screamed and covered himself with the blanket, asking what the girl was doing in his room. The girl said that she found the headman sleeping in the restroom and used telekinesis to transport him to the room. Mido calmed down a little and apologized to the girl for the inconvenience caused. Hashimoto shook her head and said that it was no big deal, as she was glad that everyone had returned safe and sound. Mido asked what was happening at the front, and the girl replied that the Demon King's army tried to attack several times, but no one was hurt. Hashimoto didn't want to admit it, but it was all thanks to Arashi, because the boy became terribly strong. Mido chuckled and said that was encouraging. The headman asked what was wrong with Edgar and the others, and the girl said that everyone was resting after a long journey. Hashimoto said that they were going to hold a strategy meeting tomorrow, and asked what the warriors of the Beastman Alliance were really like. Mido replied that the Beastmen were strong, and their representative Edgar would be even stronger than him. His words surprised the girl, and the headman said that Edgar took elite warriors with him, and the guy also had no doubts about their strength. Mido said that with them, the hero candidates will go through the forest, infiltrate the Demon Kingdom, take control of it, and take the head of the Demon King. Hashimoto asked if the headman was afraid, although it was too late to ask now. The girl clenched her fists and said that the battles would only get harder. It would become much more dangerous than before, and they could all die. Mido looked at the girl and honestly answered that he was also scared. But if he retreated now, the class would split up again, and in that case there would definitely be losses, and only Shinjo could hold them back. Hashimoto asked if Mido really thought Shinjo had thought things through that thoroughly. The headman says that the guy sees them as a useful fighting unit, and let it not be emotions that drive him. He always helps them, and that is a fact. Hashimoto shakes her head and says that she still doesn't like the guy, since she doesn't like people who act for their own benefit. Mido chuckles and says it's just her style, but admits she's jealous of Shinjo and Arashi. Hashimoto asks why he is jealous, since in her opinion, the class president is 100 times better than any of them. Mido says that guys don't care about other people's opinions and always act without hesitation, so he envies them. The guy says that Shinjo and Arashi always follow their ideals. Hashimoto gets up from his chair and comes closer, leaning his hand on the bed. She asks Mido why the boy wants to go back to their world. Her words and actions make the headman confused. Turning away from the girl, the guy ponders her question. After a while, Mido seems to ask what he wants because everyone wants to go back there. His answer makes Hashimoto angry, and she is about to scold the class president, but she is interrupted. Nagase enters the room and asks if Mido is awake. The girl freezes in place when she sees Hashimoto on the guy's bed, wrapped in a blanket and trying to hide from the girl. Nagase blushed and asked what they were doing here. The guy and the girl immediately begin to make excuses, saying that they were just talking, and nothing more. Nagase pointed her finger at them and accused them of lying, since no girl would go into a man's room at night to talk. Hashimoto said she simply found Mito sleeping and carried him into the room. Nagase reminded that the girl herself pesters everyone with moralizing, but she herself is clearly not a nun. The girls started arguing even louder, while Mito tried to hide from them in the blanket. He watched them from the side, at first with fear. However, after some time, the guy laughed. And so the night ended, and day came to replace it. Arashi and Edgar met on the training field and decided to have a sparring match. The Beastman representative gladly accepted the offer and drew his blade. Arashi was also ready for sparring, but he used only his miraculous powers. The guy tried to catch the man by surprise and rushed into the attack. However, Edgar dodged in time, not allowing the guy to touch him. Arashi followed the wolf's movements. On the spot, the guy turned towards Edgar. Arashi tried to kick the man, but he dodged the blow again. Before the hero candidate could react, Edgar raised his sword over him. The tip of the blade landed right at Arashi's forehead, causing him to freeze in place. However, Edgar did not complete the attack and allowed the guy to jump aside. Arashi noticed that the wolf moved much faster than any other wolf he knew. As soon as he was distracted for a second, Edgar rushed into the attack again. The blade of the sword was dangerously close to Arashi again. Edgar didn't hurt the guy, but he cornered him and said it was checkmate. Arashi angrily told the dog not to count on winning. A miraculous power filled the boy's hand, and he was able to deflect Edgar's sword. The man looked at what happened in shock. Edgar realized that the boy had strengthened his body with miraculous power so much that he was able to block the sword with his bare hands. With a scream, Arashi fought off the wolf's attack. Edgar flew to the side and prepared to continue the fight. Arashi rubbed his hand and said it was painful. Their fight was interrupted by applause and Amelia's words that it was time to stop. The girl said that a strategic meeting would begin soon. Arashi was not satisfied with her words. He complained that they had only just managed to warm up. Edgar put his sword back into its sheath, indicating that they were done for today. The wolf said that it was fun, and they would continue next time, and also said that he was glad of the fact that they were not enemies. Arashi chuckled, and said that in that case, it was not in vain that he had given it his all. Meanwhile, we move to the territory of the Beastmen Union in the capital, Minrozia. At this moment, Shinjo is training with Sina. The boy and the girl prepared for battle. Maya stood to the side between them and raised her hand up. After a few seconds, the girl gave the signal to begin. In an instant, Sina's hands took on the shape of a beast with long claws. Using partial inversion, the girl attacked Shinjo. He didn't even use his blessing in the fight with the girl. His eyes remained their natural color. Sina struck with her paw, but it hit empty space. The girl remained calm and began to pursue Shinjo. However, the guy continued to easily dodge all of her blows. Sina didn't lose her spirit, continuing to land punch after punch. Shinjo asked if this was all the girl was capable of, since he had already said that she should attack him with the intent to kill. The girl shouted that she knew everything and sped up. In an instant, she found herself behind Shinjo. She had already raised her paw to strike, but the guy suddenly leaned forward. When the girl landed behind him, he extended his hand forward. Before Sina could understand what he wanted to do, the next moment, Shinjo threw sand in her face. The girl closed her eyes and coughed. At that moment, she was kicked in the stomach. Sina lost her bearings and fell. Maya immediately ran up to the girl huddled in a ball on the grass and asked if everything was okay with her. Sina sat on the ground, rubbing her stomach, saying that it hurt and calling Shinjo ruthless. The guy said that it is very easy to fool a girl, so she should learn to adapt to any situation. Sina looked at Shinjo sadly and asked if she still hadn't passed the test. The guy said she was right, because she was doing more harm than good right now. Loon approached them and asked if all of Sina's training was done like this. The princess replied that she wanted it that way herself, so Luna should not object. The blonde wanted to ask Shinjo to behave more gently with the mistress, but if that was what she wanted, the girl would not insist. The guy realized that the girl wouldn't come just like that, and asked why she was there. Loon reports that the main forces of the Beastmen Alliance are moving out, and are about to join the army of the Holy Kingdom. Shinjo is happy about this news, because it took much longer than he expected. Loon said that even though the alliance was in place, there were still minor issues that needed to be settled. Sina asked if Loon was going to join the expedition, to which the girl said that she had been appointed captain of the Cat Clan squad. Maya turned to Shinjo and asked what they would do next. The guy said they would wait and see because Sina still had a lot of training to do. So another whole month of training passed. In addition to training Shina, Shinjo also honed his own skills. His next idea was to create bullets for a pistol from the miraculous power. When the guy found another victim in the area, he decided to try to apply the technique in practice. He imagined in his head bullets of miraculous power and imagined loading them into his pistol. The monster did not wait long and began to quickly approach the guy. Shinjo concentrated his power into the gun and its barrel began to glow. The next second, the gun fired. The glowing bullets headed toward the shocked monster. The bullets hit their target with precision. Maya, who was watching what was happening from the height of a tree, began to applaud the guy. However, the bullets did not kill the monster but only wounded it. Shinjo fired a few more shots. This time, the bullets hit the monster's head and heart. After this, the ogre fell to the ground dead. Shinjo said that they were still too weak to fight monsters, and the girl asked if that was really not enough for the guy. The guy was taught this technique by a girl. She came up with it based on Shinjo's requests. The guy says that to create a technique, you need to imagine an image, so he had no problems with bullets or lightning, since both exist in his world. But the problem is that there are no miracle bullets in their world, so it still remains difficult for the guy. By using an analog from his world and applying it with a real gun, the guy made his task easier. At some point, a large shadow loomed over Maya. The girl wanted to call Shinjo, but he told her not to make noise, since he himself could see everything. Behind the girl, on a tree branch, a giant monster in the form of a wild cat is hiding, and bullets clearly won't cope with it. Shinjo rushed towards them and ordered Maya to jump. The girl obeyed his order without hesitation and jumped from the tree. Shinjo imbued his hand with miraculous power, and lightning began to emanate from it. The boy created a large thunder spear and pierced the giant cat with it. The monster, fried by lightning, lost his balance and fell from the tree. Meanwhile, Shinjo managed to run up to the tree and catch Maya. The guy said that he was more or less good at mid-level spells, but he needed to work on high-level ones. Maya said that Shinjo was too hard on himself, since no one had ever mastered high-level spells in such a short time. After looking at the monster, the guy asked where Sina had gone. Some time later, they found the girl standing on the defeated monster. The girl licked her wounds and noticed a guy and a girl approaching her. Sina jumped off the monster and ran towards the guy, saying that she defeated the monster and asked if she passed the test. Shinjo examined the defeated monster. After that, he turned his gaze to Sina, who did not emerge from this fight unscathed. But still, Shinjo said that the girl passed the test, after which a smile appeared on her face. The guy turned around and said that they would soon be heading to the Demon Kingdom. The combined forces of the Holy Kingdom and the Beastmen Alliance have resumed their invasion of the lands of the Demon Kingdom. The first barrier was the Demon Forest, the number of demons in which gave the Holy Army no peace. The soldiers mixed among themselves and moved cautiously through the forest. Everyone looked around, expecting an attack at any moment. At some point, Edgar's keen sense of smell caught the scent of monsters. The man immediately reported that several creatures were approaching them from the right. With this phrase, he surprised the soldiers from the human side, and they began to take a closer look. However, people never managed to notice anything. Mito felt the soldiers relax for a moment, but that shouldn't have happened. Now Heinrich also felt that there was definitely someone in that direction. Sometime later, a horde of monsters of various levels ran out of the forest into the clearing. Edgar gave the signal, and the Beastmen soldiers rushed into battle. Without a trace of fear, the Beastmen launched a powerful counterattack. One after another, the monsters fell dead under their onslaught. The Beastmen acted quickly and in a coordinated manner. Not a single monster could pass by them. The human soldiers were genuinely impressed by their abilities. Before the people had time to come to their senses, the entire wave of monsters was killed by the new allies. The soldiers gasped in admiration as they watched the allies effortlessly deal with the enemy. Mito said that the strength of the Beastmen is impressive. But that's not all. Heinrich said that thanks to their developed 5 senses, they notice monsters much earlier than humans, so having the Beastmen on their side is an incredible benefit. Edgar meanwhile returned the sword to its sheath. He told the people to leave the reconnaissance to them, since surprise attacks from monsters wouldn't work on them. As Edgar said, the Allied forces were perfectly able to withstand the monsters' attacks. The Beastmen warned people in advance of the approaching threat, while people fought the monsters. As a result, the greater demon Elsa's control over the monsters has greatly deteriorated. The Dark Forest is ideal for guerrilla warfare, and the reason for the Holy Army's previous defeat was because they could not predict the enemy's movements. But thanks to the Beastmen's instincts, they can now fight back against the monsters. The Alliance advanced deeper into the forest without any difficulty. Demons are watching all this from the side, and they are unhappy with the current situation. Their plan was that the monsters would break up the ranks of soldiers, and then the demons themselves would attack, but their formation would not be broken. Another demon asked how much longer they would have to wait, and was told that Lady Elsa had given them no other instructions, so they had no other choice. The demon commander signaled the demons to retreat. However, Edgar, hiding behind their backs, asked if they really thought they would be allowed to retreat. The demon turned around sharply and asked how the man had managed to sneak up on them. But his words were interrupted by a sword cutting through everything in its path. Meanwhile, we move to the castle of the supreme demon Elsa. The girl stands on the castle wall again and watches what is happening from afar. Elsa noted that things were not going as well as she would have liked. The girl was distracted from her thoughts by a demon rushing to bring her news. The demon reports that the soldiers sent into the forest were caught by surprise and killed. Elsa realizes that the beastmen are much more trouble than they expected. The girl said that she already knew everything. She didn't think that she would have to deal with the consequences of Bright's actions. The demon said that he understood the lady's feelings and asked what they would do next. The girl said that they would no longer be able to stab them in the back. Therefore, they are forced to give them a fight in the castle, since people will definitely attack them. The demon asked if they had a chance to win. Elsa said that even though they were cornered, it didn't mean she didn't have another plan. The wine in the girl's glass began to bubble and rise into the air. Elsa said that it is much easier to defeat an enemy if you think with your head, and in the end, victory will be hers. The demon sighs with relief and says that the lady is right. Soon, the sacred army and the beastmen found themselves at the walls of Elsa's castle. Edgar said that judging by the smell, the castle is teeming with demons. Amelia said that they couldn't get past the castle because the enemy would be able to attack them from behind. But if they captured it, they could use it as a base. Tired of talking, Arasi walked forward on his horse. He didn't understand why they were discussing this issue if they could attack the castle right now. Heinrich agreed with Arasi and said that there was no point in giving the enemy time to think. The hero candidate chuckled and said that Henry was finally speaking a language he could understand. Soon the storming of Elsa's castle began. With the help of miraculous power, people tried to break down the castle gates. At this time, demons threw stones at them from the walls of the fortress. Sometime later, people finally managed to break down the gate. The soldiers rushed into battle, penetrating into the castle grounds. Arashi killed the demons one by one, using his blessing of explosion. Edgar patted Mito on the shoulder to get his attention. The man suggested that the boy go together to meet their boss, the supreme demon. Mito accepted the wolf's offer without hesitation. Meanwhile, Elsa sat quietly in the castle and waited for the guests to arrive. The girl remained calm and drank the wine slowly. Her attention was drawn to sounds coming from the corridor leading to the hall. A few seconds later, the doors to the hall swung open. Edgar and Mito finally found her. The girl licked her lips and said that they had arrived. Elsa stood in front of them, radiating an eerie aura. For a while, a heavy silence hung in the room. Mito felt an unpleasant aura and prepared for battle. Edgar felt the same way and said that the girl was definitely a higher demon. Elsa released the vine from her hand and greeted the leader of the Beastman Alliance warriors and the hero candidate, noting that they were very careful. A long whip with spikes appeared in the girl's hands, and the girl said that she did not intend to lose. Elsa swung her whip in an attempt to strike. However, it hit the floor, as Mito managed to jump to the side in time. But what the guy saw next shocked him. The floor was broken by the blow of the whip, and spikes in the floor were revealed in front of them. Elsa said that she was not so naive as to meet an enemy without preparing a couple of traps. She wished for Mito to die quietly, and the guy began to fall into this hole. However, the guy wouldn't be a class leader if he gave up without a fight. The guy used transformation on his sword, and it wrapped around the chandelier on the ceiling. Elsa was clearly not happy with the current situation. Mito easily escaped from this trap and landed away from the hole. The girl was surprised that the guy's sword could change its shape at the owner's will. However, Elsa remembered that the second man should have already been pierced by the thorns. Mito leaned over the hole and tried to get a better look at Edgar. In an instant, the man jumped out of the hole, unharmed. Edgar said it was dangerous, and he almost became a pincushion. Elsa looked at him strangely, and could not understand how the man managed to survive. Edgar chuckled and said that with proper preparation, you can even jump in the air. The girl was angered by his words and asked if all beastmen were like that. Edgar replied that he was the only one who was special, and said that it was their turn to attack. The wolf approached Elsa with great speed. The girl hit the whip in his direction, intending to stop the man. However, she was distracted by Mito, who took advantage of the blessing and appeared behind Elsa in an instant. The guy raised his sword over the girl's head and said that she was caught. Elsa bent down and pressed the button in her hand. A spear appeared from the ceiling and was aimed straight at Mito's head. However, the guy reacted in time and deflected the spear with a blow from his sword. But he let his guard down, and the girl took advantage of this by kicking him in the stomach. The guy flew to the side and landed on the marble floor. While fighting off the blows of the whip, Edgar called out to Mito to make sure the boy was okay. The girl took pity on the guy and said that great strength is not accompanied by wisdom. Pressing his hand to his throbbing stomach, Mito rose to his knees. Elsa reminded them that the hero candidates were summoned from another world, and she asked why they were fighting demons. Mito didn't understand if the girl really didn't know. Edgar continued to fight with Elsa and told the boy not to listen to her. The fight between Edgar and Elsa became more intense. At some point, the wolf gained an advantage over the girl and signaled Mito. At that very moment, the guy quickly began to approach Elsa. Mito thought he had managed to catch the girl off guard. However, before the blow could hit the girl, she turned her head towards the guy. Trembling and with tears in her eyes, the girl asked for mercy and begged to help her. Mito froze in place and knew what to do next. In an instant, the girl changed and said that the guy was not paying attention to his surroundings. Her whip was wrapped around the hero candidate's leg in an instant. Elsa said that the boy couldn't hide his doubts even in the midst of battle. The girl raised her hand up, and Mito was thrown into the air after her. Elsa twirled the whip in her hand, fighting off Edgar's attacks and hitting the guy against everything. Now the wolf was afraid to use the sword so as not to accidentally harm the guy. Elsa realized that Edgar was truly worried about the hero candidate, which meant that the alliance between them was not just in words. The girl noticed confusion on the wolf's face. She said that in that case, she would return the guy to him, after which she threw Mito towards Edgar. The next moment, the girl jerked the whip in the opposite direction. The whip hit the wall with great force, and several walls in front were broken by one blow. Elsa thanked Mito for being so immature, because without him, she wouldn't have been able to handle the beastmen. However, the girl became famous early. A large wolf came out of a hole in the wall. Elsa didn't understand what happened, because she was sure that she could deal with them. Looking at the big gray wolf, the girl realized that Edgar had turned completely. Elsa once again prepared her whips for attack and took a defensive stance. The wolf roared and rushed to attack. His speed was so fast that the girl was amazed. The wolf was right in front of her in an instant. One blow, and the floor was stained with Elsa's blood. Meanwhile, we were transported to the west of the Demon Kingdom, to the territory of the Third Prince, to the city of Forest. We saw one of the 4 Sky Kings, the Water King, Aquarella, a girl with blue hair and eyes, who said that Elsa's end had come. The girl held her hand over the mirror surface and saw what was happening in Elsa's castle. Seeing Edgar turn back into a human, the girl said that the Beastmen warriors were indeed problematic opponents. In front of the man, Elsa lies defeated on the floor, and Aquarella thinks that it was not in vain that she wanted to take control of the Beastmen. The girl remembered each of the killed higher demons sent to carry out this mission. Zaganda, Bright, Elsa, and now every one of them was dead. All the higher demons were killed, and now Aquarella was cornered. The mirror changed its image, and through it the girl was asked what had happened. A guy named Leonhard was looking at the girl from the mirror. Aquarella asked if the guy was really worried about her, and he replied that it was natural because the girl was his fiancée. The girl blushed at his praise and thanked him for his concern, saying that she was completely fine. Leonhard heard that Elsa had lost, meaning that in a few days the allied forces of humans and beastmen would reach Forest. The guy asked what Aquarella thought about it, and she admitted that it would be difficult to fight them, since she plays her games more from behind the scenes. Leonhard warned the girl that the shadow forces of the Demon King's army were now moving towards Forest. The shadow forces are an elite unit of higher demons, an assassination squad that doesn't officially exist, but they do the dirty work, and are one of Leonhard's trump cards. The guy said that he was handing over command of the shadow squad to Aquarelle. The girl asks if this is true, and Leonhard asks the girl to hold out until he returns. Aquarella, with a smile on her face, says that she will definitely wait for him, and asks him to rely on her as his bride. Leonhard says that it's up to Aquarella and cuts off the connection. Tears begin to fall onto the crystal, and the girl says that despite her failure in conquering the beastmen, Leonhard is still kind to her. The girl hugs the crystal and says that she must justify his love. Meanwhile, in the Demon Kingdom of Eisenhard, things are unsettled. As usual, demons are scurrying around and doing their own thing. They behave almost like people, and you wouldn't think that they are bloodthirsty creatures. Isabel arrived in the capital and made her way through the castle. The demoness servant ran after the girl and asked where the mistress was going. Isabel replied that she was heading to Alice. After some time, the girl walked through the large doors and found herself in a large garden. The girl walked across the green meadow, approaching her sister. A girl with white hair and blue eyes was weaving a wreath. This girl is the 6th princess of the Demon Kingdom, although you wouldn't know it from her appearance. The girl greeted her older sister happily, but Isabel's expression did not change. Alice got up from the ground and ran to her sister to hug her. Isabel blushed and said that she didn't come here to see her sister. She was just bored. The maid said that the girl would not have traveled such a distance just out of boredom, but Isabel asked her to remain silent. Alice said that she was glad to see her sister anyway, and Isabel asked what the girl was doing. The girl showed her sister the flowers and said that she was weaving wreaths. Putting the wreath of daisies on her head, Alice asked if it suited her. Isabel replied with a smile on her face that everything suited the girl. The girl didn't like her words, and she said that her sister was getting something mixed up. As if remembering something, Alice ran towards the place where she had been sitting earlier. She picked up another wreath from the ground and said that she made it for her sister. Isabel was very surprised and asked why Alice did this if she didn't know her sister would come. The younger sister said that she had no one else to weave wreaths for, because the girl was not allowed to go anywhere and was not allowed to see the outside world. Isabel thought for a moment, then called her sister. Alice immediately raised her head and asked what the girl wanted to say. Isabel looked at the wreath again and replied that she didn't mean to say anything. Isabel tried to put the wreath on her head, but it began to fall apart on her head. Alice laughed at her sister and said that she was very funny. Isabel looked at the crumbling wreath and said that she had just put it on. Alice called her sister and asked when the ceremony to summon the god of evil would begin. After her words, Isabel noticeably darkened. The girl was told that God would enter Alice's body, and she couldn't wait for it to happen. Isabel replied that she didn't know when it would happen, but it would definitely happen very soon. Alice was glad about this, because when this happened, she would be able to go outside. Isabel looked at her sister sadly, as if she did not fully understand the essence of the summoning of the god of evil. The maid called Isabel and she said that she knew everything. As if they had run out of time to talk, Isabel turned around and headed towards the exit. Alice became sad and asked why her sister was leaving so soon. Without turning around, Isabel said that she would come again and told her sister to behave well. The only thing the girl heard in response was consent from her younger sister. When the door closed behind Isabel, the girl sank into silence. A guy came up to her from the side and greeted her, leaning very close to the girl. Isabel turned towards him and looked at him with an expressionless gaze. Prince Leonhard stood in front of her and greeted his little sister with a smile on his face. Her brother suggested that she address him informally, but Isabel replied that she could not do so because of her position. Leonhard asked if his sister had come to see Alice. Looking at the door, Leonhard said that Isabel should not become so attached to the child, because she would have to become a vessel for the god of evil. Even though the girl's soul will be removed from her body, Leonhard still considers it a great honor and envies her. The boy looked at Isabel and asked if his sister thought the same. The girl only answered affirmatively, but without emotion. Isabel apologized to her brother and said that it was time for her to go. The maid followed her mistress. When Leonhard was left alone, his aura and gaze did not bode well.